After 3 days of play in Group A right here in Malta, it is wide open with only 2 points separating all 5 teams. One of them we'll have to say goodbye to tomorrow night, and we have a big clash starting up between AUM and the Malta Warriors, who are back and ready for business. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. I'm Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and I really have enjoyed this Malta series so far. Not often you get to this stage of the group and you still have such a short gap between the 5 teams, and so we don't really know what's going to happen in this group, and really a lot of the teams are in jeopardy because one of them will have to depart the series at the end of match 20 tomorrow night. So we are starting the day with match 13, and this is a clash between the American University of Malta and the Malta Warriors. Now, slight change to the fixtures today because all matches have been pushed back 15 minutes for technical reasons. So we are sorry for keeping you waiting, but we are almost ready for business. Let's start with the coin toss when Stefan Gooch was with the 2 captains for match 13 between AUM and the Warriors.
The toes the call. His toes. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. All the best.
So the Malta Warriors have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Look, I like that. I think it's a good, confident move. And we know that AUM have had some struggles chasing this week, so it gives them an opportunity to go out there and put the first runs on the board. And look, the Malta Warriors had the day off yesterday, but they do have 2 wins to their name. They're 2-2. They still have 4 games ahead of them, this doubleheader, plus 2 more matches tomorrow. So it's their opportunity really to pull ahead and really almost guarantee their qualification for the quarterfinals if they can get some good results in these 2 matches. But having said that, AUM, this is their last opportunity to score points this morning. They'll play twice against the Warriors, and with only 2 wins out of 6 matches, they are in jeopardy. If they don't get wins this morning, if they don't get points this morning, they could be in a lot of trouble, and it would be a big shock if they were to exit the competition after the group stage. Let's talk about the conditions today, and I'm telling you, Malta is such a great place to visit. They're not wrong. You can see in the promotional videos that we show you that it is a beautiful part of the world. Today is no exception. We've got blue skies. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 28 degrees already. We're up in the 20s. It's about 21 to get this one started. So 10 overs aside, it is going to be a fast and furious pace, I'm sure. And here is Manrico Full that is ready for business as usual on a Thursday morning in match 13, which can be spooky at times. I can tell you the Warriors, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you, Rico, as we get day 4 started.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. Yeah, certainly looking forward to this day. I think we're going to see 4 very exciting matches. We've had that all the way along. I mean, it hasn't been high scoring, has it? but they've been close, and there's been some real battles. And as Vinny said, this the standings of Group A is really getting a bit congested with those points. It could go either way as we look forward to the American University of Malta taking on the Misada Warriors. The Warriors, will they come back after a bit of a break? Remember, we saw them first up on day one when they had a mixed day against Gozo. They won the first one, 103-55 by 48 runs, but then they weren't able to chase the 71 required to beat Gozo in the second match, being 57 all out. So Gozo showing once again how they are the kings of defending scores. And then when we saw them on day two, once again they did well in their first match against the Bujiba Blasters, 101-66, but winning that one by 35. But they did allow the Blasters to get a win over them in the second one. Once again, not really performing to their full potential, just getting 79 on the board, and the Blasters knocking those off. This is what we're predicting today. Well, that's what the bat versus ball is saying, is that Misada Warriors 86-83. So again, pretty close, and again, those scores being around about the 80s. Is that going to change, or is that going to be the pattern of the day here? Maybe the pattern of this series this time around. See there that it's going to be Mahbub Ali. It's going to be bowling the first delivery, the first over. He's been pretty useful for AUM. He's made contributions with bat and with ball, and he's a player that I'd be expecting to get better as this series progresses. Let's see if he's in good form here today. Very good morning to the early birds on the chat. I say early birds, of course it could be morning, afternoon or evening, wherever you are. I can see that Keanu and Ivan and Maya are on there already. So good morning to you folks, and good morning to everybody around the world, our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, salam alaikum, sas sri akal. I'm a one to all of our lovely viewers that are watching in the sub-Indian continent via FanCode. Here we go, first ball up, and it's Shizul Joy, the captain, that puts himself into the opening spot. He's out there with the wicketkeeper batter, Rocky Dinesh. First ball just blocked out. Ali goes back to his mark. Up in the air, doesn't really get this anywhere, and somehow manages to get it right in the middle of that the cube formed by four fielders coming in. That's a bit of luck for the captain, Shizul Joy. He gives the strike now to Rocky Dinesh, who has a look around. Doesn't have to wait too long as Ali comes into him. It's nicely played, just guides this down to third, gets a good bit of bounce. That's Ali. And good morning to our match officials for this one, Andy Dowdy, who is at the bowlers and Stefan Gooch, tournament referee, spending some time out there in the middle, which means the third umpire for this one will be Sam Williams. This one sprayed down the leg side, tries to go a little bit quicker, but gets the direction wrong. So wide being signalled. As Vinny said, it promises to be another beautiful day here in Malta. This Master Cricket Ground is looking absolutely superb. And this one gets the movement away. Nice delivery. Just here, gets the ball in as that moves away. Nicely done, nicely bowled. Oh, well, you can see what he's trying to do here. He's trying to get this one to start off on the leg stick and come back in. Trying to take the leg stick of Shizul Joy, but not to be. Ali. Once again, that ball just cutting into the right-hander. Slight misfield, but the batters don't look like they're going to be able to capitalise on that. So it's going to be a nice, steady little over. The batter's just pushing the ball out. A bit of luck early on for Cyril Joy as he went for the big hit. Just slices it up in the air. It'll be 6 off the first. Have a look at some of the top performers here. And with the Masita Warriors, they're replying a lot on Sukumaran. He was outstanding, wasn't he, the other day when these all-round performances. Rocky Dinesh, he's another one that has to perform as well as Kumar. And with the ball, they've got Tom Thomas. And Mataya was really good as well. And Tony Lewis as well. Tony Lewis could also give you a little bit of something with the bat. On the other side, though, it's all about the tank. Patanka, Munib Ali, we just saw him already as well. And this man is going to be pretty key for their calls as well. Abhishek Prajapati starts nicely, just gets that ball up there, Yorker length. Prajapati walks back to his mark. You can see he's taken 6 wickets in this series. Tarak Shah and Jitesh Patel on 4 apiece. I like to think we're going to see more of Shah with the spin coming into the equation. As Prajapati comes back in again and gets good swing. This one is a nice, confident, positive shot, and he'll get 4. Liking that from Rocky Danish. And there's not a bad delivery. You can see that Prajapati is looking to get that swing in. He does get it, but it's a positive hit. He uses his feet well, backs himself to play the shot. A good shot to play in the power play when you know that you've got all of those fielders on the offside are inside the 30-yard circle. So he puts that away nicely. Nice positive shot. And brings up the first boundary of the day. He goes for a similar type of delivery. This one is stroked up out handsomely by the batter. Gets himself a single. And Zohar Malik doing the fielding there. He could be another key player for AUM today. It was nice to see him yesterday starting to find his rhythm and hitting a few balls cleanly and to the boundary. It's one thing that AUM will be requiring him to do more of. They need more batters to perform. Prajapati, fuller delivery, goes for the Yorker. Now he's trying to have a little bit of a race between the batters. Well, that's interesting. A little bit of a collision, but nobody hurt. A bit of bumper cars early this morning. The race is on the Iba, where Prajapati was the quickest. But you can see maybe Prajapati won the battle with the speed. But I think you have to give the dive and the points for the dive to Rocky. Well, there you go. Rocky down and out as well. But Rocky gets up. He always does. Dusts himself down. And gets ready. That's Rocky to face Prajapati. I think he's broken his pad. He's saying, hey, I need another pad. Yeah, I'm looking at that, the strapping there. So yeah, there we go. It's a pad ejection. And well, Rocky goes down, and he's the pad is the item that needs to be replaced. Just watch this here now. Great bit of action first thing in the morning. And, the batters come through. You don't quite see the collision there. I wonder if we've got that one more time while Rocky gets his pad on. So, new pad. There you go. Look at that tussle. And he lands pretty badly. And I suppose when he's hit the deck, he ends up breaking those straps. So, new kit, new pad. Prajapati is ready to go at Rocky again. And when they come to blows again, that's the question. Okay, Rocky's ready. Gives the thumbs up. Prajapati. Bit of width. Nicely played and well stopped as well. Needed to be stopped, otherwise that was going to the boundary. Nicely timed shot, just using the pace of Prajapati. Prajapati just going a little bit wider. The Rocky just couldn't get it past the man, but a good stop. AUM yesterday, remember, had 2 interesting matches against the Blasters. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Yeah, they beat them chasing 73 in the first match, winning by 3 wickets with 5 balls to go. And second time round, though, they only managed to put 86 on the board themselves, and it was again a superb knock from Gaurav Matani, the captain of the Blasters, that got the Blasters a victory, and they did it in style with a ball to go, but they needed a big hitting, and that's what helped the Blasters get those points on the board. So have a look at that. This is what Vinny was talking about. Top 2 teams on 6 points, including Gozo up there. Who would have thought it? And then you got the Warriors, AUM, and then the Blasters all on 4 points. So it couldn't be closer going into the closing, the last 2 days of Group A. In comes Jinesh Patel. Short, bit of width. And once again, the batter is trying to find the gap, but finds the fielder once more. I think I'd like to see a little bit more aggression in the shots, and maybe a bit more aggression in the shots will help the scores go down. Yesterday, you can see the average score yesterday was about 7.3. I mean, 8 overall in 2022. And when you compare that to where things were, look, back when we started here, it was almost 10. That was the average. So it really has gone down, and you can put it down to a number of things. I mean, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Could it be that, you know, obviously the fielding and bowling has definitely got better. That's an improvement that we've seen when we've been on the road all the time. And you can see that bit by bit, 9.8, 8.9, 8.6, and now 8 at the moment. Those scores going down all the time, and I think that's teams getting better. We saw Gozo yesterday, how they defended. So teams bowling better, fielding better, taking the catches, and just putting the pressure on teams. This one was lashed away and will get the boundary. So nice shot there from Shijul Joy, the captain. Brings up his first boundary as well. Not the best of deliveries. The battle of the 2 captains here, commencing in the middle. And well, that one, that little blow was victory for the batting side captain. So Shijul Joy finds the middle of his bat. Here comes the captain of AUM. What's his reply going to be? Wow, this is absolutely launched. What a hit this is. Balle, 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 ginna sona, shaka, lagya, lovely jubbly. That's out of the middle of the bat as that sails over at the boundary rope. So gets the 4 and now a 6. So it's certainly Shijul Joy is enjoying this little tussle with his opposite number, Jinesh Patel. Jinesh Patel, he went for the stumps. What will he go for this time? Well, he gets it all wrong, and keeper behind the stumps. Rashid Matanka does pretty well here. I thought for a moment it was going to get under him. He just managed to smother it with his body, but not the best of deliveries here. And Patel, once again, it ends up being the bowler that goes for a few. 12 off the over so far. This time he gets it just right, goes wider, sneaking the ball in on that wide line, and almost finding the edge, but I think it's also was the right shot to play from Joy. He would have thought if he gets a bit on that would have raced along to the boundary. Jinesh Patel looking to finish well. Shijul Joy looking to go after another one, and he does. He swings hard at this one, but it's outside the off once more. It's a swing and a miss. End of the over, but 25 at the end of the power play. So they'll be pretty happy with that. No wickets down as well. So we see the Warriors be more than happy where they are at the moment. As we have a look at the power play graph, it's steadily going up. That's what they would have wanted. It's interesting to see what options they go for here with the ball now. I mean, do they bring back one of the 2 openers? You saw that Prajapati's last over. He went for 7, so it was pretty tidy. It was not Prajapati, so I think they are going to make a change. And it looks like they're going to go with Sanu Janjit. Just checking the field here. Remember, we are out the power play now, so fielders can be spread slightly. Here comes Janjit to bowl his first, and it's not a good one. Wide down the leg side. The bat is frustrated. And, thank you to all of our viewers for joining us. Rico Full here, the European Cricket Network. You are watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Malta at the beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. And a great opportunity for me to welcome a good friend and fellow commentator into our commentary position here, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back. Good morning.
Thank you, Rico. Good morning to you. Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody.
Yes, and bonjour, they say here.
Yeah, bonjour.
Yeah, bonjour. Bonjour, everybody.
Beautiful morning as well. Janjit here in over number 4. Another leg side wide. Getting good movement, but just not quite controlling it at the moment. Yeah, I love when we get up at the moment. The kind of misty sky, the sunrise that we get to see is quite beautiful. You know, the backdrop of some of the really historical buildings here in Malta. And yeah, it's a very nice feel to this cricket ground as well. So welcome to everyone and settle in, because it's going to be a great day of action, I'm sure. Day 4 might be moving day here in Group A.
Well, once again, not a good delivery from Janjit. It's down the leg side. This time the batter probably says, well, I'd rather get hold of it and try and get a boundary or something. It doesn't, because they have got a fielder there, and it goes straight to that man. And that's our friend Joshi does the fielding.
So let me just tell you about, we saw the standings a moment ago, and we saw how that 2 of the 5 teams have 6 points and 3 teams have 4 points. So really tightly clustered. Actually reminds me of one series we had last year, and was just before the ECC in 2021 in Portugal. We had 7 teams, and they each played 6 matches, and they were so tightly bunched. And this is reminding me a lot of that at the moment. Another wide, getting good left to right swing, but this will be called. So on that occasion, I think 5 of the 7 teams finished with 3 wins, 3 losses. And the top team had 4 wins, 2 losses. The bottom team had 2 and 4. So like it could end up that way. So in which case you could even win, say, 3 of your 8 matches and still miss out on the quarterfinals. So it shows you that every single match is important here in Group A as we search for the 4 quarterfinalists.
Better delivery from Janjit. Gets this one in the right areas. That's the one. Well, that's the second legal delivery now. He's had strayed too wide. Has had trouble, I think, with the swing. Whether he's held this one differently, maybe he's gone for across the arm, but still getting that movement away. Seeing good movement as well. Bit of a hopeful swing. And this time he goes wide once more.
Yeah, he's just really struggling with the direction at the moment. But like I say, he's getting good swing. Just have a look at this one go. So it starts inside the line, but then breaks away and does get called correctly as a wide. Yes, I want to say a big hello to Julian Dawson, who's in the chat. I see that he said he's happy to have me back in the commentary box, and it was a pleasure meeting us at the Championship week in Khartoum. Had a wonderful time and look forward to returning next year. I mean, it was a festival of cricket, wasn't it? It was a really exciting time.
Goes for this shot, gets it into that square leg position, but the square leg being on the boundary is not going to be in any danger of catching this. But again, it's been interesting from Joy. He's timed some nicely, hasn't he, which he's put away to the boundary. Yet there's been others where he's looked at all sorts.
Yeah, that's true. And you also have to watch the time, because you can see the clock's ticking down, and these extra deliveries that we've seen this over, they're not going to help. Anyway, Dinesh, right-hander back on strike, needs to keep it left. Can't lose it right. Loses it right. Another wide. This one gets through the keeper as well. And this is going to be 5 carreras. And, well, there's nothing anyone could do about that. Tank has been pretty solid so far blocking these. But this is turning into quite a wayward over from Janjit.
Yeah, big time. I mean, he gets unlucky here. He's done so well so far, hasn't he? There's the Tank. But this one, just this bounce here. And it ends up going through his legs. And once that goes past you, I mean, even in this sort of dewy mornings where the outfield's pretty wet, the ball still races along to the boundary.
Yeah, what I will say is that it bounced off the artificial surface again, so this is going down. I think we see how much he's swinging the ball. It's pretty likely this is going to miss the leg stump, even though I think it hits him in line with the stumps, but he's getting a lot of that late swing. Let's have a look at that one. It's close, but I have a feeling it was just missing.
Yeah, still missing. And, good call there from the umpire, Stefan Gooch. On the up, and this one will be fielded. One of the outfielders now. You've got one man who's out there on the offside. The couple on the leg. Long off is pretty straight as well.
Yeah, so what I will say is that this surface, because it does extend the artificial surface for the bowlers' run-ups at both ends, that bounce that Patank again, he probably should still block it because it's not like it bounced off the grass unpredictably. It's quite a predictable surface to deal with even on a second bounce.
Star Joy decides he's better off just taking the single to this one. It doesn't swing the bat at it. He'll get the single, so we get to the end of 4 overs here now. So I think you'd have to say that the Warriors will be the happier side at the moment. They've got the runs on the board, keeping it ticking quite nicely. Got wickets in hand. I think Janjit there, he gets away really with I suppose an average over, goes for 13. But when you consider the number of extra balls he bowled in that,
yeah,
he gets lucky.
12 runs in wides already. That's right up with the batter scores, to be honest. Yeah, so just going back to a couple of things. So yeah, Julian was talking about the championship week in Khartoum, and that was very special, wasn't it? It's the biggest crowds we'd ever had as well. Everyone from the local area was quite enthusiastic about that, and why not? And we had really good weather there over the 5 weeks as well, with the exception of the kind of 10 minutes of madness at the end of a Thursday night, finished with a golden ball. But also I've got some questions about the triangular series coming up. Let's wait from this ball from Zohaib Malik. This is patted back by Digital Joy. So, yeah, we will be covering that. It's at the end of next week. I think they're just still putting the squads together. That'll be up on the website. So that's a T20 series that will take place Friday, Saturday and Sunday next week at Desert Springs. It's gone straight through him here, and he's bowled him. So you can see that George ran out of patience with Zohaib Malik, who just tossed it up, lured him into the strike. So looking to accelerate. Shidul Joy loses his wicket. He's the first wicket of day 4 as well. Clean bowled. It's 38 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. I mean, Zohaib just floats this one up here. He wants to get it in between bat and pad, and he does. So good wicket. I mean, this is the sort of wicket you get when you see the batter's not really quite prepared to use his feet. And you see Shidul Joy, he knows he's beaten. He tries to take an extra step to see if he can try and prevent that ball from going through. He's not able to do so. Good bit of bowling there from Zohaib, and I think he'll want a positive today, won't he? He wants some positive thoughts and with his bowling, bearing in mind that yesterday he was a man that Matani went after to hit those winning runs in that defeat to the Blasters.
Yeah, you can see he just goes wrong there trying to hit the ball across the line, doesn't he? Made it really tough to catch up with. Any slight misjudgment in timing is going to result in you missing the ball. And if you miss the ball and it's straight, that's exactly things normally pan out. New bowler comes in, new batter I should say, Divyesh Kumar in the number 3 slot. Just mentioning as well, that triangular series, it will involve Spain, Italy and Germany. So, yeah, 3 countries that we follow pretty closely here on ECN. And, yeah, 3 of the kind of now, I don't know if I can use the term, like secondary powers, I suppose, in European cricket. Of course, you've got countries like Netherlands and Ireland, Scotland kind of thing. But continental Europe-wise, I think you've got 3 really good countries to watch there. And countries that all had some success in the recent ECC as well. Spain and Italy making it through to the championship week, and Germany losing the final of their group to Italy. So yeah, that should be good, and it will be Charlie Hunt that'll take you through those ones as well. And we go with Joshy. Nice to see him out there as well, patrolling that fine leg region.
Yeah, Joshy onto it pretty sharply, just takes a single. So Kumar does get himself off the mark. He's somebody who I'm looking forward to seeing him bat and score loads of runs. He's certainly got the ability. I think he's been a bit unlucky. Talk about unlucky. I think the fielder here is a little unlucky. Doesn't watch the spin, but no harm done. It ends up just being the single. Watch this. You know it's going to spin the other way.
He gets a little bit. Does he get a fingertip on that? I think maybe, just to slow it down a bit. But yeah, that's the way the ball normally spins. I just don't think he expected it to spin that much. Punch out.
Hit on the up, and he's going to get his money's worth for this one. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Português seis carreiras. Nice shot. Just gets himself in the position, does Kumar, and he puts it away. I like the way Kumar bats. I think he's due big runs.
Yeah, that's a shot. I mean, that's the shot to the off spinner, even though spinning back into him, but he plays through the line, and that's just a bit of a safer shot. Anyway, I want to say very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full. When we got in the car today, we realised we're a bit Christmassy with the colour scheme today, but what I will say is it's under 2 months to Christmas now, so it's hard to believe. And we just have about, it's about 6 weeks and a couple of days till the end of the ECN season. It's been another long journey. We're past 1,000 games now on ECN, and we plan to do it again next year. So stay with us and keep the community growing. Tell people about the world of European cricket, and you can check out what's going on right there at europeancricket.com.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic season, and I'm certainly looking forward to the end of it as well. I mean, here the climax next week as we get closer to the finals week with the teams from Group A and Group B clashing together. That's going to be something I'm expecting. I mean, the scores, we had a look at the scores there. They were pretty low, weren't they?
Yeah.
Lower, but I'm expecting that to change. I really am. I cannot see that these teams playing here in these conditions.
Just realising you got some audio issues. They've tried to mute you, Rico, so we're going to sort you out there. But what I will say is maybe we can have a look at that run rate graph again, because we saw it earlier, but it's the lowest day we've ever had. There was one day last year, it was the Thursday, that was 7.4, Thursday of Group A. And from memory, I think that day might have been curtailed by rain slightly. So yeah, yesterday the lowest scoring day, a par of 73. Incredible, really. I still can't quite put my finger on it, except to say that I think that this field is lush and maybe a bit slow, which means the ball slows down when the ball hits it. But yeah, still I find it quite curious to think that 80 is a par score here. I feel like it should be more, but I think you've got to hand it to the bowlers, a lot of the bowlers, and Zohaib Malik's one of them, that he's able to kind of put the ball in good areas. I think that's something that's been improving all the way along. Tariq Shah, another good spinner, but this isn't a good ball to start him off, and this is going to be hit to the boundary, and so it should be. Rocky is away, and that brings up the 50 as well for the Masita Warriors.
Yeah, not a good start, too short, and that's not what he's there to do. You can see the way when he bowls this, he's all sort of arched over, and as a result of that, as the ball just stays pretty low, ends up being a short one, and Rocky delivers a sucker punch, and gets the boundaries of both these batters. Looking to get going here now. It's the time for the acceleration to come through at the halfway point. 50 for one. Sharp. This has been dragged to the leg side boundary. This gets fielded by Zohim.
So I also want to say a quick hello to Matt Aravidis. He's saying he's been loving the Euro cricket since he stumbled on it not long ago. G'day from a sunny afternoon in Perth. I don't say g'day very much anymore, Matt, so I'll say g'day to you. I hope that you have a great, I suppose it's afternoon there already, be around 4 p.m. just after in Perth. And let us know again, you might have told me before, Matt, what part of Perth are you from? I'll see if I can pinpoint it, give you some sort of personalised shout out.
Going down the leg side, optimistic.
Ooh.
But quick pick up and throw from the tank. I wonder how close this was.
I think this would have been out. Just going on feel, picks it up quickly, throws blindly. Yeah, it would have been gone. The tank went full power and didn't have the accuracy. So sometimes you just got to throw that blindly and hope. Didn't have too much time to have a look at the stumps, the tank.
Cut shot, and it's sort of partially stopped by the fielder. It was hit pretty hard, so Sunil Janjit gets his hands to it.
I still want to know why they've decided to mute you. Isn't that interesting that just at the very moment that you come on screen?
Just at that time. Well, maybe I was going to make some references to you talking about Christmas.
You're not easy to mute. You know that.
This is edged, but will get fielded. So still looking to get a good over in here, the batting side, where they can really get the acceleration in, sort of change their score from being a sort of 90 to 100 to more of 110 to 120.
Yeah.
And you can see no shortage of trying, giving the ball a good wallop, but not getting the boundary. And a few people touching on what we were talking about and why the scores are so low. I think Kai was saying, well, maybe it could be to do with the new pitch. I don't think so. I think this new pitch, if anything, would help the batters because the ball comes
I
off.
was going to say, I mean, new pitches can sometimes be a bit slow, but I don't know about that. I think it's a fairly predictable surface. Yeah, it's really hard to put your finger on. I just think that it's more of a bowling heavy country. Sometimes we see that.
Yeah.
As we see 6 different bowlers used in the first 6 overs. But yeah, no chase is simple. I mean, even when Goza were chasing 31 yesterday, it had a few hairy moments in that chase when they fell behind. They ended up getting there. What a game that was. Well, here's Malik to continue.
This has been hit pretty well, and I think this will go all the way. It does. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka Lagao Zohar Malik. He had a few issues yesterday when Guram of Matani did the same thing to him, just took him on and hit him big straight down the ground and over mid-wicket. So, well, he's probably having a few flashbacks here as he goes back to his mark, shaking his head. And, well, this time, though, he gets his... I think the...
Yeah, so, well, there we go. Again, he's been muted again, but I think this is going to be gone. Yeah, you can see that he doesn't quite get back. The tank beats him to the punch. And so, well, the batter's been silenced. Rico's been silenced. And Zohar Malik gets his man in the end. So, yeah, the score is 61 for 2. You can see that the batter's annoyed with himself, isn't he, Rocky? Because he just goes for one shot too many. Again, look, credit to the bowler who tosses it up and lures him out of his crease. And the Warriors lose a second at 61 for 2.
Yeah, that's good work. I mean, when you've been hit out the ground, you got to then, you know, he was going back, shaking his head a little. But he stuck to his sides. He thought, you know what, I know he's after me. I'm just going to get this maybe a little bit wider, a little bit flatter, a bit quicker. And no mistakes made by the tank behind the stump. So they do get Rocky out. But I think that was the right approach from Rocky, just to be positive, go for him, go after him, and say, well, look, you know, we need to get this acceleration going here now. The score of 80 and 90 should be achieved.
I don't think it was
if we want more, we got to go big.
Back to that in a second. Sukumar and the new batter. Waste no time. This one will test the fielder. Always seems to get it done, doesn't he, Mehboob down there? It's not always convincing, but it does make the stop. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't think it was a bad shot by Rocky. I just think it was a misjudgment. He still tries to hit through the line. It's just it's a drive that he plays down the wrong line, essentially.
Launched, and this is big. It's a biggie. Hit long and hard. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, Mitro. Burgues o 6 carreras. What a cracking shot that was.
Yeah, it's a challenge delivery. See Malik toss it up, says, okay, go after me. I'm hoping for a miss hit or just a miss. But this wasn't missed. That one flies through the air. Maximo time. That one was 6 on any ground, really. Went a long way off the bat. And so the Warriors, hoping to compound the problems of AUM. Remember that American University of Malta, this is their last morning they'll play in the group stage. So it's their last chance to get points. Both these teams on 2 wins, but Warriors with those 2 games in hand that they'll play tomorrow. So Matt Arvidas has come back to me. He said that he's in Treeby, the east side of the freeway down near Coburn. Now, this is in Perth. Now, I said I'd be a bit specific. So Coburn is an area just south of Perth. And 2 things. Number 1, it was my favourite sushi in Perth, and I still miss it at times. I'd go well out of my way to go get it at Coburn Central Shopping Centre, all right, because they were big, okay, and they also had this extra hot wasabi. And these are things that sometimes I miss from being back in Perth. This one just knocks off either Patanka or the stumps or both for a single. And the other thing is, this is a little bit of a fun fact, is that for a while I was doing a bit of extra work as a music teacher for special needs kids. I do 1 day a week when I was a bit younger at a brand new primary school which is down there, which was Success Primary School. This is about 15 years ago now. And I actually wrote their school song, and they still sing it. So occasionally I get contacted about that. So that was a brand new school in that area. And so, yeah, I wrote this song. I didn't write the words. Someone wrote the words, but I had to write the music. And so, you know how every week kids sing the school song?
Yeah.
I wrote that. So
Do you still know the song?
yeah, I can still do it. Anyway, hey, let's get to Crickathon time. And question is, what will be the average run rate today? It's a multiple choice, so you can see that there'll be some bands there. We know that yesterday was quite low. So that's why I think this is the question from the Crickathon, powered by HCL Software. Yesterday's winner was Nasi Reddy from India. Well, nice to have a winner from India. It's been a little while, so we know that no matter where you're watching from around the world, you can get involved. Just visit crickathon.com to participate. And again, big thank you to HCL Software. They have been crunching the numbers, I'm sure. And I'm going to have a bit of a guess. I'm going to think it's going to go up over 8 again today. I'm going to have a guess that it'll be in the 8s. I'm going to say 8.4. That's my guess. That's my guess.
Okay, let's see how that goes.
It has nothing to do with the fact that Gozo have the day off. And here we go with over number 8. It slides into the pads. And it's Prajapati coming back on to bowl over number 8.
Yeah, congratulations to Reddy. Yesterday's, by the way, it was 103, so it was what was going to be the highest score. 103 it was. So the answer was C, between 100 and 110.
Yeah.
So we're done to Reddy.
Yeah, Malta with that. And then let's just say they didn't score that many the next game. They got rock and rolled for 30, didn't they? Yeah, see, this isn't smart batting really from Sukumaran because these are big wides if he just steps inside them. And this is actually one thing I think that the openers did pretty well in this innings is when you think that Jung had bowled a lot of balls that kind of swung down the leg side, they make sure they got inside and took the wides rather than getting themselves in a muddle, which Sukumaran's done a couple of times here.
Yeah, Sukumaran, remember him from match number 5 when he was player of the match. He was quite extraordinary. Everything he did went right. He was taking catches, he was taking wickets, and also, more importantly for his side, he made that 56 not out of 26 deliveries in that win against the Blasters, and that's what they need him to do here. Bat hard, bat quickly, and bat deep, and get plenty of runs on the board.
Good question from Anish Krishna, which I'll come back to in a sec after this ball from Prajapati.
Oh, this is huge. This is humongous. What a lovely shot that is, and what a pickup. And Kumar, I've got to say, he's just looking better and better. What a shot this is. He's onto it so quickly, smashes it away. And Prajapati is one of the pick of the bowlers for the AUM side. That's a top shot.
That's almost a bullseye as well. If you look at that from that angle at least. Yeah, it was just too short though, wasn't it? And Kumar had no time for it. He launched that one. Again, that's another one over the fence on the full. He's 21 off 8 now. Handy contribution.
Oh, this is just a delightful pickup. The timing on this is absolutely epic. That's a proper shot, isn't it? That is pucker. That is juicy. And that is lovely to see. Quality, top draw here.
Yeah, very good shot. Again, look at the follow through. This just shows that Kumar's not one-dimensional. And I think that is something which bowlers are going to find a struggle to deal with. There's Prajapati again. It wasn't the worst ball. He's trying to motion about something, but unless he's going to put the fielder the other side of the boundary rope, I don't think the fielder could have done much about that one. 27 off 9 now, last ball of the over.
Good delivery, slower ball, and a bit of frustration there from Prajapati.
Semi-angry.
Throwing the ball back. But yeah, I'm liking that from Kumar. He's just hit 2 boundaries. He gets a better delivery. He's happy to respect it and throw his wicket away.
Yeah, so end of the over. The score is 83 for 2. Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, he thought, okay, this is the one I just want to keep out. I think there's plenty more runs out for me as long as I don't throw my wicket away. So I don't mind that at all. 83 for 2, so just over 10 and over. 104 pace, in fact, if they keep this up. Hey, so Anish was asking, do I think the gap, do I think the run rate's decreasing is because the gap between the teams has decreased? Potentially. The game's been more competitive. But I also think that is a trend across all European cricket that we've seen, that scores have been coming down over the last couple of years. And most of that we seem to attribute to the fact that bowlers are bowling smarter and the fielders are improving. The fielding is improving as a whole. Maybe Bali getting a bowl and almost gets his head taken off by this one. This will be stopped. It'll be stopped very well by Zohib Malik. And they'll keep this to 2. Firstly, it almost decapitates the bowler, Mehboob Ali, who's a bit of a tall tower, but he almost comes tumbling down here. And once it's past him, it was a very good bit of work from Malik to keep it to 2 instead of 4.
Yeah, it's a really, really good stop. He does well, goes at it with his hands, gets the stop in. Well, doesn't do his trendy looks much good. As everything goes, the shades, the hat, whatever, but he saves 2 runs. That's important. Swing and a miss here from Sukumaran.
Bit on Mehboob Ali. He's played some professional experience in the UAE, or has some professional experience in the UAE. Some names on his profile here. MGM Cricket Club at Prem Height Transport and V11. Can't say too much about those clubs, but we know that UAE is it's an emerging force in cricket. We know that one of our colleagues, Samir, has played a lot of cricket there. We saw them have a very good win in the World Cup last week as well, which had a bearing on the teams that made it through to the Super 12, even though UAE couldn't do it themselves. Isn't it good to see some of the, I suppose, the second-tier nations really challenging with the top 10 to 12 nations now, to see more competitive cricket. I mean, I know the Netherlands are taking on India today, which is a bit of a David versus Goliath, but I still think it's really good to see the confidence of these guys and the fact they're playing more high-level cricket. I just think makes the overall standard better.
Up in the air, opportunity, but doesn't quite carry to Jiddish Patel, who fires in a wild throw. The batters, I have no idea why they're not running. Why they're not trying to make two out of this. They had plenty of time to do it. Watch this throw here.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gotten two, but I think also it's the fact that Kumar feels like he's on and he wants to face. He knows the balls are running out in this innings. There's only 8 deliveries left, so he's happy to control the strike. He'll probably have a real dash at this one.
This is out on it. It's cleverly bowled, though. I like this over from Mahbub Ali. He's showing his knowledge and experience. He hasn't put anything in the slot. He's bowled a couple of shorter balls there to Sumakaran. They're not able to allow him to get a big shot, and now he's got this one just out of the reach of Kumar.
Last ball's the over, so what do you do here? So
hit well, and this will stay hit. And I believe this goes all the way. Yes, it does. Manos arriba from the arbitro. And 6 más. And Kumar, with that shot, takes the Warriors into the 90s. There they go, 92 with 6 balls to go. So eyeing up that 100 score.
Yeah, so it's going to be a testing chase. It already is, really. It's a matter of whether AUM bats are singing. Mahbub Ali is going to come in and try and bowl a 7th ball of the over, but I don't think he'll be able to. Because according to me, that is 6 balls down, just in the nick of time. Hey, rule change as well, so we know that, assuming that that is the 6 balls complete. I've got 2.1.6.
Yeah, there was no extras in that.
Yeah, so if that 7th ball was to occur, as long as it's picked up before the new over's bowled, it is cancelled.
Yeah.
So that's a new regulation that's been brought in. But I think that's it's a really good rule, unless there's something that we've missed here, like a no ball or a wide that wasn't picked up by the scorers. So I think they're just maybe having some communication about that. But I mean, we've seen it sometimes affect games. Yeah, well, again, unless we've had any wides or no balls in this over, I think that should be over. I've got 2.1.6. Yeah, so I mean, that I think is a sensible one. So it could mean even if you get out, you are un-out because that ball shouldn't happen. But I think with only 60 balls in an innings, it's really crucial that the amount of deliveries is the same.
It's massively important. That's why the time needs to be spent here to get this right. I think obviously the umpires are in maybe a little bit of a disagreement with the scorers, so the scorers are just going back and having a look. But yeah, I certainly didn't see any extras called. And those dot balls, I don't think any of them were wides or called a no ball. So I think Stephen Gooch there, he's just had a chat with
now I think they're trying to say there was a wide earlier in the over, but I don't recall it. Maybe I've been distracted, but they're trying to say that.
No, there was 2 balls bowled to Sumakaran, which both were, just they weren't so much as wide. They were more sort of short deliveries, which he played and missed at.
So yeah, I think we'll get another ball here. So I'm going to go back and have a peek at it because I don't remember it, to be honest.
No, it certainly was.
It might have been a wide for height. That's all I can think there.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there was. I mean, from what I saw, both of those balls, they were too short. Like I say, I remember the 2 dot short balls to Sumakaran, but I don't think
here we go.
There
was a wide for height, which was marginal, and so that's the one that we missed earlier in the over. So that's why there's just a bit of a delay here. But yeah, that's the one for the over.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's the one. Yeah, to be honest, it wasn't.
It's a tough call, wasn't it?
Yeah,
because it was given for height. And like I say, when I was watching it, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
And the batter,
it was the one that Sukumaran charged at, and then kind of went past his.
Okay, well, hang on, what's going on here?
He's got a drink.
He's decided, well, look, while he's sorting this out, am I able to go to the bar and get a little drink. Well, yeah, you are.
Yep.
Well, he's getting.
So there we go. So there was a wide. So this.
Well, hang on a
will be
minute,
last
what's
for the-
going on here? There's
hold
no
on a
drink.
second.
Hello. This is a family show. We can't be doing some of that here. It looks like he's getting ready to take his kid off for a moment.
There might have been more skin shown in this Malta series than I remember for a while. You can understand with the weather as it is. Look, the thing is, what I will say is that even if this takes a couple of extra minutes, I think it's important that you get things right. I think in the context of the whole game. And look, here's the thing. I was just checking the date today. It's the 27th of October, right?
Yep.
So I mentioned it's just under 2 months to Christmas, but it's also something else pretty exciting. Today is exactly 4 months until the ECL. 4 months. I mean, that doesn't sound like, it sounds like a long time, but it's not.
It's not.
And
it's not. It's
before
gonna be
you know it.
Before you know it, as you say.
And so, yeah, we're working on filling in some of the gaps. We've just got Spain, Croatia, Malta and Greece to fill in there. So it'll be 31 sides. It'll be the biggest ECL ever as far as teams. And it's a bit more of a dynamic format in that each group is only 3 days instead of 5. So teams will have only 4 preliminary matches. They'll play their opponents. Then we'll go straight into finals day. So we'll have a finals day on Wednesday and Saturday. So, yeah, looking forward to that as we get ready to finish the 9th over. And it will move the needle by 1 run. In fact, they will get 2 on the fumble from Malek. He has a pop at the stumps, but he won't get there. So it's the end of the over. And after all of that, it looks to me like the score will be... Well, I've given up now. I don't think there's as many as that.
I think
There's
94.
there's only a 2. Yeah, so... Yeah, okay. Let's go with 94 then. But anyway, let's have a look at some of these groups. I'm going to pick one random one out. How about Group D, which for me... oh, I'm getting another ball now. Wow. Now I'm lost. Anyway. Okay. Well, the thing is, even if that was an extra ball, then it's a dot, so it won't matter. So... So I had a 6 scored in my thing off the last ball. That was only a 2. So I'm completely lost. Anyway, I'm sure they'll work it out. Meanwhile, I'm going to look at Group D. Forfeiture from Scotland. Now, they've got Jack Hogarth and Callum Garden that played for Scotland 11 recently in the ECC.
Yeah.
Then you've got Drew, who we know are nuts.
Yeah.
We know them from last time. So you've got Drew in there. You've got Vienna CC, who have got Big D, Big Daddy,
Vienna
Daniel
CC,
Eckstein
yeah,
as
the
well.
usual
And then
side,
you've got... and others. Then you've got Helsinki Titans, which Gula Mabas Butt, the golden butt. And then you've got Burno, which, oh, there we go. Now, has this hit the umpire?
Well,
I'm still trying to work out what happened.
I think you're saying... you
So,
mentioned...
All right.
What is this? Oh, yeah, he's just come out of his own
I thought
hand
that
and hit him on the thigh.
So, yeah, what does this hit? Yeah, it hits the thigh. I thought it might hit something else. Okay, the last over was a no ball +2, and then it was a dot. And now this will be a no ball as well. Wow, this has been such a strange finish. I know that we had to start late for technical reasons, but now this is getting out of hand. This is a proper shoulder high full toss, and Sukumaran gets out the way as well, which is handy. I think that you probably want Kumar facing the free hit, which he will.
It's a good result, yeah. You get the single, so you get Kumar on strike, who's batted beautifully. 35 and 14, and now this next delivery from Dinesh Patel is going to be the free hit, and he's going to go after this. He's going to hit this big. He just got the feeling. Well, he gets a bit of an inside
Run
edge on
hard
it.
here. You get 2 if you rush. I think you will.
And they do get the 2, so he gets back on strike. It's a good delivery, though, you got to say. Give credit to the captain, Dinesh Patel. Gets a Yorker length delivery when he needs to. You know, that Kuma's game, and he's looking to get big on you. A bit of pressure on the captain. He has a score now to 98, so eyeing up the 100. And he goes aerial. It will be 1 bounce. Stop. They've got to keep running. They do. And that's what the pressure does. They're not able to pick that up cleanly. Mahbub Ali.
They say it all happens in the 9th. Well, no wonder when it takes about 24 minutes to bowl it. That has to be one of the longer overs we've ever had. Now, I've got the score 1 less than it says on the screen as well. So I've got that as 101. Maybe. Well, I can't really tell you why. It's been one of those ones where they'll have all the bean counters in at the rake and they'll sort this stuff out But what I will say, already we're approaching the highest score we saw yesterday of 103.
Yep.
And that certainly stood up. So this is a very good start to the day for the Masita Warriors.
Down the ground, looking to go over Prajapati, but he's not able to. That's a good catch taken. He gets his leap time to perfection. In his hands it goes. A nice catch from a big player at Prajapati. And that also is the end of Kumar. But got to say, Kumar, he's batted really well. It's a nice straight hit, but yeah, good catch. It's a nice clean landing as well.
Yeah, it does very well to judge it, Prajapati. So, end of a good knock. And well, I've got that 101 for 3. We'll have to come back to that exactly. But, yeah, Masita Warriors, they're past the triple figures with 3 balls to play. And that spells a bit of a challenge for AUM, who I'm sure will see the tank at the top of the order for them. I wonder where Jit Patel will bat. I mean, he's a guy that can bat anywhere in the order. We know that. Listed Jit opening with Dash Patanka. With Prajapati at 3. Maybe Prajapati, it's his chance to rediscover his timing. Lewis, the new bowler, the new batter, I should say. And Sukumaran says, well, I want some of that. And they get an easy bite to Patanka. I don't think that'll make the bowler very impressed. Jit Patel does well to beat the bat, but yeah, just a bit slow to release the tank.
Yeah, holding his sort of shoulder a little bit there as well, the tank, so maybe he's suggesting that he's got a bit of an injury. So here we go, final ball. And it's launched high up into the air. And it will be really well taken. That is a very, very good catch. And the score will stay at 103, which funny enough is what we started the day yesterday with. That's exactly the same score Malta scored in that first match. And after that, well, the runs dried up. I wonder if today's going to follow the same suit, but that is a really good catch.
Well, 2 things. I think it's 1 ball to go still. So, and I still think it's 102 for 3. But you know, we're splitting hairs.
So you might. Oh, okay. Here comes the big man.
You almost cost this man his innings, if you want to call over there. Well, if there's ever a man built to hit the last ball of the innings for 6, you know, watching him. Firstly, what a good catch that was. And yeah, this is going to be Jibin Sebastian who's going to come out. And I don't know how many XLs that shirt is on Jibin, but I'd love to see him get one right out of the middle here. Jit Patel 2 for 18. With the last ball, the innings to come.
He hits it fairly well, but straight to the fielder. They will take 1, and that will be it. So Sebastian comes in, does get a signal off that last ball. And we'll wait to see what exactly the scores are. I mean, on the board it will show 104. We think that it may be 1 less. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Well, 104 it is. And, well, that's thanks to some good contribution. I mean, should enjoy the captain, 15 of 15. But it was mainly Rocky Dinesh, 25 of 18. And Kumar, 39 of 17. As we have a look at the highlights here. And Joy, he got a bit lucky early on. And this was a little bit of a tussle between Rocky and Prajapati. Then we saw some really nice shots being played. Gained the aerial route. This one was one that will hurt. It goes all the way for 5 wides. And then Zohib came on. He just floats this right up there and gets the wicket off the captain, Shidal Joy. But I think he played his part. He came out there. He played the positive cricket, assertive cricket. He wanted to get runs in the power play, and he gave them a good start. I mean, 25, he went just before the end of that power play, but then he brought out Divyesh Kumar. Kumar, as I said before, I've seen him play some beautiful shots, just hasn't had the luck, hasn't gone on to make a big score, but you can see from that innings from him there why he is such an important player. He played some beautiful shots. And that was the end of Rocky. Rocky went, stumped by Zohib Malik, 25 of 18. And that was a good comeback from Malik, because the ball before that was smashed for a big 6. And then really it was all about keeping that man Kumar on strike as he blasted the ball to all parts of the ground. He dealt in 6s, only hit 5 6s, no 4s in his innings, on his way to 39 of 17. But he played shots all around the ground, and that's what was so impressive about that knock. That was impressive as well. Zohib Malik making a very important stop, saved 2 runs there. And we've seen how close these games have been so far. Well, this one comes out wrong from Dinesh Patel. but no damage done. But yeah, going back to that, the fielding is so important. And if it's a couple of runs that this match is decided by, that stop from Zoeb and that catch from Prajapati, and then we saw also a stunning catch right towards the end of the innings from Tariq Shah, which was absolutely superb. There you go, that Shah taking a really good catch. So Sukumaran, he had to depart, and then we saw the big man Sebastian come in to the end and gets a single off the last ball that he faces, which you just have a look at the scorecard here, which comes up. So 104 for 4 is the score. So they do manage to go one more than what Malta did yesterday. But that's encouraging for the run rates here today. As we have a look at the key contributors there, Rocky Dinesh, 25 of 18, batted very well, continues to perform. And well, he needs to, because again, this is another side, the Warriors, where they're very reliant really on that top 4. And nice to see that Tashil Joy was able to make some contribution. But Divyesh Kumar, great bit of batting from him. As we have a look at the bowlers, 2 wickets for Jitish Patel, the captain, 2 for 19, 2 also for Zoe Malik, 2 for 23. They were your wicket takers. But I like the spell of bowling there from Mahmood Ali as well. Certainly gets a good bounce. We're certainly getting the ball to swing around big here today. A little bit surprised that Tariq Shah didn't come back to have another. He bowled a nice tidy over. It was over number 6, but wasn't called upon again in the innings. So match 13, funny things happened in match 13. Well, we had a few funny things happening out there when, well, the scorers and the umpires were trying to sort out how many balls to go in the over, etc. Well, that's what happens in match number 13, or maybe we're going to have a crazy finish to it as well. So the Masida Warriors have got the runs on the board. They've gone past 100, and not too many teams have done that in this series. So the American University of Malta, to get these, they're going to have to be at their best, but they have got batters who are starting to perform now. Prajapati, he was in the runs yesterday, and so was Dashit Padanka, the tank. So they've got what it takes, but can they apply it? Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in around 10 minutes time when we come back for the conclusion of this match. Which way will it go? Will the Warriors be victorious, or will AUM get the valuable runs that they need? Remember, they're playing the last few matches that they've got to play now in the group stages. They need all the points they can get. Join us in 10 minutes time. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground as these two teams, the American University of Malta and the Warriors, continue with their battle. It was a good knock from the Warriors, and particularly thanks to Rocky Dinesh and Divyesh Kumar. And they get to a score of plus 100, 104 it will be, so 1 on 5 to target for AUM. And well, we do know that American University of Malta have certainly got some talented batters in this type of batting. Has been an issue for them at the moment. So yesterday they only just got to the blaster score of 72 with 5 balls to go, but then when they were batting first themselves, they only got to a score of 86. So though they've had a batter, whether it be Prajapati or whether it's been the tank that have managed to get to runs, the other batters just haven't been able to put any partnerships together with them, and that's been the issue. And let's see if they can come good here. Remember, it's very, very important that they get a good day in here. They're playing the last of their group matches here, so they really do need to get the points on the board. And we get ready to go as the umpires Andy Nowdy and Stefan Gooch ready to start off the proceedings. Here comes the first delivery, and it's been nicely played. And it's nice for me to see this man back, and Ajin Soman. He really did impress me with his bowling when I saw him first up. Yeah, nice to see him with the new ball as well. To get a good bit of pace, good carry through as well, and I think that a few people were talking about the rates are they a little bit lower because of this new pitch. Well, certainly this pitch will be helping the likes of Soman. A bit more this time will be called. Prajapati and Patanka are the two openers. It was nice to see the different approach also from Davjit Patanka yesterday. He was a little bit more fluent with his stroke play. He was a bit more assertive. He didn't want to hang around. Played, batted positively. He was unlucky not to get his 50. Oh, this is quick fiery delivery. And wide called. So another wide, just going a little bit too wide again. But, certainly got a bit of pace. It's the right. I mean, I think the batter's got the right idea. Prajapati, you go after this, you get any bat on this, it's going to sail away to the boundary. He's made a slight change to his third man, moved him wider. So it looks like he's going to continue with this line of attack. Oh, well, not out. And the wicketkeeper, behave yourself behind there. Rocky saying, why not? Rocky's probably saying he didn't play a shot, must be out. Well, the ball's got to be looking to hit the stumps as well, Rocky. There's this one. I mean, it's a good change of approach, but I don't think that ball's going to hit the stumps. And look also where it pitches. It's going outside the line of leg stuck. And Rocky's saying, hey, buddy, why is that not out? Look at Saman. Saman, he knows why it's not out. Here he comes again. This time, Prajapati gets it. Nice bit of bat on this. Plays it out on the offside. He'll get his first run. The score moves on to 4. Both batters off the mark and 2 wides in the over. That's Ajin Saman. Now goes back to bowling to the tank. That's it, Patanka. Yeah, 49. He made yesterday 21 deliveries. Play of a match performance in that victory against the Blasters. And he need to be at his best because he scored the 49 of the 75 runs. This is played out, and Fielder's got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of ground to cover. As the big man, Sebastian. He covers it well, gets the throw in. Well, maybe he's not the quickest out there, but he's certainly got a good throw. Here comes the throw. The batters are well in there. And that bit of work now had to be done by the umpires to prepare the stumps. So yeah, but that's been the story really with AUM. I mean, they rely predominantly on a batter to get them the scores. They haven't been able to get a partnership going. In other words, they haven't been able to do what the Warriors did in this one with Rocky Dinesh and also Divyesh Kumar, both scoring runs, getting healthy partnerships together. They need to do that here if they're to get to the 105 that they require in this match. Saman, and once more. It's well bowled, but well played as well. A bit fuller this time goes for the delivery, was attacking the stumps. That's it. Just has a look around once more at this field. Let's have a quick look at this field. They've got the square leg back on the boundary and third man. So that's the field in the power play. But I'm liking it's almost like a V of players that come from the man at backward point towards the bowler, and then it goes back out again to, where's the man on 45? But he's been pushed back now and the square legs come in. Maybe he wants to try a bouncer here. No. Whatever he tries is not a good delivery. Strays this down the leg side. It's going to be another wide. So 3 wides in the over. So yeah, fine leg now going back. And the man at square comes back into the circle. So fine leg and third man on the batter that are back would suggest he may want to fire in a short delivery. I'm thinking about it, but he doesn't. Finishes the over. Well, gets the dive in to stop the ball. It'll be 7 from the first. And also a reminder, this is where we are with the golden ball count. 108 matches now without a golden ball. And the last golden ball was something that was quite incredible. It happened in the Dream 11, the European Cricket Championships, and it was an incredible match between France and Belgium. France were the team that ended up losing it, but they thought that the loss meant that they would be eliminated from the group, and that it would be Malta that would go through, but it wasn't to be, because they took the match to the golden ball. It was Malta that lost out by a fraction when it came to the net run rate. France progressed, and it was Malta that departed. And talking about departed, this is out. This is a superb take from Rocky. Well, is it Superman? No, it's not. It's Rocky who takes a really good catch. This is sensational. This is such a good catch. I mean, this ball is flying. So Tom Thomas gets a wicket of his first delivery. It's wide, it's out there. Well, look, he's leaping in the air. And Rocky, well, he delivers the sucker punch as Prajapati has to depart. What a great catch that is. Oh, that is brilliant and fantastically captured by our partner, Spring Production. And Prajapati says, why me? Why me? You have to say, Prajapati, when he has fallen, he's fallen to some great bit of fielding. Either it's been fielders taking excellent catches, and on this occasion, it's a wicketkeeper, Rocky. What a catch that is. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, let's see it again. Why not? Beautifully done. And a really, really good moment there from Rocky. A good moment also from Tom Thomas as well. He was absolutely delighted. The new batter comes in, and it's Ali. Goes to cut. Similar sort of length from Tom Thomas. Yeah, what a wonderful highlight that is this morning. And a lot of people enjoying that catch on the chat. And once again, good morning to the chat. Let's see it again. Oh yeah, this is just fantastic. It's so great. I mean, Vinny will appreciate that, and I'm sure he's seen it wherever he is around the ground at the moment and will be talking about it. It's all about anticipation from the wicketkeeper as well. And this is a cracking shot as well. Well, talking of shots, I hope Diana Owens has got a shot of it as well. Beautifully done. This time, it doesn't get the bounce. It allows the batter, Mahbub Ali, to get himself into position, and he plays it beautifully all along the deck. 4 runs. Thank you very much. Ali off and running. Also was the first boundary of the innings. This time takes the single. So we'll get Rashid Patanka on strike. So Tom Thomas goes back to his mark. Not a bad over so far, even with that boundary. Only 5 from it. 2 more balls to finish it off. Upish chance. Oh, does this carry or not to Sebastian? My guess is it does just carry. It's not an easy one when the ball's dipping like that. Sebastian walking in, not able to take it. Just have a look there. Well, maybe I'm being a little bit unkind to him. Maybe it doesn't quite carry. But it's half a chance, and when it's an opportunity to get somebody like Patanka out, you've got to take him. because you know he can really hurt you. This one going for the gap again, but well fielded. Just a single. And that will be the end of the second over. So going away, going quite nicely. But evenly poised, I'll tell you how evenly poised it is. I mean, we saw the first 2 overs when the Warriors were out there, scores were 6 and then 13. And here in this one, the scores are 7 and 14. So you can see the difference. It's very little. And you can see the reason those the standings look the way they were, that flashed up on your screen there, is that because these are the sort of matches that we've seen, very close matches. We've seen teams sharing the contests that they've been having, one apiece. And I really do feel that net run rate is going to be so key in this Group A, as the captain, Shijil Joy, sets his field as he gets ready to come on to bowl. He bowled very well yesterday. He was a very clever bowler, getting the ball to move around, swing around, moves it both ways, and gets a good Yorker in as well. In comes Joy with his first delivery. Starts with a full toss, which has been muscled away onto the leg side. Not a good delivery. And you can't bowl badly to either one of these 2 batters, that's for sure. You bowl on these sort of deliveries, either one of them is going to punish you. And that's Mahbub Ali saying, thank you very much, I'll take that. And brings up his second boundary. So we've seen him play a superb stroke through the covers. And now that one plays that away down to the leg side boundary. Joy, the captain, can he get this right? Better delivery in the air, chance, huge moment. Taken, no mistake, so he does hit the bad ball to the boundary. But it is the captain, Shijil Joy, that comes back and takes the wicket. And it's a big wicket as well of Mahbub Ali. He'll go for 10. And just like that, the balance now really does swing in the favour of the Warriors, because now you're really just talking about just one batter who's left out there, who's been making any contribution at all in the score. And you can see the frustration there of Rashid Patanka as he sees Ali departing. And good comeback from the captain as well with the ball. Shijil Joy, you know that his first one wasn't a good one, it's a loosener. And then he gets this one outside the off. You know that Mahbub Ali is going to have a go. He's not one to hang around. And as soon as Mahbub hits that, he knows he's in trouble. Divyesh Kumar, he's having a good day, isn't he? He's the man that takes the catch to remove the dangerous Mahbub. Once again, just moving his troops around. I do like the field that he has out here on the offside, you know. I do like it. Just having a look. I mean, I want this in a moment. Let's see this delivery. Oh, it's another Gandhi ball, and this one should go to the boundary. It will. Yeah, he lets himself down. Well, it's been full toss, boundary, wicket, and full toss again. Yeah, this field, don't think he's going to change for this ball. 2 men on the leg side. That's what he has. We've seen the 6-3 field, but this is 2 and 7. Only 2 men on the leg side, so he's backing himself to get the ball outside the off. So he's got that offside really packed out, particularly in that backward point area. He lets himself down with the delivery. In he comes again. Goes to the short one to Zohir Malik. It's not taken cleanly by Rocky this time. 2 men that are out. It's long off, who's pretty straight, and then the man at extra cover. So those 2 men outside, then, like I say, 5 men inside the circle on the offside and 2 on the leg side. Up in the air, it's going to go safe. Nobody back there, and may go to the boundary. It does. And Joy Matani is the man giving that some chase. But there's enough on this. Fortune favours the brave. And that's what Zohir Malik will be saying to himself as he finds the edge of his bat, the top edge. Goes flying up in the air, but drops in safety. And the ball also rolling over the boundary line for 4 runs. So it's been an interesting over this from Shijil Joy. I don't think he's really stuck to a plan. He's tried to do too much. in this one over. He's tried the short ball, he's tried the Yorker, he's tried the in-swinger. Hasn't really got any consistency going. This one's into the body, gets worked away by Zoheb. It keeps the scoreboard ticking. Yesterday, I mentioned that Zoheb had a mixed day. It's nice to see him score some runs for his side. But he was also the man that was attacked by the batting side, the Blasters, particularly by their captain Matani, as the Blasters levelled the series 1 apiece with them yesterday. And you can see there the tank, he's not taking any chances. The only thing with this is I still do believe that he's far better when he's playing his normal attacking role. I mean, he's trying to be a little bit cautious, because he knows the wickets that have gone down mean that this partnership perhaps now between the two men out there is the important one. 28 for 2. So in terms of runs, they're still just ahead of where the Warriors were. 28 to 25 at the moment. But the big thing is that they've lost that wicket extra. But very much in the balance this match. But I still think that the Patanka, he needs to play a little bit more aggressively. 11 is the required rate, as it's going to be Sukumaran who's going to come on to bowl. Round the wicket, hit up in the air, and he'll get it all the way. Nice hit. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una 6. Eso es una cita. 6 carreras. And nice, clean, swift hit this from Zoheb Malik. Not trying to hit it too hard, but what he does, he gets it aerial. That's been his issue sometimes. He's hit the ball well, but he's hit it flat, allowing fielders to take the opportunity. Not this time. Good start from him. But this time he plays this powerfully out of the off. Wants the throw to come back quickly to him. See if he can get Zoheb run out, but Zoheb goes early, gets there early. Safe run. Now this is going to be interesting. Round the wicket to the tank. I mean, if he gets it wrong, if it's short or if it's down the legs, this will be just flicked away. Let's have a look. Good delivery. York length. The only thing here that the umpire will need to keep an eye on is just how often the bowler is running in front of him. Just see here, when this ball is bowled, he's no right to be there. He shouldn't be running in front of the umpire. And I get the feeling that Stefan Gooch might just have a quiet word with him and say, hey son, don't mind you coming around the wicket, but you don't want to be running in front of me. And once again, he's right there. Two to come. You see the signal between the two umpires there. See again here, as soon as he releases his ball, look where he goes. Nah, that's naughty. Can't be doing that. No run. Nice field positioning. Once again, this field is working. It's changes slightly depending on who's bowling here. So with the Sukumaran, because he's coming around the wicket, I think more to do with anything else. There's that chance that the ball could go more on the leg side. So he's just got a bit more extra cover there. Also to the tank who's batting. And he launches into this. This is huge. This is absolutely massive. Biz away, supersonic hit, and that one almost ends up in the tennis courts. Oh, what a cracking shot this is. What a pickup. Just launches into it. You can see he's just waiting for the ball to be in the right slot. It's there, and he just picks it up beautifully, smashes it away. That's a big hit. That's a lovely shot. 6 runs. That's a good way to end the over. So just to keeping them where they want to be. That over from Sukumaran goes for 13. The score moves on to 41 for 2. Great. Just under the 11 here now. These two batters. probably realising how important this partnership is between them. Zohar Malik is on 16, and that's the first boundary hit by Darshit Batanka. He now goes to 10 of 10 deliveries, so very much a slow start from him, but maybe he's decided now that he can't be continuing down with that pace. He's got to play a few shots as well. Can't be relying just on Zohar Malik to hit the big shots. Swing and a miss. A nice start from Suman. So they go with Ajin Suman to bowl this, the 5th over. The teams and players will take drinks after this one, so this is an important one. Try and get a breakthrough here, a wicket here, have the drinks interval, and then hope that the curse of the drinks interval strikes and they get another wicket straight afterwards. We'll put Warriors in a good position. Slower delivery, a good slow delivery, no run, as it's a wild throw from the fielder, but he's in a very important position. Is our man there? Mid wicket inside the circle. So more swinging and missing, a bit more zip, a bit more pace in this one. And Malik is not able to get it away. It's good bowling, because basically what Saman is sensing is that Zohar Malik will and can hit straight. I think the bowler here is requesting that he wants to change his shoes because he's slipping around, which is a bit odd because he has already bowled 1 over, and I think that may be what's happening. Maybe that he is going to have a change of shoes. Well, maybe it's at this point that the umpires may decide, well, okay, we'll just take a drinks break here now. It's a bit of a weird request, I have to say. He's already bowled 1 over, and then he decides he wants to change his shoes. So maybe that is what's going to happen. Well, it allows us to have a little bit of chat and welcome Mr. Maximo back into our comedy position here.
Well, maybe he had a call on his shoe phone and he had to get it. You never know. It's been a very memorable moment of 2022. Hey, It's good to be back. It got me thinking, the whole shoe thing, the shoe phone thing. Yeah. Why don't you let us know in the chat, what are some of your memorable moments of 2022? It can be something significant or not so significant, just something memorable. So for me, I mean, we're going back a while now to the ECL in Cardiff at the start of the year, but the shoe phone celebration and followed by the bat phone from Chris Williams.
Good stuff, huh?
Yeah, Wahid Abdul and Chris Williams, that went a bit viral. So let us know, let's take a trip down memory lane maybe over the next few overs or so. Let us know some of your memorable moments. Yeah, any spring to mind.
There's so many.
There's just so many. I mean, stuff that we've probably forgotten, but then sometimes someone else will say them and it'll jog your memory. So
many big moments, but it has been an amazing season, really. And look, while we leave that up there, but of course you can get in touch with us a number of ways, and Mr. Maximo and myself as well. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody that sends us so many messages through, so many more, which is, of course, there's no way we can respond to all of them, but this is our platform.
I've been working on them. I go 3 at a time sometimes. It's quite intimidating when I see hundreds. So I sometimes go, look, 3 at a time. Yeah. And for people that have asked for shout outs, especially during ECC, I try to maybe record them a little video saying thank you. But it's a lot to get through. Thanks for your patience. Yeah. And send us through on social media your memorable moments as well. This is an uppercut, and it's almost held. I mean, this would have been remarkable. In the end, no good deed goes unpunished. Might have a broken finger, and he now has to collect it from the other side of the rope. 4 runs. Anthony, great effort. 10 points of effort. Unfortunately, 4 points to the result go to the batting team.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're going to bowl it out there, then Zohar Malik is going to have a go at it. I mean, that would have been something sensational. We would have been talking about that for a long time, talking about memorable moments. Well, that would have been one here. Hey, listen, you want a memorable moment? I'll give you mine. No, you're going to say the same as me. Yeah. I know it. We think alike. Is that golden ball here?
Okay.
Last year, when not the golden ball, but the 2 runs that led to the golden ball.
The one I was actually going to say was your broken laptop last week. That's pretty That's true. But actually, you know, Malta, that was 2021, but I'll allow that one. That was last day of the season. It was a crazy last day of the season. I think it was 3rd of December last year, where we had balls getting kicked over the boundary accidentally when people were slipping. We had beamers accidentally getting hit for 6.
Gone. And he gets the wicket, gets a breakthrough. I think he's chopped on here, Zahid Malik. But this was quick. This is a quick delivery. So he changes his shoes. He gets a better tread. And then he gets the wicket. So Malik may have hit him for 4 runs earlier, but this time he cut straight onto the stumps. Not a good shot, really, when Malik looks back at this. I think his footwork was all over the place. He didn't really know what he was doing here. I mean, that's not wide enough to cut. And look at the reaction from Dashit Patanka at the other end. It says it all. And he knows that that's a huge, huge loss, because now you're getting to a point where you're thinking, right, who's going to be able to provide any sort of support now to Dashit? Well, one man who will try his best is the captain, and Jitesh Patel is the man who comes out again. Just have a look at the reaction of the tank there. Oh, yeah, he's looking up to the heavens and saying, oh, no, not another one that's leaving me out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big bottom edge, actually, onto the stumps, wasn't it? But he might find an ally here in Jit Patel when it comes to the crease. They're clever, because we know the drinks break always brings a wicket. So with this shoe incident, whether it was a broken shoe or some sort of issue with the shoe, and they take the drinks early, it means he gets another crack at the batter after drinks, and it works. So needing 60 now, needing 10s. AUM, if they lose this one, then it could be trouble. Looks like they've got 16 and a half minutes. I don't know if that's been adjusted for the drinks break yet to bowl 4 overs. So to get a move on, Patanka just pushes and we'll get 1 here. So Jit Patel, again, he's just a floater. He can go anywhere in the order from 1 to 10, really. But he's very, very capable with the bat. He's a leader. So this is from Neil. He sent through a memorable moment. He says his was the enormous enthusiasm of the fans, particularly Maya and her flag, and Chloe and her golden 6 inflatable. I love the golden 6. They cheered their side. Were magnanimous to all. That's true. They weren't. They were very fair and sporting to all the teams, appreciating the spectacle.
Oh, he's running into trouble. Where is he going? Jit Patel. I mean, look, that is crazy. That is absolute crazy. There's no run here. And Joe Matai says, thank you very much. Joe Matai is a very tidy bowler, clever bowler. And look, there's never a run here. Don't know what you're thinking here. That's poor. And I think Jitesh Patel here, just if we stay on this at one point, I think he realises, he turns around and says, probably to the tag, okay, yeah, my bad. But look, forget that. Try and finish the job.
I'm not. Well, you're lip reading. I don't know about that. I think he hasn't realised it yet, in my opinion. But there's never a run here. Look,
no,
straight
never.
back at the bowler. And Patanka says, all right, I'm with you. And then he says, well, hold on. I don't want to pull rank, but it's going to be me that's out. I think even if he goes straight away there, Patanka, he is fried. And so an unnecessary one. AUM, this tournament just continues to frustrate them. The team's had a very good season domestically, but they're struggling in this ECS. 46 for 4. Kantala comes to the crease now.
And he's running into trouble as well. Oh, if this hits, he would have been out, you know. If this hits, he would have been out. It would have been another batter run out in the first ball, like the captain was Jit Patel. Just have a look at this. He's not running very quickly. He's hesitant. He's waiting to see what the tank does. He's a long way out of his crease there. In fact, you look at that. If the throw had gone to the bowler, I think the bowler could have just run him out himself.
Yeah, maybe. Patanka, it's all on him now, doesn't it?
Goes to the big shot. Hasn't got it right. Big moment. Oh, he has got it right. Well, for a moment, I thought the fielder was in with the catch here. I thought this was going straight to Shizul Joy, the captain. And just like that, the ball seemed to have just... somebody pressed the button and it got a bit of turbo power in it and goes over him. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a more powerful shot than we realised, I think. The tank, he's feeling the pressure, but he's responding. Responds with a 6. Well, this would have been close as well. It's almost chances every ball at the moment. It's a helter-skelter kind of innings. AUM have passed 50 and they've got to keep moving quickly, otherwise this game could get away. This time he was going to be safely home, but Kantala, can he be an ally for Dashit Patanka in this chase?
Tight to feel this himself, and does. So no run. Didn't really look like that Patanka was looking to go anyway. He wants to stay on strike. So that's the end of the over. It's a tardy over.
It's over to a ball now. We just haven't seen these kinds of chases pulled off for the most part. You need someone to really fire. I mean, Patanka, 17 off 13, needs to up his game. Again, the wasteful one of Chip Patel, who I think sometimes you come out there, you've got a lot of energy, and I think it's just one of those things. He has a rush of blood, wants to run, it's not quite there. He's not really acclimatised to the conditions. He's not comfortable at the crease as yet. And so, pretty good over from Matai. They need a big over here, don't they? It's going to be Sukumaran to bowl from Cedar.
Swings the bat, but doesn't want to take the single. So I think it's getting to a point here as we have a look at the rate here. The rate is about 2.5.
He probably spores a wide here. Look, yeah, that would have been a wide, I reckon, right off the end of the bat. Just nothing rolling. AUM's way.
Well, this time it is a wide. I just get the feeling here, looking at the body language here for the tank, really, that he's decided, right, it's all or nothing, and it's now.
Yeah, I think he has to, because he can't let this game drift any further.
Oh, this has been walloped, and it could work out in his favour. That goes all the way. Balle, Ginasona. Shaka. This is what he has to do. And he probably has to think, right, okay, I just got to believe that I can stay here and deliver and get my team the victory that they so desperately need.
Yeah, what a shot. Played off for length. Got to get Fuller to him.
This is another. This is even bigger. This is huge. Well, the tank, he wasn't quite firing early on, but now they've given him something extra. They've loaded him up, and now he is delivering. That is big.
That's the biggest hit of the day, maybe the tournament. That was absolutely huge. And I said he has to get full up, but that was still slot. It was slightly fuller, but I'm thinking you got to get block hole. 2 in a row. Can he keep going?
This time he drags this down.
He refuses it.
Doesn't run. He doesn't run.
He says this is all to do with the matchup. He's saying I like Sukumaran, and I'm only going to get 2 more balls at him, so I'm not interested in not facing. That's a super confident move from Patanka. He's got 2 to play with here.
Oh, well, he's playing in the mind of the bowler. Can you imagine what the bowler's thinking? The bowler is thinking, okay, if you're not taking these runs, you're basically saying that you're going to smack me for boundaries.
Yeah.
So he's thinking, well, I'll show you. So he's a bit pumped up as well.
Hit this for a boundary because he can't reach it. He's going shorter for short to Patanka, and yeah, just force him to play a different shot. This time he will take it, and I think this is all about
big strike.
Yeah, setting up the next over, but it does mean Kantala has 1 more ball off Sukumaran to face. So very interesting chase taking place at the moment. And we know that this over, they needed a big one. They've got 14 off it. Made that 15, I think, with that. So yeah, they've got what they need and a couple of extra, but Kantala might as well have a swing at this. Yeah, and Patanka's not going anywhere. He is an absolute rock. So he wasn't interested in the single. He's taking the responsibility. So it takes us to the end of the over. The score 69 for 4. They need 35 off the last 3 overs. This is what's coming up, and it'll be a crucial match no matter what the outcome of this one is. As Seb and Joseph comes into the lineup for MC Warriors, and they've won the toss again. They'll be batting first again. So can they put the same kind of runs on the board? AUM will have to chase. This will be the last match that American University of Malta play in the group series. And then they'll have a nervous wait, I think, regardless, to see if they do qualify for the quarterfinals, as they have the day off tomorrow. Join us for that match. It's coming up around about 20 minutes at 11:45 local time, which is 3:15.
Oh, this is valuable runs. Shizzle Joy, the captain, comes back on. He didn't have the best of first overs. He went for 14, and the problem was he couldn't get his line right. He sprayed it around, and look, he starts with this on 5 wides. The wicketkeeper, Rocky Dinesh, not able to stop it. That is massive at this moment of time. All of a sudden, you look at that equation and you think, you know what? With the tag still in there, it's more than doable. It's around 10 and over, more than doable.
It's a ball that jumps a little bit on Rocky, so because he's blinded, just doesn't pick up that extra bounce, and it does him. Big runs.
And this is big runs as well. It would have been another wide, but this is just being clipped away. There's going to be 4 more. And that's 9 of just 1 ball. So you see already in this over, if, practically got the runs that they need. And now he's got 5 balls to not go crazy, not go mental. I think the key here would be still be aggressive, still play your shots, but if it's a good ball, don't get your wicket out on it. You don't have to. You're giving yourself a cushion.
He wants to dominate the strike, doesn't he?
Oh, and that's what I'm talking about. Oh, he's absolutely frustrated with himself. That's a huge wicket. That's a huge comeback from Shidul Joy. He does the same thing that he did in his first over. He wasn't bowling well. He was being hit, but he gets the prize wicket, and he does the same thing here as well. But not only did he get the wicket off Manoob Ali, who's a big, big player, now he's got the second one, the second big one, and is the one that could win him this match.
Yeah, it was a huge moment in the game. The tank, he is so frustrated. I think he actually bangs himself on the helmet, which kind of shows you exactly how much it means to him. He felt that he was the player keeping his team in the game, and he was. But he leaves his team with plenty to do. They need 26 off 16. We'll have Tariq Shah come into the crease. He's no slouch, but yeah, you just know that if the Warriors do hold on in this defence, that is a big, big moment. The other thing here, just look at that timer. We got 6 minutes 50, and they've still got a bowl. What's that, about over and 4 balls? So yeah, watch out for that. It's Shidul Joy.
Could be 2 and 2. Does it carry? No, just dropped short. The batters think about 2. They don't take it, so that's a win-win situation for the Warriors. Just 1 run.
That's a good pick-up because he takes it clean. There's absolutely no chance of a second. So who's going to pick up the pieces here? They're pretty much right on the rate, but they've lost 5 wickets now. 2 fresh batters at the crease.
Kuntala tries to make room for himself. Maybe ends up playing at 1. That probably would have been a wide. Asking the question, and looks like they're going to go upstairs here again. The fielder is pretty excited about it. Let's have a look here.
I'm not so sure he has the ball here. Nah.
I don't think he has it. And the reaction from Rocky tells me that he doesn't. Look at the glove hits the middle stump here, I think.
I don't think that the ball never actually goes into the glove. Look, hits it there. I don't think it's direct.
Yeah, the only thing I want to look at is the way that the leg stump goes. It goes backwards.
That's true.
It goes backwards. So is that a direct hit with the ball?
Well, is it? I mean, yeah, it might be.
Because look at the leg stump. It goes backwards. If that's a direct hit and the ball is doing it, that's out. Have a look. Oh, that stump is going backwards.
It's very hard. Yeah, it is. But, I mean, has the glove hit the stump first? It's a really, really interesting one.
All I know is that the keeper's not celebrating. If it's a direct hit, surely you'd be saying, yeah, that's out.
I think it might be out. The keeper doesn't realise it. Honestly. But you're exactly right. The stump is knocked back first before he actually hits the stumps. I have a feeling this might be out, you know. The more I see it, the more I think, yeah, my issue was when I saw it live, the ball never goes in the gloves bit. I think, yeah, I think that's out. Honestly, I do.
Just watch here. Watch that right glove. Where's the ball here now? Yeah, I think that's a direct hit.
Yeah,
direct
but
hit.
They've given it not out. They had doubt.
Ooh.
They had doubt. Well, I can understand that because we had a bit of doubt as well. My instinct was it was probably out though. But he survives. The white gloves don't help, as Felix says in the chat.
Edge, well, this is out. This is a fantastic take. And Rocky Dinesh says, well, you know what? It doesn't matter about the last one. I'd rather than being clean and not be controversial. Well, this is clean. This is not controversial. This is another sensational catch. He's taken 2 blinders here, but he took 1 when he got Panjapati out, and now this one. This is a great catch. And Tariq Shah, like Panjapati, is going to be unlucky because Rocky is the man who's partying at the moment. And come the moment, come the man. It's Rocky! And he takes another, and isn't he delighted about it? And I tell you what, the captain, Shidul Joy, is pretty happy as well because with that wicket going and the way this over has gone and with that wicket of the tank, it looks like the Masita Warriors are going to do one over the American University of Malta.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Yeah, a bit of instant kind of the universe realigning, because I think probably the more we looked at that, the more we thought he's probably run out the ball before. But I tell you what, Rocky will be very, very happy it was given not out, because he would have never have taken that absolute blind and next ball. Patel, the new batter.
Just gets played out and still, oh, look at them. They're fired up now, are the Warriors. Well, they are the Warriors, and they're fighting. They're fighting hard. And it looks like those efforts are going to be rewarded with a victory here. End of the over.
You know,
what a good over
that was close
was.
as well. Look at this, because he has to go around him. I don't even know if they really appeal here, but look, he's still out there. Oh, he's probably just
gets that bat down, doesn't he? Only just
probably the
again.
right thing that's not out, because he did have to run a long way around the bowler. But having said that, I mean, that's just summing up for AUM if that was out as well. So, I mean, it looks in touch, but it seems unlikely, doesn't it? Having a look at that, though, I mean, I know we had the review, so maybe there's some time to be added onto that clock. But as it stands, 3 minutes to add on. And, yeah, so you need 2 a ball. Well, we could have another run out here, you know.
We will. And they're just falling all over the place at the moment here, AUM. And it's a little bit like the other day. I think it was day 2 when I was saying I've never seen so many run-outs. And it's just going to be another one of those days. And good pick up there and throw from Tony Lewis straight into the one bounce to the bowler. No mistakes there. So another batter has to depart. He doesn't even look at his partner. He doesn't want to know. He just wants to get out of there. So Mitchell Patel, he will go for one of the one delivery that he faces.
Yeah, this is just a disastrous result for AUM if they get in this winning position and then kind of mess it up. Tank had them right where they needed to be. It's a bit wide though. So new batter out there is Mohit Panchal, who's at the non-strikers end. And this is a case of Kantala basically saying, well, I don't want to run myself out. I've been here a bit longer, even though he hasn't faced too many balls. He feels like he's the man that can get them close, but doesn't have too much time.
This is straight to the fielder, who puts down an absolute dolly to Saman. And you can't believe it.
Well, that is a proper soda, isn't it really? And so we said that Kantala's the man that might take them forward. I mean, maybe he's got the golden touch, because I can't believe that wasn't caught. And now Panchal doesn't have the answers. He blocks out a ball, can't even work it for one. So, yeah, trouble for AUM. So close yet so far. Got to hustle through this. Well, there's the minutes gone onto the clock now, so they might be all right. I saw that minute was meant to be added on. I think that was to do with the fact that the review last over took a little bit longer than usual.
The review or that the wicket they just got, remember?
Oh yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it might have been the wicket, because it
7 down, up in the air this time. He can't get it again. Slightly harder. I think he does get hands to it. This will be out, so it's another run out, and it's time now for, I think that's punch out to go. So when they're running into trouble. When they're running, it's going to be out. Let's have a look at the catch chance first.
Well, they forced them to make a throw, which I don't mind, but geez, it was a bullet of a throw. You see, picked up and absolutely horned in by Sukumaran. And Panchal, we didn't have a chance, really, of even getting close. So, well, when you need a hero, sometimes you can find them in some interesting places. And it's Gaurav Joshi. He's a player that's entertained me all week. He's coming out. And still 21. I think maybe after that there's 20 required, because they do get one for that. 85 for 8. But, I mean, that was a rocket arm from Sukumaran. Straight back to the keeper, Rocky Dinesh. There's no doubt about this one.
Yeah, Panchal. Another batter doesn't score, another duck.
Yeah, I should get one for that, right? Because they took one on the drop catch. Was coming back for the second, so we'll get a 1, but won't get too much more, as it'll be the end of the over. It's 85 for 8. And so, needing a magical finish, it'll be Kantala to try and win the game for his team. I think they've snuck in for time after all of those factors are kind of incorporated. Have a look at the backdrop here. It's a beautiful place, Malta. I do recommend you visit. And now we've got the last over coming up. And they're saying, oh, I thought it was 1 plus.
Yeah, it would just be a single. So, but singles is not what they need. And this is the annoying thing, you know, when you look back at the ball earlier where Pancho just blocked it, didn't try to get a run. I mean, what, I don't know how many they'll end up short at the end of this, but look, you're going into the last over, you're needing just 20 runs. You've got to be in the game, but when you're not hitting the boundaries, this one, it could be another one. They're asking the question, and I think maybe Joshi just manages to get back in time.
Yeah, well, look here. Wow, it does well to get back, doesn't it?
Yeah, nicely done by Joshi.
Yeah, I mean, that run out of the drop catch, I'm sure they got 1 run and come back for the second, right? Unless it was a 1 short, which I didn't notice because there hasn't been a run credited for that.
Joshi looking to be the aggressor, looking to get plenty of bat on the ball, but unfortunately just not able to. Look, you know, you can't, any of these lower order batters now, you can't be pointing fingers at them. And goes for this one, and he will get home, so just gets a single, but of course, singles are not going to help them at all. It's going to be another victory for the Bacida Warriors, but again, more importantly, a defeat for the University. This one just be easily fielded back by Tony Lewis. And really, I tell you what, and, I know that the party in Gozo was big yesterday. They're probably recovering with a few hangovers today. They got day off today. I tell you what, though, this result means that party will just carry on in Gozo because looks like AUM may not be able to catch them.
Yeah, it looks like it. So, look, just got a bit of information because this has run a little bit over time with all the delays we had. That will be starting 10 minutes behind the original, I suppose the already advised, updated time. So we'll be starting in around about 20 minutes, 11:55 local. That's 3:25 p.m. in India, 3:55 p.m. in Bangladesh. But right now, AUM, what becomes, pretty much going to say it, becomes a must-win, I think, for them. Otherwise, they leave their fate in the hands of others. And to be honest, if they don't win this game, AUM, I don't see them qualifying. There's plenty more cricket still to play. But how about that? It was Rocky 1, then Rocky 2. Wait for the sequel later. I think it might have even been better. But he was flying, and so are the Warriors. They get a very important win here in match 13.
Yeah, Prajapati he was in disbelief. He didn't know what to do. And I think in the end, it was the tank that said to him, hey, you're out, you better go. Sometimes that's the way that it goes. And nobody was able to get going. And Prajapati, he went for 1 of 2. And then we saw that Munib Ali, he didn't hang around too much longer after hitting 2 big shots. He went as well. But the tank, a lot depended on him as always. And he tried to do his best for his side. He started playing some really big hits. But he kept on losing partners all the way through. There's so many times you're going to see the disappointing look on his face when a batter comes and goes and just not able to get any partnership going. And this was the victory that the Bacida Warriors were really looking for. That's a great delivery. That was the end of Zohir Malik. And Malik was looking dangerous, and you can see there once again the tank looking up into the skies thinking, come on, somebody please stay there with me. Jiddish Patel, maybe he was going to be the man, but then he decided he was going to run himself out. That was crazy. Never a run there. There was a few words shared between the two batters. Myself and Vinny had different thoughts on what those words could have been. But it was Rocky, the man who was in with the dismissal once more. I tell you what, if you've got him down as your wicketkeeper in the fantasy dashboard, well, you're earning some points right now because he's doing some marvellous stuff. We saw him involved in that great catch from Prajapati. We saw him involved in a few run-outs as well. And, well, this was when the tank had decided, you know what, leave it to me. He was doing a little bit of what Gaurav Matani did yesterday. Not running. No, I'm not running. I'm just hitting big. I'm not running. I'm just hitting big. This helped them big time. This is the big moment for me in this over. Sijal Joy starts with 5 wide. Then he gets smacked for 4 runs. That was 9 off just 1 ball. And at that point, they needed 10 and over around 30. And getting himself out here, well, that was big. That was really big. That was naughty. That's when he could have really decided, look, I've got those 9 off just 1 ball. I can be a little bit carefree. And I was just in the process of saying, any good delivery, anything that's up there, just leave it be. and he goes and gets bowled. And that, well, there you go. There was the Rocky number 2, the sequel, and a really good catch. I still think the first one was better. He's flying through the air. It was a great catch, but still, look, he produced and performed beautifully for his side. The running, though, went shocking from AUM. I just think they didn't have a plan. They didn't really know what they were trying to do. Batters were coming in and just swinging at nothing. This is another run out. What a throw. Yeah. This was from Sukumaran right over the stumps, and another take there from Rocky.
Yeah, having a really, really good day in the field, I think, to see the Warriors. And look, it's hard, to criticise the running all the time. I mean, sometimes they're just being aggressive like that, going back for the 2 at that stage. You kind of have to, but some were wasteful, weren't they? And you look at the run out of Jit Patel, he just got a bit of a rush of blood. The tank, well, it's a long uphill climb, and I just wonder whether they might just change their order slightly. But looking ahead to the next game, AUM, they just have 2 wins now in 7 matches after that. And see the Warriors are 2 points clear of them now with 3 wins. So, yeah, let's just see how it goes. Like I said, a slight delay to the next game. It's starting about 15 minutes from now, just because we had a few things run away from us, like broken shoes and things like that. But when it comes down to it, let's have a look at what happened in this chase. And you can see 88 for 8. And, yeah, all the 8s, not really what they were looking for. Patanka needed more, 34 off 20. And, got them so close. Malik stuck around for 20. Mabubali with 10. No one else reaching double figures. And in the end, the frustrating tournament continues for the American University of Malta.
Yeah, very much so. Not the scorecard that they needed to see despite the efforts of Patanka. I think Mabubali, it's been a bit of a disappointment, him getting himself the way he did, and then Zoheb as well. If we look at the bowling figures, well done to all the bowlers. I think are the most expensive there, which is a joy. He did have issues with his line, but hey, he's also picked up 3 wickets. 2 of those were the very, very important ones off Ali and also the tank. But all the other bowlers, they chipped in nicely. And once again, it was nice to see that one of my favourites, a bowler that I really like the bowling of, Joy Mataya, bowling very well. He's 2 overs. Didn't get any wickets, but look, the economy rate's brilliant. Just 12 runs conceded. He bowled really well. Sukumaran was a little bit expensive. No wickets for 28, but all in all, a top performance. And Ajin Suman, I think he just continues to impress me every time he comes out. And, well, imagine what he could be like if he has the right threads on his feet. He could be very lethal. So we have a look at that match summary. It's a good victory from the Warriors. They'll be upbeat and they'll be confident going into the next match between the AUM. AUM themselves, they know that really that their tournament life now depends on this next match. I get the feeling it's not just the case that they have to win, but they have to win big. That one coming up, as you see there, from our official timer, Frederica Constant from Geneva in, well, it's going to be just under 30 minutes time by the time we come off here. So join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we come back to what promises to be a very exciting and yet also a very important match. Match number 14, the American University of Malta desperately need to win that one. Well, join us back in just over 12 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Round. Right out here in the middle, it is beautiful. Couldn't imagine better conditions for cricket as we head into match number 14 here. Group A action continuing. In fact, this is the last group match for the American University of Malta. They're taking on Masita Warriors once again here. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
How you want to call? Heads. Heads is the call. It's tails. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
So it is the Warriors that win the toss again and again. They want to bat first, and you can understand why, because they did put 100 plus on the board in that first game. And for the Warriors, again, it's an important game for them. After this, they just have tomorrow's matches, but they still have an opportunity to score some more points. AUM, they don't have that opportunity. So this becomes crucial for them, I think, just to shore up their position on the table. Let's go over to Rico Full now as we get ready for the start of the second of 4 matches today. And in match 14, I can tell you that the Masita Warriors have won the toss. They're going to have a hit once again. It's over to you. Let's get ready for another fantastic cricket match right here on ECN.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and I'm sure it will be another fantastic match, but I think one team that will want the result to be different is the American University of Malta. You heard the importance from Vinny there of this match for them. I mean, they desperately would have been looking for 2 wins out of 2 here today, and they would have thought that would have given them a bit of safety, but now really I think they're looking to win this one and win it well as well, because again I think net run rate is going to be very important. And then I think they'll be playing the waiting game tomorrow. I say we'll watch how the other matches unfold in the final group day of Group A tomorrow. So everything to play for AUM. The Masita Warriors, I just like what they do. I like the way that they play. I mean, they don't. Not everything goes to plan, but there's always somebody. There's a match winner. A match winner comes along and produces a performance that they need. We saw that with the batting from them, and that was a great knock there from Kuma. And the captain, Shizil Joy, was spot on with the bowling. 89 to 82 in favour of the Warriors. Doesn't really surprise me that that's the way that the bat versus ball wall is going at the moment. It's just having a look at the performances so far. And AUM, they are looking like a side that's been in the wars. Let's see if they come back strong here. And the key thing for me, what they've got to do is they've got to try and pick up these key batters early. You know, you want the likes of Rocky, Dinesh, and also Kuma back in the shed early, and then try to keep that score to around about the 80 mark, and maybe you get a chance, bearing in mind that last match went 104 to 88, a 16-1 victory for the Warriors. So that's the plan here for AUM, and then you're hoping that as well as Patanka, who's been going well, somebody like Munib Ali can come big in this one. And there's a slight change in the opening attack. This is interesting. They're going with Zohib Malik early on. So Malik will be doing the opening. They're not going with the likes of the pace of Munib. Zohib waits. Welcome to the umpires, Tim Wheeler and Andy Nowdy. Tim Wheeler at the bowler's end. There's the first delivery. And it gets played away. It's chases on for the fielder and will get there. So it keeps it to a couple. There's a lot of ground to cover out there for the man on the boundary. But gets there. Looks like that's Kuntala there. Rocky Dinesh gets off the mark with 2. Goes for it, and he's going to get it. This is a good shot. Balle, ginna sona, shakka lag gaya. Eso es una cita, 6 carreras más. Doesn't quite get it clean out the middle, but again, nice shot to be playing in the power play. You know, you got the bulk of the players, well, all the players there on the offside are inside the ring. So you get it right, you're going to get rewards. And this time he rocks back and hits this hard. Well fielded by the man out there. Does well. That's Tariq Shah patrolling the boundary. He's going to have his work cut out, isn't he? Yes, the field now has to change as we go from a right-hander to left-hander, captain Cecil Joy. He wants to stay out there as the opener. Takes his guard, gets ready to go. This one may get called a wide. No, he doesn't get called a wide. Interesting. I wonder how much of this the actual umpire can see as well, because the seems to be right in his way. Just sneaking these in. Joy. He watches that down. I get the feeling that he's going to go for this one. Let's have a look. He reaches for it, but look, this is good bowling. He's just not getting his feet in the right area. That is the end of the over. So it was Rocky Dinesh who scores all the runs, and the captain Joy just plays out the dot balls. He's doing the nada, while there was a little bit of a boom boom and tiki taka there from Dinesh. 9 off the first, and well, that won't disappoint them so much. They know they're looking at a 90 to 100 score. They believe that may be enough. It certainly would have been enough the way that the first match went between these two, where the Warriors were victorious by 16 runs. So end of the first. Another glorious day here in Malta. The weather is absolutely superb. The highs around about 28, 29 degrees again here today. And it is Ali that bowls the second over. So they did change something up. They went for the spin of Zohaib Malik early on. I get the feeling that there's two reasons for that. One is they just think we'll use the surprise element. And secondly, I think try to get one of those overs from Malik out the way early, because when they use him a little bit later in the innings, he tends to go for a few, especially his second over. So they've got one out the way already. Depending on how this over goes, they may even use him up early here. Let's wait and see. Muneeb. This one catches a little, I think maybe a little bit of glove. They decide not to take any run. That's a big swing. Think about it. You see Rocky starts to come, and by the time Cecil Joy reacts, no, it's just top of the arm actually, no glove involved there at all. But no run either. Big wild swing. We saw Joy do some of this in the last match. He swung and missed. He got lucky on a few that ended up just dropping straight in safety. That's those rates again today, and we'll see maybe a slight improvement in them today. But yeah, very low. It's one thing that we've been talking about. Oh, this is unfortunate. This is hit the edge of this off the square as the throw comes in from the fielder, and you can see Ali saying, "What do you want me to do about it?" Have a look at this. Here comes a throw, little back flick. It's the edge and it goes. And you can see the fielder saying, "Hey, yaar, what did you do? Can Maggie got that at the edge? Lucky here." Well, the flick going wrong. Edge. And this one will go all the way to the boundary. And maybe that sort of sums up the sort of luck maybe that AUM have had in this series. Not everything's gone their way. This is a big wild swing from Rocky. Fortune favours the brave. That's what I say. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por the equipo de Warriors. 4 more. And that posture there after that happens from the tank. Rashid Patank, the wicketkeeper, sort of says it all. Upish in the gap. Beautiful shot. Just look at the wrist work in this one. It's all about guiding that ball into the area and all about timing. Well, he had a wild swing at the one before, but this one is just pure class. Look, lovely shot. And says that's where I want it to go, and that's where he puts it. Bit of chat here between the players on the AUM side as we have a look at that table. What you can see there is not looking good for AUM. They have to get a victory here, and at least they go joint. You can say joint at the top or joint with the top teams and 6 points. But of course, the big thing is they would have played out all the matches. If they don't, well, then surely, if they don't get a victory here, it will be curtains for them. They do go with Zohaib Malik to bowl the third. Fights it up there. And once again, he beats Shizul Joy. So that's 4 dots on the spin now that Joy has played out to the spin of Malik. He just can't get anything going with him. And I get the feeling that he himself knows that's not good enough. He's going to have to do something. This one should be called a wide. It's not. That surprises me. And surely that's catching the line as it goes by. But Tim Wheeler, happy that that's fine. This one has been hit pretty well, and it will be a boundary. So, okay, he's played and missed at a few, but he says, well, at least that one gives me 4. It does. But still, that's 4 of 8. A nice hit, just a little bit shorter that time, Zohaib Malik. I mean, what you want to be doing is just floating it right up outside the off stump here, surely to the captain. And, well, it's hit hard outside the off this time. Chase is on. Iba. And काफी कोशिश करती है अपने फील्डर ने Tarak Shah ने, but Jokka lag gaya. Nicely played. Gets plenty of oomph in this one. Plenty of power. And though you see Tarak Shah almost catches up with it, not before the ball makes his way to the boundary. So that's it. What Joy needed. A couple of boundaries on the spin. Now he makes a lot of room for himself as he... Oh, no. That's what you don't need when things are not going your way. You don't need the fielders to let you down. And Mittal Patel, he does let Zohaib down. And this is one of those when you say, oh, no, please don't show it again. I think I'm at a boo-boo. Well, he does, big time. That is not the way to do it. Straight through the hands and no part of the body backing up. 4 more, Zohaib Malik. Last ball, but he's gone for 21 so far, and with that single, that'll be 22 off his spell. So just like that, and Shizul Joy was looking like he was in a spot of bother and eating up a few deliveries. He comes back with 3 boundaries. He is now 13 of 12, and the score at the end of the power play, quite a healthy 32 without loss, as we hear some of the cannons going off. I know that's a feature here in Malta. Some of those cannons going off, and you can hear the sounds echoing around the country. And they normally go at 12 o'clock midday, and that's what the time is now, midday. So there's those cannons blasting away. You can still hear them now in the background as Ati Naudi signals the end of the power play. So good start from the Masida Warriors, and looks like new bowler will be, they're going to stick to more spin, so Tarak Shah going to come on. So Chichesh Patel just holding himself back a little bit. Chance, oh, great effort, loops up in the air, diving forward, and Zohaib Malik just saying unlucky Sat to see this again. Goes up, gets the dive in, gets there, doesn't he? That's what's going to disappoint him. He gets there, but not able to hold on to it. Places his hand onto the leg side. Good stop. And just be single. So, Sanir Jangid. So, Tarak Shah just checking his field. So he's got 3 on the leg side. And well, this is in the area of one of those, but he can't do anything about it. It's too far away from him, and he's been blasted away. Sita! Kidna Sona. Bahut acha shot मारे. Ball short sigi. Puri mari. And Rocky gets another Maximo. And this one looked like it was closer to the field than it actually was there. Abhishek Kuntala. He goes in the same area again, and Gaya, Shaka, Lagya. Say smash is Shaka time here in the middle there at the Marsa International Ground. And I just get the feeling, do you, that maybe AUM, that the shoulders have dropped, and they're feeling that their time in this this series is coming to an end. And this is another one that goes over the infield, but at least this one does get stopped. And that's Mitchell Patel. This time makes no errors. Joy, 14 of 14. He's not going to hang around here. He's still got batters to come. Remember, still got the likes of Kumar as well. And, oh, how does this... Well, he's been given out here. The umpire's taken his time and given this out. So let's have a look at this. I mean, so the ball's definitely hitting the pad, but is it going to hit the stumps? It's going to go over it. Let's have a look at this. Here's the bounce. And, oh, what is... Well, I'm not sure what that's hitting there. What is that hitting? It's certainly bouncing high up. I mean, keep an eye on the air. I mean, that's on the up. But the umpire decided that's going to go on to hit. So, no decision at this point. So, everybody thinking it's not out. And then just as the ball's been picked up, the umpire decides, yeah, actually, that is going to go on to hit. So, LBW, the first wicket does go down. Once again, it is the captain that will go, Shizal Joy. He made 15 in the first. Just the one shy of that this time round. Yeah, I mean, it does clip the top. That's what it hits, the top of the pad. I was wondering what it hits. It is the top of the pad. So, good call that by the umpire. Liking the way that he processed it in his mind first and decides, yeah, okay, that is caught the top of the pad. It's going to hit the stumps. So, the captain from Masida Warriors, Joy, has to depart. And Tarek Shah got the wicket at the end of the fourth over. 46 for 1 as Prajapati comes in. This is going down the leg side. Prajapati thinks, well, isn't that out? And I think you can see there that's Patang there behind the stump saying, nah, that's going down the leg side. So not out. Prajapati into the attack a little bit later than you'd normally expect. Maybe that's the little tactical change here. Use up the slower bowlers early, and maybe now Prajapati and Jitesh Patel are going to get their 4 overs in here now. Prajapati wants a breakthrough. He hasn't had anywhere near the series that I certainly thought he was going to have, and probably 1 or 2 other people that know the player well, including his own teammates. Just hasn't clicked in all departments. Well, this is whacked, and talk about not clicking. Well, this is not about clicking. This is about blasting, and it is Divyesh Kumar that does it. What form he's in. Don't forget he's amazing. 39 of 17 in match 1, which got him the player of the match award in that match number 13 earlier today. And now he starts with an absolute blast. What a hit that is. That was sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of Glab Jambu. What a lovely shot that was. Fantastic shot to watch. Not if you're an AUM player or supporter, of course. In the air, and it goes over backward point. It's going to be 4 more. So 4 more runs here. So Kumar, 6 and 4. He is hungry for more. And, smashed away. Lovely shot. I just like the way look at the way, see how he's holding the bat there. You know, some batters hold it really tight, but he's using his wrist well. He's letting the bats move around to get the angles right. Not just power, it's also placement, it's also timing. And it's also smartness. He's got 10 of 2 balls. He gets a good one. He plays it back. Doesn't have to do anything crazy here. 50 already up. Approaching the halfway point. So once again, they're looking to get to a similar sort of score they were last time. In the last match, at the end of 5 overs, they were 46 for 1. Here, they're ahead of that. Got to the 46th at the end of 4. Oh, this is a big swing. Now, does he get a touch on this? I think he may have done, you know. Let's see this again. The reaction from the bowler and the wicketkeeper suggests this is an opportunity. Let's see. Yeah, I'm certain. Yeah, look at the batter as well. Looks behind. Doesn't quite carry. It dips down to Darshit Patanka. He's not able to keep it in his fingers. And it's another one that escapes the fielding side. So end of the over. The score 57 for 1. Of course, we're in the middle of the first week here of Group A matches here in Malta. Tomorrow we will know which team gets eliminated and which 4 will be back again in week 2 and ready for quarterfinals Friday. After that, after next Saturday when the final will be completed, we make our plans to go to Spain, go back home for me. I'll be out for a couple of weeks, but Vinny and the crew will be there in Barcelona. We're going to have 5 weeks of entertaining cricket, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of those teams in Barcelona. It's going to be fantastic. And then we have our break. We'll be away for about 7 weeks, and we do it all over again. But of course, you can always stay up to date with us with all the latest news. You can follow us by a multitude of ways. The European Cricket, Instagram, Facebook is there as well. And remember, use the website as well, europeancricket.com. All the information on there. So anything that you want to know about the matches and the teams in Barcelona, that'll be all the info will be up there soon as well. So do stay in touch with us. And of course, if you are watching via the YouTube channel, as we always say, if you like what you see, give us the thumbs up. And if you are new, remember to share us with your friends and your family. Let people know about us, and let's keep our family, this European Cricket Network global family, growing all the time. A big shout out to everybody that's on the chat there today. A lot of conversation, good conversation happening. And Keanu and Helix are on there. And like we say, and like the boys always say, just keep it clean, keep it nice, and keep it entertaining. That's all that we ask. And we want you to enjoy yourselves, and we want you to be part of our family as we get ready for the action here. So this is something new. Looks like Gaurav Joshi is going to have a bowl. I don't think we've seen him bowl before. So Joshi just getting his field set. And what's he got here now? So he's got 3 men on the leg side, including long on, long off, pretty straight as well. Extra cover. Nobody on the boundary behind, which shouldn't really need the pace that looks like he's going to be bowling at. Let's see if he gets any success with the ball. Well, gets a good bit of turn. Give him that. This ball, it looks like he's going down the leg side and then hits the deck. Really does spin viciously. Leg by is signalled. So it obviously does catch. Yeah, catches him on the thigh pad. But look at the movement there. Encouraging sign for Joshi. More big spin. So something for the batters to think about. Nivesh Kumar having a swing, but missing. Nice turn. This one is in the hit zone and it's over the fielder. So even though there's not too much pace on this, it's still hit really well by Kumar. Kumar's not there to hang around. He's there to smash it and smash it big. And well, he gets the full swing of the bat on this, and that's what helps this to go all the way over that fielder. Another one that gets past and over Tariq Shah. 6 more. Down the ground. Chance. Pajapati makes no mistake and is a big moment for Joshi, and isn't he happy? He just gets blasted for 6, and then he gets the danger man Kumar out. A nice moment. A nice ECM moment there for Joshi. And we always say that these moments are lovely moments, and it helps the players when they're out there in the middle. Some of their dreams come true. And Joshi, well, look at this. He waits, catch taken. Oh yeah, he's up and about. He's liking his moment. There's the catch Pajapati takes. So that's the end of Kumar. Good wicket to get at this stage. We know he's a dangerous batter. They get him early this time. He goes for 16 of 7 deliveries. So highlight there for Joshi. That's a new batter. Well, he needs to get a bit of a move on here to get himself into the middle there before his 90 seconds Where's that? As we have a chance to see the leap of delight from Joshy once more. Oh yeah, Jagged Patte style gets a wicket. And nice to see he's also had an update in his wardrobe department as well. He's not showing us any flesh today. As this one, wow, is a bit of a moon ball. It gets called as a no ball. And that's not what you need after you take a wicket. It's a Gandhi ball. And yeah, it gets smashed away. It was, the umpire's deciding it wouldn't have dipped in time, and that's 4 runs, 1 for the no ball as well. So that's 5. And this one has to be bowled again. So it's a free hit. So Sukumaran will go for it, no doubt, and he hits it pretty well to the fielder. It won't be out as batters complete the single. No celebrations from anybody in the middle. They all knew, including Joshy. Last ball of his over. Floats another one up there, and this one does dip. Will just be a single. So 13 come off the over, but he does pick up the prize wicket of Divyesh Kumar as well. And the score has also though moved along to 71 for 2. There's still plenty of time to get to that projected score around about, well, it could be anything from 118 to even as much as 130, depending how they go from here. But I think with the Divyesh back, that might just slow down a little, though. We do know that Sasi Kumar can certainly smash the ball pretty hard as well, and he's still got Rocky out there with him. Yeah. I think we will see, surely at some point now, Jidesh Patel get the ball. Or will he go back to Prajapati? Doesn't look like, so it's going to be a man that struggled a little bit with his line, Janjid, earlier. And he bowled some good deliveries, but he bowled also a lot of wide deliveries. Let's see how he gets on this time. He starts with one just a little bit short, which gets worked away. The batters may be thinking to go for 2. They do. A good arm will have him in trouble. The throw is good, it's strong, but too much work to be done there by the tank. So they will get back for 2. Janjid, at least he starts with the ball, wicket to wicket. Gets ready to go again to Rocky Danish, who once again has provided valuable runs for his team. It's, just played out into the off, and a little bit too keen is Sukumaran to get to the other end. Has to get sent back. This time it's an easy single, and Sukumaran will make his way to the other end. He's somebody we've seen can hit the ball well, and he can put in innings together. He made a very fine and very attacking 56 not out of 26 deliveries against the Blasters at the start of day 2, match 5. Let's see if he can get something together here. He swings viciously at this one. Prajapati will do the fielding. So another single taken as Vinny Sandhu comes back into our commentary position here. And it looks like, Vinny, that the Warriors are going to get to that 100+ score again.
Yeah, it was enough last time, wasn't it? You were not able to chase it down. And yeah, it's nice to be back. Big thank you to everyone here who've just offered us a little bit of lunch. I've been taking the opportunity to do that, and also just catch up on a bit of planning. Of course, we've got so much cricket coming your way, not only the rest of this year, but also next year. We plan to bring you 45 weeks of consecutive cricket again. So, yeah, plenty going on behind the scenes. Here's the last ball of the over from Jangid. So Kumar can't catch up with it. So, pretty good over, all things considered. And I think he kind of benefited from bowling with a slightly older ball, Jangid. We saw him swing it all over the place earlier on, but he wasn't really able to get the line right. As we get to the end of the 7th over at 76 for 2, just a reminder, what would be the average run rate today? That is the question. And now in the first game of the day, to give you an idea, it was, I think, 9.5, 9.6, something like that. So yeah, there'll be there'll be different kind of multiple choice options. You choose the one that you think it is. And big thanks to HCL Software again for powering that Crickathon. And it's still going. It's so popular in the ECC. Tanasi yesterday. Congratulations to you winning from India. So you can get involved no matter where you're watching from around the world. Look who's back. It's Gaurav Joshi. This one eats up the infield. And now they're going to come back for a 2. It's never on. But the throw is a bit weak and actually hits Sukumaran on the way back. So never gets to the keeper, Patanka. Rocky was pretty keen. Ran past the stumps and says, you know what? I think we're going for it. And he gets it right in the derriere. I do know that because I was driving through France last week. Pitched up. Is there an edge on this? And there is. He's caught behind. So look who does it again. It is Gaurav Joshi who induces the big stroke out of Sukumaran. A little bit of turn away. And Joshi is fired up. And why not? See here. Above the eye line. Little edge. Patanka is there. Goes to take back to the subs. Says, hold on. There's an edge on that. And the umpire agrees. So nice little mini comeback here. Picks it up. And so nice hands by Patanka behind the stumps. It's the 3rd wicket to fall. 77 for 3. Very nicely done. Good keeping. That's one of those times where you can somehow actually react to a little deflection. And yeah, very nice. Very nice bit of work. Yeah, Joshi, like I said, he was certainly the talk of the town earlier in the week. Now he is letting the ball do the talking. He's got 2 for 14. Nice little contribution from him. Lewis is the new batter. The ball. I think this one's wide though. It's over the line. Joshi is dumbfounded by that, but it certainly was wide. Have a look at this. Tossed up, just keeps drifting out. Half ball outside the line, half ball on the line. I'm going to just push and take the single. So, yeah, I like what Joshi's doing here. Turns the ball away and always kind of drifting away from the right-hander as well. Going back to the chat. Nice to have all the contributions back and forth. Hello to Kitty. Hope you're well. And I hope you have a good day at work. I know it's never that thrilled to go to work, it seems, but we're always supporting you here. Now this is going to be going. It's going, and it is gone. Just Maximo time. And Mehboob Ali did everything he could to set himself, to matrix himself back over the boundary line. But in the end, there's just enough on it. It's a pretty good shot. Goes after a ball that would have been a big wide. But because it's hanging in the air, the batter has time to get over there. Actually takes off from the line, so it would have been 6 even if you touched that. But had enough to get it over the line as Rocky Dinish moves to 44. He's having a very good day here in Malta. It's a little bit shorter and pulled away. So yeah, just having a look at some of the chat. Keanu saying, it was funny, he saw people on Twitter saying the ICC needs to make a European Cup similar to the Asian Cup. And Keanu was saying that we've already got that. We've got the ECC. You are spot on. You keep spreading the word. Wow, this is going nowhere. And well, all these fielders so close to the bat, and none of them could catch it. Let's have a look at how far this falls from the bat. Just basically shuts up shop, stops his shot, and then saying, you catch it, no, you catch it. And then this guy comes from, I don't even know where he started, and he almost makes the catch. Short cover. So I suppose that's well placed by the batter in the end. Lewis, who survives, it's 86 for 3 after 8 overs. And heading for something similar to what we saw. And Kitty saying she'd rather stay at home and watch cricket. Well, what do you do for a job? Kitty, let us know if you're comfortable sharing that. I suppose we are quite lucky with the job that we have here at ECN to be able to watch cricket all day. Rocky Dinish, he'll be on 45 and within reach of a half century. Wow, it's an audacious shot, really. It takes from outside the off stump. He'll want 2 here. He'll have to hustle, and he'll get there. The throw just bounced awkwardly for Patanka. Smart cricket from Rocky. Knows he wants to dominate the strike. Well, I don't see a canoe anywhere, but he certainly brought the paddle. And that's to Tarak Shah's right-hand side, which is his wrong-hand side. Left arm up, hurls it in, but to no avail. Now, decides to cuts late and cuts well, and this will be his 50. Oh, what a good innings that is from Rocky Dinesh. I've been really impressed with him for the Warriors today. I think his wicket-keeping has been top class. And now, I like it that he knows he's getting length a lot of the time from Prajapati. So he says, okay, I'm not going to just be obsessed with blasting you down the ground. I'm going to use the length. I'm going to manoeuvre. And he knows that there's no third man. So, a very good innings. 51 and just 22 balls. So, he's really clicked at the right time. Now he does go straight. It's pitched up and he goes long. He goes strong. Maximo! He forces Prajapati to push a little bit fuller and then he's ready for it. So, he just seems one step ahead at the moment. Rocky goes bang. 1-2 punch from Rocky. And that one went a long way over the boundary. The score continues to climb, and that spells trouble for AUM, who's going to have a pressure-filled chase coming up. Back to the original length this time. He'll get away with this. Wants to, and now we'll get it on the fumble. So Tarak Shah fumbled a ball that had pretty much stopped, and that's frustrating. Still 2 to come in the over. And I don't think they were looking to take this on. I felt that the batters thought it was just too suicidal, but then on the fumble, Rocky said, okay. And AUM just playing catch-up at the moment, and that brings up the 100 as well for the Warriors. Now he tries to ramp instead. He wears it. I have liked the array of shots. He knows, once again, he's going to get length from Prajapati. I think he just tries to hit this too hard. That's a kind of shot. When Corey talks about it, you don't really want to swing the bat. You just want to deflect and let the bat just deflect the ball away. Kiana had a question a little while ago. I'll come back to that in a second. First to last ball of the ninth. Short, it's pulled, it's hooked away really. This will be yet another boundary. And so Dinesh moves into the 60s. What a good contribution this is. It's the end of the ninth over as well. 104 for 3. So fantastic bit of batting. And once again, Prajapati just a little bit too short. He ends up going the journey. 29 come off his 2 overs. And so there are a few questions going on. County's first question a while ago. Will Corey be part of the Barcelona series? The answer is yes. The Barcelona series is essentially broken up into two groups, and they're 2.5 weeks each. So Corey's going to do the first group, the first 2.5 weeks, Group A, involving 8 teams. Rico will be back to finish the year, the second half of the 5 weeks. A little cheeky shoot from the hip throw from Mehboob Ali. This would have been out, but here's a single, and Lewis does his job, just gets out the way. Pankaj Mandal has a question. How many Netherlands players participating in the T20 World Cup right now contributed in the ECN T10 for the Netherlands this year? Yeah, there's a few. I know that Bossavane got pulled up into that squad. Also know players like Nida Manuru in there. We saw him in the ECS earlier this year. There's a lot of players that have been in and around that squad this year, including Ryan Klein, including Clayton Floyd. Musa Ahmed's another one. Aviv Kingler, of course. And probably others I haven't even mentioned yet. And we know, for example, going back a little bit further, Scotty Edwards, the captain, and Max O'Dowd, they played for VOC in the 2019 ECL. Well, this is a really good square drive. Dinesh is on at the moment. This is pitched up, and he's just so well balanced to smack this through the point region. Another 4. AUM, wow, their tournament right now, to me, is in jeopardy. As that takes the score up to 109. Still 3 balls remaining, and the right guy's on strike for the Warriors. Now he goes leg side, and he bangs it, but he hits straight to the fielder. And Zoe Malik does the rest. Even that he hit well. Just happened to pick out the fielder. If it was into a gap, I think for sure it was going for 4 or maybe more. Malik stops the madness, and so Dinesh is going to have to go for 67. But what an innings that was. Oh, Rico's wifey in the chat saying Dinesh for president. Well, nice to see a few new accounts there. Maybe Rico's got a new wife that we're not aware of, and maybe even he's not aware of. But look, Rocky, what a good innings that was. And he'll have to go for 67 off 29. 5 fours, 5 Maximos in there. And he leaves his team in very good shape. 109 for 4, 2 balls remaining. Gets a warm reception. And so he should from his teammates. Mebubali with the consolation wicket. New batter comes out. It's Soman, who will get 1, wants 2. There's nobody home at the keeper's end, so he has to hit him himself. Eventually got some late support, but that's very good running to take 2 on there. And yeah, Keanu also mentioning, Vikramjit Singh and Shiraz Ahmed as well played the ECS, that's true. Baz Delata, he'd be another one who played for VCC. The Prince of Vorberg and more, probably. Last ball coming up in the air, and it's smashed for 6. Wow, Soman wanted to strike back, and then he was prepared to use it. 117, that's the final total for the Warriors. On the charge, but he's well balanced. What a good shot that is from Ajahn Soman. And so the Warriors are going to finish 117 on the board. AUM, they're going to have to chase down 118. And we just haven't seen these kind of scores chased down as yet. Having said that, they do have a fair bit of potential with the bat, but they are going to have to go at this 2 ball from the get-go, and it just didn't happen for them earlier. And potentially, you know, the margin could matter as well. You just wonder if the 4 points they've got at the moment will be enough to take them into the quarterfinals next week, the way that Group A is shaping up. Let's go back to the beginning. And Rocky came out round 1. The bell rang, ding, ding, and he was out. And he really hit the ball well all around the Master International Cricket ground here. I like the way that he was not too one-dimensional. This wasn't a great bit of fielding, was it, from Mitchell Patel? It's a moment that he would want to forget. But you know, along with Shijul Joy, they suppose lived dangerously at times. So it was a good start, good foundation for this innings. You can see that Rocky, with his 5 sixes, he made the ground look small at times. That was when he swept over the fence. And he just picked up the length very quickly. I think that's what he did well in this innings. He seemed to be able to make good choices. And he wasn't too premeditative the way that he batted. Now, this was an interesting one. It did seem pretty adjacent. I think it was climbing. It was the back leg, though. And for me, the height was the only question with that one. I don't think Patanka was particularly enthusiastic. The umpire thought it was gone. And so Shijul Joy, the captain, had to go. Not before he'd made 14, but wasn't really going at a big rate. It was Rocky that was doing the damage as he continued motoring through his innings. Divyesh Kumar came out there, and he's a guy that I think, again, he makes good choices when he bats. I like the way that he typically selects the right stroke. That one was almost a bullseye, bounced off the top of the wall. And you could see he would be removed after Gaurav Joshi was unleashed into the attack. It's a nice catch taken by Prajapati down the ground. He just tossed that one up and lured the batter into the stroke. He wasn't done yet, little edge, and Sajid Sukumaran had to go, well held by Patanka behind the stumps. Joshi, he was certainly a useful contributor. This is one that he thought might be caught, but it got over the fielder. Really had the batter reaching. And they went back to pace, and Prajapati was expensive here in match 14. Again, he wasn't quite sure what length to bowl, I think. As we got late in the piece, we saw Rocky finally go after bringing up his half century. He had a bit more to do. He finished with 67. And you can see the Warriors, great to see that reception, and great to see them back in ECS cricket as well, got to say. And then, how about that for a curtain call from Soman, who said, hey, by the way, I can hit them as well. He only faces 2 balls, but the last ball he faces goes out of the ground. And so they do finish with a very competitive, more than competitive score of 117 for 4. Having a look at the scorecard, dominated by Dinesh at the top of the order, 67 off 29, 5 fours, 5 sixes in there. 14 for Shijul Joy, not at a motoring pace. Kumar looked good for 16 before he was caught on the boundary off Joshi. Sukumaran didn't contribute too much. Now, Soman with a nice highlight, bit of a one-hit wonder. And you wonder if he could have done more if he was there longer. Maybe somewhere they could bat a bit higher. Not the worst bowling performance really as far as the extras went. Just the 1 wide and 1 no ball. You can see pretty much all the bowlers, except for Jungid, in fact, were in double-digit economy, and Jungid not able to manage the second over. 2 for 23. Joshi took a couple of wickets, and Mehboob Ali and Tariq Shah chipping in with 1 each. Zohaib Malik, not the worst either. went for 22, and they decided to open with him here in the second match of the day. So we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll see AUM potentially fighting for their lives in this tournament. 118 they'll need. It'll be an epic chase. I'm sure it'll be an epic finish to this game when we return. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full will be back with me. We'll see you shortly for more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, as we get ready for the chase in the second match of the day. It is match number 14 on the calendar. Group A in full swing. And just a little bit behind schedule due to some technical issues earlier in the day, and then we had a match go slightly over time. But we are doing our best to get back on track, and that's exactly what AUM are trying to do, as they require 118 for victory. And so I think there's a lot of responsibility on that man, Darsha Patanka, the man that we lovingly refer to as the tank. And he did seem to be kind of getting them close to a victory in the previous game, but in the end fell just short. 34 off 20 scored. Just did seem to break out after a bit of a sluggish start. But they don't really have time to have a sluggish start here. Prajapati is his opening partner, Abhishek Prajapati. And I do think these guys are capable of going that tour ball. But you have to say some of their teammates probably aren't. So I do feel like the top order holds the key. This is Arjun Soman. He just whacked the last ball of the first half for 6. He's going to come out and open the bowling. He does bowl with a bit of fire. So AUM, in a sense, they could be playing for their tournament life here in match 14. 118 for victory. Here's the first ball. Yeah, it's a pacey delivery, angled away. Tests the fielder, but he's up to it. Well fielded down there by Tony Lewis. It'll just be a single. Prajapati will face up now. Yeah, but the Msita Warriors, you've got to hand it to them. I think they've been very, very competitive. I mean, AUM, they're a side. Remember when we first had an ECS here in late 2020, they were kind of still emerging. They turned a few heads in that tournament, but they seem to be going from strength to strength, but they've just had a wobble this week. And so, yeah, potentially if they don't win this, they'll have a 2-6 record, and that may not be enough to keep them in the tournament. Also, net run rate could be relevant. This is short, and it's cut away, and this is a nice shot using the pace. And Prajapati, well, he's one guy. I think that he's due for a big one. He looks very, very capable with the bat. We know we've seen him perform before, but this series just seems to be struggling to get any kind of momentum going. Time he goes over the top, doesn't try to keep it down. That's smart batting. And so I'm just a bit carried away with the short stuff, I think. It's better length this time. Just prods it out. So yeah, the 12 and over required. That's what you're aiming at. You don't really want to fall behind. I think that was the issue before with that chase of 105 that was required. They just fell behind, and that was a lot of pressure to try and end well. We even saw a couple of crazy runouts. We saw Patanka eventually dismissed in the 30s. The ball that just beats him for bounce, and he's reaching away from his body. He wants a wide there, but he's not going to get one. Prajapati looks hopefully at the umpire. And you can see that one was well inside the line. Good umpiring by Tim Wheeler. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a sunny Thursday afternoon on the island. Joining me, Rico Full. Welcome back, Rico.
Good to be back. Back into the action. This one's been hit beautifully. It's 4 more. Well, if they're going to get to this score, and if they want to stay alive, they've got to play more shots like this. Got to be up for it. They've got to be positive. And Prajapati, I heard you saying, Vinny, that he's destined a big score. He's destined to score well and get a good game. Maybe this is the one that's going to be it. Remember, he was unlucky. Well, he'll consider himself unlucky. In the last one, he was caught brilliantly by the wicketkeeper.
That was a good catch, wasn't it? Yeah, maybe he's used up his bad luck. Maybe not, though. I don't think that's how the world works all the time. Goes for this, gets enough, and this will be more. This will be 4 runs down the ground. So it turns into a very good start, and they get what they need off the first over, Rico. After 1 over, it is 13 without loss. Yeah, it's much better start, isn't it? We've seen both these openers before. They've just dilly-dallied, done tiki-taka. But here it's positive, is assertive. It's batting you'd expect to see in the power play. All the men are inside the 30-yard circle, so look to hit over the top. So it's a good start. You can see here, 109 matches here now without a gunner ball. Vinny, when is this coming? So it is the Bajiba Blasters that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl. It went off at 117. And I wonder if we'll get above that again. One thing I will say, though, American University of Malta, they're a team that brought us a golden ball last day of the season last year, if you remember, against Massa. As we see the next ball, is the first ball from the captain, Shijul Joy. A little outswinger beats the bat. I'll never forget that golden ball. It was crazy. It also...
It's the lead up to it.
It was the lead up. I don't know how to describe it. They needed 2 to tie for last ball. The ball was missed. For some reason, Johnny G threw the ball back at the bowler who wasn't watching, and they ended up getting 2, but they should have been run out, but the stumps were broken because the wind had blown the bails off. Wow, what a seed this is. I'll pause for a second just to appreciate this.
Absolute peach, yeah. We've got to see this again. What a delivery this is from Shija Joy, who not always got his radar right, but that is a beaut.
Yeah, if you can get Patanka, I think you go a long way to winning this cricket match. Yeah, so the bails were broken because they blew off at some point during the ball, and then Johnny got the ball back and tried to pull the stumps out, but other players had already started pulling stumps out because they'd lost their minds.
You're normally good at pulling these things up from the archives. I reckon you should pull it up. We've got to see that again.
Yeah, I can organise that.
It was just so comical, and it was so many things. I mean, Johnny G throwing the ball back to Harun Mughal, who was doing the bowling. Harun Mughal wasn't looking, so he doesn't see it coming, and everybody's shouting. It's like, like you see at the old theatre. It's behind you, it's behind you. He had no idea. He picks the ball up, and by that time, the damage was done. But like I say, it was the drama at the end where the ball was thrown.
I just remembered something else happened on that ball. So I'm looking at it as we see it, ball pushed away. So, yeah, the batter actually slipped over going for the second as well, if you remember that. That was a crazy, crazy finish to a cricket match. And then the other thing was that there was a technical glitch and our camera cut out during that ball as well. It was like everything happening at once, wasn't it? Absolute madness.
It was nuts. Joy once more. Nicely played. Plenty of power in this shot, and the timing is exquisite as well. So 4 runs. There was no runs until that 5th delivery, and I was thinking, okay, maiden alert. We did see one yesterday, didn't we? But this is such a good shot. I mean, so well timed, and the fielder there, well, maybe he does have an opportunity. But Joy Mathaya not able to get a hand onto that. Nicely played, good timing. So 4, but still a very good over, good response from the captain after the first over went for 13. Can he finish it well though?
Yeah, needs to. Still been a good over. Here is the last ball of the second.
That's a beaut.
It's really good movement, but he's also coupling it with very good control and good direction. So you can see why the Warriors, they're a handful. They're firing with the bat and they're firing with the ball as well. As we get to the end of 2, it's 17 without loss.
Yeah, 17 without loss. The UM need the point. I don't know if you get a chance to have a look at the table. So there you go. You can see the position that they're in at the moment. And you just get the feeling, this being their last match, if they don't get those points, Vinny, I cannot see the Blasters not picking up more points. I cannot see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, the Blasters will play twice this afternoon against Marsa, but then the Blasters will also play Gozo tomorrow. So, I mean, really, anything's possible still. It's been the kind of group where anyone could beat anyone. I just want to say a quick hello to Yuvraj Singh. I see he's popped into the chat. Nice to have you with us, Yuvraj. And hello to everyone in there. Hello to Pankaj. You're saying the Netherlands looking dangerous in cricket circles at the moment.
How come I picked up a wife from somewhere? Oh, another wife.
Yeah, Rico's got a new wife.
What's going on here?
That he didn't know about. And I've lost my wife, so maybe I've lost one, you found one in the chat. But anyway, a lot of people talking about the Netherlands. I think it's great to see, a lot of those guys we have seen ECN doing so well on the world stage.
Funny things happening on this chat.
What have I missed?
What have you done to your wife? I know while you were away, have you just had a conversation and sorted things out now? She's not going to be lurking and following you around?
No, I think my wife might have got blocked. Wasn't me.
I was going to say by you or by somebody else. Short, down the ground, good hit, and it would go all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya, Prajapati. Really am liking what he's doing. Well, maybe he is bringing or finally taking AUM to the party. That's what they need to do because they've missed out several times. This is the opportunity. Maybe they're sensing what they've got to do and the way they've got to play here. It's really hard as well. Back-to-back boundaries. 6 and 4, and he is hungry for more. This is more like it. Prajapati gets into the 20s with this one, hitting it on the up. Powerful stroke. 4 more.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Yeah, he looks on, doesn't he? Yeah, a bit of discussion about Vikram Singh and Virender Sehwag, and talking about Sehwag, who's one of my favourite players actually to watch. And I don't think it's unfair to say that he didn't really move his feet a lot when he batted. And it's a bit like Ijaz Ahmed, who played for Pakistan in a similar kind of period, maybe a little bit before Sehwag. Wait for this, which is a full toss. It's straight at the fielder, so no run. Whistled back in. But I think it's not so much an insult as to saying that maybe foot movement wasn't as important as people always thought. The fact that I think was more important. A lot of players these days, they'll talk more about where their head is, their head position, and how still their head is.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think there's different ways to go about it. And, yeah, for sure, Sehwag was a brilliant player. So to get compared to him at all, I think is a good thing. Anyway, I want to say keep the discussion going in there. Keep an eye on it. I still want to know where Rico's wife's from.
Yes,
where is Rico? Well, I mean, Rico was just having his lunch. You got that kind of a wife, do you? She wants to know where every minute of the day?
Going from you to me. Yeah, I've seen the... This one's going to be a dirty wide. One of the comments is there. Can we get... So it's from Rico's wife saying, can we get to hear a balle, balle, balle? Well, my darling, you hear plenty of balle, balle, balles at home. Why do you want to be hearing one on the comms? But anyway.
Yeah.
Is it better? Fine. Well, I think I did one since then anyway, so you should be happy.
We can go to one of those countries where you can have more than one wife if you want. Anyway, this is miles in the air, and it's going to get over the fielder. Where's it going to pitch? That's the question. It's going to plug. And I think they'll just get a long, high 1 for this. So Patanka, he'll retain the strike on that moon ball. He's saying, why didn't you run 2? He said, because I thought I was going for 6. Let's have a look. Hey, this is the golden ball from last year. They needed 2 to tie. Harun Magal wasn't watching. Then look at this. Down he goes. And then look, Johnny goes to take the stumps, but everyone had started stealing stumps by this point. It was an absolutely crazy finish to a game. And this just did us here. Johnny said, give it to me. And by the time he got back, there was nobody left.
Look at the fielder with the cap on here when Johnny gets there. He starts breaking the stumps, pulling them out of the ground.
And then this was the golden ball. So they still got away with it because the ball didn't escape the infield and they weren't taking any chances. Johnny said, get out of my way. And that took Malta to the final and they ended up winning the final. So what a great... That was final day in 2021.
That was sensational. It really was amazing.
Was
you
crazy.
Can see it was pretty hot, pretty wet then. Well, not any of those issues this time around. As that pitch looks absolutely immaculate. And a few questions. Say, I wonder what Prajapati had to eat during that break. I could tell you, there's no guessing what he's had to eat. He's had some of those aloo prawns, that's for sure. He's been smacking the ball all over the place. He's doing well at the moment, 23 of 10, and he's got the tank with him as well, looking to get going.
It's Ashwin Paul who's going to bowl over number 4. So, I mean, they're not miles behind, just probably a handful behind after the power play, AUM. They still have those 2 key players there. Rocky grabs the helmet, comes up to the stumps to deal with the bowling of Ashwin Paul. Patanka 6 off 8. We know sometimes he can take his time a bit at the start, but can accelerate. Yeah, so if you were asking what that was we were just showing, it was that last game last year, or last day last year, it was the qualifier 2 between AUM and Marsa, and the winner went through to the final. And it went all the way to a golden ball in dramatic circumstances. That was a tournament that was affected by rain a fair bit. I know it was about a month later than we're playing now, and it's making a big difference. We're just seeing clear skies so far here. Push back past the bowler, Ashwin Paul. So it'll just be a single.
Yeah, just keep an eye on this rate at the moment. It's about 12 and a half, so Prajapati just looking to push that one out. There's bowler Ashwin Paul, just keeping the pace of it.
That's well bowled, good location. They got the deep cover out there to clean up this kind of shot. So it's just a single. That's Jibin Sebastian that does the fielding.
Yeah. Nice to see Ashwin out there. First match that he's having, and looking pretty useful at the moment. Prajapati, though, I think he will try and go after him. That's really well bowled. But, didn't deal with it well, though, when it came back to him. Be disappointed that they've got a run from that. The bowler, Paul, should have stopped this. But I think he can sense Prajapati wants to come down the wicket but he's just not giving him the delivery to do it, just keeping him in his crease at the moment.
Wow, not a good ball. It's a thigh-high full toss, and it's going to go for 4. And it's just below the waist, otherwise it could have been a no ball. I think it's a good call, though. Patanka needed to put away. He's a tall guy, right? So, it's borderline, but I can understand how the umpire felt that might have just been dipping below the waist, but doesn't escape the boundary, an important one for AUM.
Yeah, they needed that just to keep themselves on track. And this one is width, and if you give him any width that he can open his shoulders to, it's only going one way, and that is right the way over in there. Well, I think that one's getting some refreshments. Goodbye, Kookaburra. And well, the fielder who goes after it, maybe that Sebastian's going to have a bit of whatever that Kookaburra's having as they both disappear. But that's another good shot. So just like that, just when you thought the Masita Warriors were tightening things up, they get a couple of boundaries in there and finish well. 45 without loss now at the end of 4. So this is just the start that they need. But just keep an eye on that rate. It is still around about that 12 mark.
Yeah, it's a really good escape, if you like, from that over, because there were just 4 singles in, a 4 and a 6. Means they get what they need off that over. And the run rate required remains about that 2 a ball. New bowler is going to be Sajid Sukumaran to bowl over number 5. Short and punched away well. That's very good fielding. Got to say, I've been impressed with Jibin Sebastian out there. Deals with that bounce well. So a bit of gossip. We like a bit of gossip on the chat. Apparently, your new wife is from Papua New Guinea, that when you went to coach the national team, you had a pretty fun time, according to that. And so, well, congratulations in order, Rico.
I was too busy to be having fun.
That would have been a really nice wedding
news
down there. Good weather. Very, very tropical kind of a place, PNG.
Gundy ball this one down the leg side. The bowler gets away with it.
He wasn't too happy, Rocky, saying, hey, I've already made 67 runs. I don't need you working me like this. Down the leg side. You just have a look at Rocky. He's just saying, hey, that's not where you're meant to go.
Yeah, what's the matter?
You're asking for trouble bowling there. And he gets it right. This is in the air. Big moment in the game. They got to hold this. The tank is in jeopardy and he's gone. So Sukumaran tries out the short stuff, and Darsha Patanka has to go for 18. The opening partnership broken at 47. 47 for 1. A very good catch taken in the circle by Tom Thomas.
Pressure situation this, as this goes up in the air. I mean, it's the tank. It's the man you want to remove. He's the one that's been the foundation, really, hasn't he? And Mr. Stability for AUM. He goes, and even though Prajapati is still there looking good, that's a wicket you just don't want to lose. So 18 of the 13 deliveries that he faces. Thomas takes the catch. Now this is the big moment as Manoob Ali comes in. He's got to perform here.
Yeah.
And he's got to bat with just a little bit of responsibility.
That's right. Doesn't have to go from the very first ball here. If he can get in, even take 2-3 balls, just be a bit more selective rather than going after absolutely anything. And that probably is the strategy. Again, you don't want to be too conservative. I can't see that being a problem with Mehboob Ali. Prajapati at the other end's going at 2 a ball, so he's going good guns. Sukumaran. And so, yeah, it's a careful kind of shot, and it might beat the fielder here. Doesn't. Hits him in the shin bone. And does make way to the ball, but does allow 2 because of the way he fields that. If he goes with a hand and pick this up, I don't think they're taking 2, but yeah, does enough.
Yeah, Joy Matea just getting his foot on this. It's always a risky option, could go anywhere. Just Andy Nowdy there, one of the match officials. He's out there with Tim Wheeler, just getting the stumps in the right position as the big figure of Ali looks on. So Sukumaran to continue. Oh, this is huge. This is massive. Well, this is one of the biggest one, and I don't know who's the other side here standing next to us, but I think it can't see through the netting. But he thinks, well, I'm not trying to get my hands on this, and I don't blame you. He thought about it for a moment, but this was a massive hit. Well, that is hit sweet at the middle. That is sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. That has been absolutely thumped.
That is absolutely crunched, wasn't it? That has gone a long, long way over the boundary. Good signs. Can he keep it up, though? Can't be a flash in the pan here. They're past 50 and they passed it in style.
This one played out for a single. That's all it should be, and that's all it will be. Yes, to this Joy does the fielding. So Prajapati needs to continue with his aggressive mode as well. Hits it really well. It should be stopped by the captain. It has been. So Sigil Joy keeps it to 1. That's the end of the 5 overs. So this score, 57. They're more or less where they want to be. I mean, just a couple behind at the moment, but well, it could be a very interesting finish here.
It is.
I'm sensing something. We put the golden ball of last year up there on the old highlights for people to enjoy and watch, and maybe we've started something here.
That would be something quite remarkable if we did have another golden ball involving AUM. But this is just a huge 5 overs for them in this tournament, and if they can win this, it also gives them a bit of momentum, even though it's over a week until they'll play the quarterfinals. But they'll feel, okay, you know, we haven't played well, but we've still gotten here. The thing is, you know, it may or may not be enough. If they lose, then the margin might matter because they could have it. I can't see. Well, there won't be a team that's less than 4 points, right? Because we already know all the teams have 4 points or more. If all the results go their way, they could be tied on 4 points with someone like the Blasters if they were to lose all 4 games. But then it comes down to net run rate. So everything matters here. But I think, look, AUM for me feels like a must-win.
Yeah.
Must win for them. And they've got a lot to do, but they do have 2 players at the crease that are very capable of doing it.
Yeah, they certainly do, and both of them are batting well. Prajapati, we said, apart from on day 1 when we saw him score valuable runs for his side when he scored 30-odd runs. Since then, he hasn't done anything. Here, he's looking the part. He's just been more aggressive, and I think his shot selection has been better. He's been prepared to come down the wicket and hit straight down the ground. And I think with these slightly shorter boundaries, 50-metre boundaries, if you're hitting straight, then if you hit the ball well, you're going to get it. And we know what Manoob Ali can do. I mean, he's a big hitter, but he's just got to be a little bit selective. And, you know, with the tank gone, these two are key. They're vital.
Manoob Ali's come in and he's looked good, hasn't he? And it's just a matter of finding that balance between being aggressive and being too crazy and overdoing it. I think you should get enough balls you can put away when you're these two. You just need to find that kind of 2 boundaries and over to stay ahead of the rate. And so now they're going to go to Joy Mathai, who's going to bowl over number 6. So big 5 overs in this tournament coming up. Otherwise, AUM will have a very, very nervous wait tomorrow to see how it pans out.
Yeah. Hit up over the infield. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good batting. And this is where Prajapati has been much better in this innings. He's played the shots out on the offside. He's got plenty of bat onto it, plenty of meat on the ball. Once again, over the infield, 4 more runs. And you can just see the captain just having to think, changing the field around here. So he's made a big change here. Basically, to see this delivery as this is taken on. Well, this is the man who just moved, and that's the reason the move was there to stop the boundary. So he's got 2 men straight, mid-wicket back, and then he's got an extra 2 men now on the offside. But he doesn't change that field to Manoob, and I think that could be an error. And this could be an error as well. Is it? No, he gets enough on it. He's a big, strong unit, is Manoob Ali. He gets it, and he gets it right. It's another one that goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Brakinna Sona Shakalagya.
What a good shot that is. Again, it's pretty powerful stuff. This one's called a wide, and you can't believe it. I'll say, looked like a tight one. It is, yeah, look. A bit of the ball hit the line, potentially. Now, it's going to be around the corner. I think this will go for 4 as well. So it's AUM coming with a rush. And it's Manoob Ali who is going to produce another 4. It's a little bit short from Mathai. And he sends it behind square for another boundary.
Yeah, nicely played. And Paul gives it chase. He's not going to get there. And just remember that Manoob Ali, 59 of 17 in that win against Gozo. And to chase that 69 in no time. And this is what he did that day, and he's doing the same here. This one has gone into the car park. Well, that's going to cause some damage. I'm telling you that now.
That's not a good situation. It's just gone over the wall.
Absolutely mullered. That is big. This is a Bisway supersonic hit. And just as I was talking about that innings of him the other day, 59-17, he produces another big hit. This is what he did then, and while he's hitting the ball like that, I'll tell you what. I mean,
well, there's just too many cars parked in that area for it not to have hit a car. It would be a miracle.
Yeah, I just want to look. I wonder if you could see the reaction. You see some of the Malta team here. Haroon Mughal, when that flies over there, I mean, he's seen something that we can't see from where we are. I think that has made impact somewhere, you know. Okay. Mataya, once again.
Yeah, now we'll just get off the inside half of the bat. And now look, the ball's been thrown back from over the boundary during the next ball.
Take the glass out of it. There it
just
is.
to the left, there's the old ball, which is now, that's not going to be used anymore because they've already switched it over.
That ball's mashed. They couldn't use it.
So it's
if
not
they
often
wanted
you
to.
see multi-ball mode activated on the European Cricket Network, but it was strange. What if that ball came in and hit the stumps? Anyway, it's the end of the 6. 80 for 1, 38 off 24, 9.5, and they're really for the first time ever in this chase, they're ahead. Still edge of your seat stuff.
Yeah, that over going for 23, so that's the magical over that you needed. The over before that, the Sukumaran went for 12, but he did get the wicket of the tank. So, like I said, this is the partnership.
Plenty of options. You can bowl anyone you like in these last 4 overs. As Ajin Soman is going to come back. And he's probably the quickest bowler, I think, pound for pound. And yeah, let's just see how these batters deal with it. Prajapati dealt with them well before. But Mehbubali, timing is run well. Key partnership. Big game. Yeah. Warriors, again, think about how their tournament's going. If they can win this one, then they go to 4-2, and they're in really good shape. Actually go to the top of the table if they can win this one.
Yeah, massive moment here. I just don't think the field set is right. I would have a backward point on.
Where's he going to bowl it, though? He bangs it in, and it gets banged down to the ground. Maximo! Now, one thing about Soman, you know, he does think he's fast, and so he comes in, he slams it into the surface, hoping for a false shot, but, well, he played that pretty comfortably, about waist height, pulled it, and he pulled it sweetly out of the ground. 6 runs.
Anything at him, anything down the leg, he's going to smash. The ones that are outside the off-dump rising is the ones that you can miscue up into the air. But that's why I think backward point has to be in play.
Slow ball, clever bowling, and he's slipped over.
Oh, no.
I don't know if he's ever getting here, though, Rocky. I mean, he tries to turn on the afterburners, but well, I hope he hasn't actually injured himself. Let's just have a look. I didn't feel it was really catchable. I mean, he may have got there, he may not have, but it fell a long way from him. But he's a bit concerned at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think his hammy goes as he takes off here. If you see that again, we won't see it here. I reckon I think he's done for here. When he starts to go, watch him here.
Yeah.
He doesn't slip. His muscle goes, watch, just there.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a slip. It's his left. If I'm correct, it's his left hamstring.
Well, he's being very brave if he's going to continue.
Well, I think.
Yeah, look, you can see. Now he is giving some signals. I don't know. Is that signal say he's gone? He's a goner?
I was saying, don't bother changing him. He's going to continue.
Oh, wow. That's
he's giving the thumbs up, but I would say his fitness is certainly thumbs down. And don't forget, we'll see the Warriors again tomorrow. They will be playing in the afternoon against Marsa. So, yeah, Rocky, he's definitely strained it. I don't think it's a full-on tear. Otherwise, I don't think he'd be standing up. Anyway, he's going to continue. Let's just have a look at how he's walking. He's walking very slowly. And I'll get 2 here. So, yeah, it's a big moment in the game. I mean, with that potential catch, I still felt if he ran full bore, he probably wasn't getting there. He may have touched it. It would have been a remarkable catch. So it wasn't like it was a simple catch that got messed up because he lost his footing. But yeah, certainly big moment in the game. And now AUM are ahead of where they need to be, but still delicate. Few runs required. Now this is in the air, and it is going to be 6. Maximo! Well, Prajapati takes on the fielder and wins. Again, little moments. They've been going against AUM pretty much this whole tournament. This time he's concerned, isn't he, Prajapati, saying, get up, get up, get over. And it does, just over the captain. Shidul Joy at 6 valuable runs takes AUM closer to an unlikely chase.
Yeah, well, Shidul Joy is not the tallest, and that's just good news for Prajapati, because otherwise it would have been taken the slower ball, but it doesn't quite work.
Really need a wicket now. Prajapati can just be intelligent now. I mean, if you score off every ball, you can't lose. I still think Mehboob is going to keep the pedal to the metal. I think he's going to try and finish it quickly. But, yeah, what a double header of cricket we've had. We've had twos and fros. Teams coming and going, and it does seem AUM now. They'd have to fall over to lose. But will they? Last ball for Soman. Slow ball, and this is edged up onto his grill, but they won't get a run here. Clever bowling. I mean, Soman, they brought him back to get a wicket, but it kind of backfired in the end. They enjoyed the pace. I did like a couple of variations from Soman. See, this is one that, again, we're really thankful for the lid. Even on that slower ball, if he wasn't wearing that, that would have been doing some damage to the face. Anyway, 7 overs down, and the score is 96 for 1. So they still need 22 off the last 3. This game isn't finished, but coming up, we have Malta and the Blasters in the other doubleheader today, matches 15 and 16. So this is scheduled to start in half an hour's time. I believe we should be back on that kind of time frame. And the news from the toss, the Blasters winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Malta, they're 3-1, but their only loss was when they were batting first and got absolutely shocked and rocked by Gozo, who bowled them out for 30 yesterday. And they'll be hoping to avoid a repeat of that. They're going to go for spin. Ashwin Paul. This is pulled away into the gap. Long chase and a bit of fancy footwork. They'll only get 1 here. And really, they should have gotten more than that as Prajapati gets hit by the return. But Mehboob seemed more concerned about getting his gloves on than giving the strike away.
He doesn't want to take the 2. He says, I want to stand, I want to deliver. He's the sort of guy that once he hits a few clean out the middle of his bat, you just don't see how he's going to get out.
He's saying enough's enough. I mean, yeah, these two, I mean, they have a player of the match kind of claim. I would have thought Rocky Dinesh had it sewn up with his 67 in the first innings, but potentially AUM going to hunt this down. Need to break the partnership. The Warriors instead. This one gets launched. It's high. It's close to the boundary, and it's out of here. Maximo. He has been a game changer. Mehboob 39 off 11. He takes it on at wins, brings up the 100 for AUM as well, and they are within sight of this target now.
Yeah, absolutely launched it. There were those people walking in the background there with their, what you call those golfing trolleys or whatever.
Yeah,
be warned, because there's some damage coming your way. That one took a bird out while it was in the air for sure. That went so high. There's a lot of these birds flying around.
Under run a ball. This is hit hard. What a catch. I mean, that was an absolute bullet that was caught by Divyesh Kumar and potentially brings the game back into the zone of possibility. Well, count your fingers there, Divyesh, because that was hit so hard. It would have been 6 and 6 easily. And just look at how clean he hits this. But big moment in the game. The Warriors, they've still got a prayer in this one. So Mehboob goes for 39. It's 103 for 2.
Oh, what an innings, 39 of just 12 balls. This was absolutely mullered. This is going like a rocket. What a catch this is. And once again, though, the only mistake, I suppose, the batter makes, he doesn't go aerial, doesn't get underneath it. That's the sort of way we've seen Prajapati getting out lots of time. The tank is sitting. He's staying in there, saying, I'm staying put here. I'm not coming out until we win this match. I'm not getting off this chair. I know what that's all about. That's superstition.
Where do they keep tanks? Is it a hangar? It's not like, you know how aeroplanes are kept in a hangar? I don't know where tanks are kept, but he's not moving anywhere. Here's Zohaib Malik. Oh, and you know, such a momentum shifter. I have no idea how he caught that. I mean, you got to have, they say have soft hands, but you have to have hands that are pretty hard to actually make sure the ball doesn't burst through your hands. Now, this could be out as well. It's hanging in the air, but it's going to be safe. Malik gets away with one. And they'll just get a single. So Prajapati needs to put his sensible hat on now, doesn't he? Because they don't need to do anything crazy. As long as he's there, you'd imagine they'd get home. But Malik not convincing, but he is off the mark. Probably just takes the 1 here, unless it's a real Gundy ball. Goes back and punches this towards the captain, Chijul Joy. And we'll get to the end of the 8th over. Just feel like there's a twist. And that catch by Divyesh Kumar to remove Mehboob was something special. And it keeps the Warriors alive. This has been a really even game, but it's been a really even week, Rico. I think that's what's made Group A pretty special here in Malta so far.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, just again, looking at the catch. The other thing was, I mean, not only was the ball hit so hard, but he's taken it running, sort of, he's almost side onto it. The ball is in front of him. To get there is one thing, but to take a catch like that, that's quite sensational. It really was. And you can see Helix saying, good catch that one. Oh, yeah, it was something special. And we have seen some special things here. Prajapati, he's looking to get the victory for Esau, but you just get the feeling here. I mean, it's going to be the captain who's going to bowl this one. He bowled very well his first over. He got the ball to do things. So I just think, you know, what is it? They're needing 13 of 12 deliveries. I still get the feeling we could be going into the last over here.
Yeah, look, they've got plenty of batting to come. That's the thing for AUM. So you couldn't imagine them messing this up, but strange what wickets can do. And yeah, they're okay for time. It's 8 minutes to bowl this over, so no problems there. Quick hello to Johnny G. Johnny Grimmer saying greetings to Rico and Vinny from Johnny G in Rome.
Hello, Johnny.
And hi to all the ECN crew. Looking forward to a better game today by Marsa. His mates. Missing all of you guys. Well, they needed you to make a few runs, Johnny, yesterday. There weren't too many to go around.
Johnny would have got a bat. Yeah, it's not often Johnny gets a bat. You would have got a bat yesterday,
I think
Johnny.
Johnny's got one career run. I'm going to look it up because I remember I looked it up last year. But to go to the statistics, certainly has a few more dismissals than runs in this form of the game. He's a pretty good batter, right? Actually,
He's a good batter.
Yeah.
He bats well. I mean, longer format.
He has one career run against the Knights in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
That's in 27 matches. And doesn't have an average. He's faced 1 off 3. Okay, here we go. It all happens in the 9th. And Prajapati, now we'll just take one. You kind of got to trust that your partner is good enough to get at least one a ball here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's time for the monkey business of trying to steal the strike because suddenly that runs versus balls can get out of hand. So Malik, for me, just looking at Malik so far, I'd be putting the squeeze on. I'd be bringing up a short mid-wicket, a short cover, just because dot balls is your window back into this game for the Warriors. Don't let him get off strike easily. Schedule Joy, I'd be testing him outside the off stump, hoping he can get a swing and a miss. I wouldn't be bowling too straight because the chances are he'll be able to scramble it away for one, which is exactly what he wants. Sometimes I think as a bowling side, you got to put yourself in the batter's shoes and think, well, what does he want?
Yeah.
And what he wants here is just to get the you-know-what out of the way. He's not really thinking the big shot. So you've got to try and take measures to prevent that. They do bring in a pretty tight cover and a short-ish mid-wicket. 12 off 11 now. Well, he smacks it, and he smacks it really hard. Well, this is a proper shot, really. And that is going to be 6 runs. And, well, I said he wasn't thinking the big shot. Well, I was wrong because he absolutely slams that one. And Rico, he almost cost another laptop there because that was headed our way. Maximo. And well, don't worry about that. Malik, he wasn't thinking one. He was thinking large.
Yeah, the way he came out and he played the first shot, which he doesn't quite get right. He's thinking, no, I'm going to be positive. I'm not going to. And that's the thing they've been, I think, all the way through this innings. AUM. That's been the difference. Look, goes for it again. And this one is going to do it. It goes flying up in the air. 6 was needed. And they do it with 1 shot. So Zoe Malik comes out, hits 2 big 6s. That is the end of the match. And AUM, well, I think what they've shown here, they've given us a lesson. And the lesson is the way to bat in this game is to be positive. If you're not positive, if you don't come out firing, you're not going to win matches. If you come out positive, believe in yourself, you win matches. And you can see Zohib there hits the big 6 and then signals to his captain probably there. There you go, Skip. This one is for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, fortune favours the brave. And here I was thinking he'd take maybe a defensive mindset, just get out of the way and put the set batter back. But one thing they did do in that innings, AUM, is they kept wickets in hand, didn't they? So when they had those kind of tense few moments, they had more recognised batters available. And that, for me, is probably the difference between the chase that we saw just then and the chase a little bit earlier on. So these teams split the points, and that's pretty typical, I think, in this series so far. That has seen all teams challenging each other. And, yeah, the Warriors, they take something out of the morning as well, don't they? The fact they get 2 points from the first game. They put 100+ on the board twice. Once it was enough, once it wasn't. And actually the bigger target was achieved by AUM. And really, that keeps their tournament in much better shape than had they walked away with 0 points from the day here on day 4.
Yeah, it really was. And it was, like I say, a much better start. Prajapati, I think he was great in the power play. He was hitting up and over. This is a lovely shot that was timed. And maybe Matea should have got a hand on that. But still, here we go. Prajapati again. Look, coming down the wicket, hitting over the top. And that's what he needed to do. And he didn't just do it on hitting straight. He did it hitting over covers as well. There were a couple of loose deliveries. And Patanka getting a few full tosses. He wasn't going to mess about with those. That was a delightful hit. Hitting through the ball sent out of the ground and into the clubhouse. We probably had a drinky poo before it came back again. This one, though, was the one that got rid of the ship tanker. He went for 18. Good catch there by Tom Thomas. And then we knew it was a big moment. We knew that the man coming in, Munib Ali, he had to be just a little bit more cautious. He needed to be a little bit more responsible with his batting. And he didn't throw his wicket away early, did he? He smashed it. He smashed it big. Some of the biggest hitting that you'll see. And that, well, you know what? There's some. This one goes into the car park. Look at Haroon Mughals' reactions there. I'm not sure what that ball smashed into. But, oh, he hit it, and he hit it big. The timing and the stroke play was epic. And this one, Prajapati saying, go on, get it over him. And it did, just got it over the captain. And that's the other thing, you know, sometimes you need things to go your way. Little things go your way, you're going to win matches. Other times they don't. And this one was absolutely cream cracker. Do you think that's going for 6? It wasn't. It was a sensational catch that was taken there on the boundary by Kumar. That was absolutely travelling, and you can see there the tank saying, I'm not getting out of here until we win the game. Well, fortunately for him, he didn't have to spend too much time in there, because Zohaib Malik, well, first he hit this one straight down the ground. Well, that was one that came into the commentary position, and then this one finished it off. The big 6 over cow corner. Thank you very much. That's the game done, and they did it comfortably as well in the end. They did it with 9 balls to go, and they, you know, when you think of the troubles that they have, they don't. When you see them playing like that, you have to beg the question: how are they in that situation? Because they are a much better team than what they've shown us.
Yeah, that's true, and that might just be a couple of blows that keeps their tournament alive. Coming up this afternoon, really interested to see how Marsa respond after getting rolled for 30 yesterday. They will be batting first after being inserted by the Bajiba Blasters, and that match is coming up in around about 20 minutes, so we're back on schedule with what it says there, which is 1:45 local. It's 5:15 in India, 5:45 in Bangladesh. So, yeah, Marsa, nice to see Farhan Masi. He's back into their lineup, and he's actually in for the first time in this series, so he's certainly one to watch. Have a look out for him. And for the Blasters, Deepak Singh, he's included in the lineup. He's listed to open, so Ajay Kumar comes in for them as well. So, yeah, those two teams, they're pretty even. Blasters could actually tie Marsa on 3 wins if they can win that first game. They'll play twice, of course, this afternoon in the conclusion of Day 4 action. Looking at the beautiful surrounds here in Malta. And pretty as a picture. This place is like a postcard. And this is a postcard that AUM would gladly be showing their family and friends as they chase down 118. They do it with 9 balls to spare. Prajapati, 44 not out off 22. He was an important contributor, wasn't he, after the tank? Contributed 18. Mehboob Ali was a game changer, 39 off just 12. And how about Zohaib Malik comes out, goes bang, bang. And when we thought he'd just be trying to keep them in the game, he won them the game in 2 lusty blows. All the bowlers copped a bit of punishment, didn't they? The wickets went to Ashwin Paul and Sajith Sukumaran. But the fact that none of them were able to keep the bats quiet meant that this score of 117 was not safe. So we are halfway through the day here in Malta. Join us in around about 15 minutes. We'll return to take you into the afternoon session. The hosts, Marsa, they'll be batting first against the Blasters. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rucco, for with me. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you back shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. It's time for us to jump into the afternoon session, and we are looking forward to this one because the hosts, they are back on the rack this afternoon. And in match 15, we'll see Malta taking on the Bujiba Blasters. Well, these two teams are vying for some positions at the top of the table, I think. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Out in the middle, Stefan Gooch with the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Bujiba the call. Tails is the call. Use tails. Like to ball first. Alright, like us. All the best.
So it is the Bujiba Blasters that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. I don't mind that, and one of the reasons is that Malta, although they've won 3 of their 4 games, their loss was when they were inserted by Gozo yesterday, and they were rock and rolled for just 30, a dramatic collapse. And so Bujiba Blasters, hopefully, from their point of view, they're hoping to kind of see some of those demons return for Malta batting first. But the Blasters, they're 2-2, they're not in bad shape. In fact, they could actually tie Malta on points if they win this game right here. So again, with such an open group, anything can happen. I think every match is important. So, well, I'm going to stay here, Rico, for a little while, and I am going to just cool myself in the afternoon sun here on the beautiful island of Malta. But let's go over to you now. The news in match 15 is that the Bujiba Blasters, they've won the toss and they're going to send in Malta. Let's see how that works out. It's over to you.
Hello, welcome back, cricket lovers, to the beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. Well, Vinny Sandhu, he's getting hot under the collar. And, well, I tell you what, this group is getting pretty hot as well. A good victory there for AUM. Just keeps things alive. And one team that were probably very hot under the collar would have been Malta yesterday when they were blown away in, well, match number 10 against Gozo. Well, having beaten Gozo by 45 runs, 103 to 58. They then only registered 30 all out. It was quite incredible. And Gozo knocked them off with 23 balls to go. That's right, Gozo knocked them off with 23 balls to go. So Malta coming into this match having lost their 100% record. So they are 3-1. Let's see how they can go here. This is what the bat versus ball rule says. That despite that loss, Malta 95 to 82. Favourites to go on to win this one. The umpires have made their way out into the middle. There's Andy Nowdy and Subhash Roy are out there at the start of this match. Why don't we join them as you see that it is the Blasters that have elected to field first. So they're backing themselves to do the chasing. The Blasters, what we saw from them yesterday was again a mixed bag. They've been a bit like the AUM side, I suppose. They lost the first game against AUM. That was thanks to a good bit of batting from Dashita Padanka, but then second time round it was the Blasters that were victorious, and it was their captain Gaurav Mathani that was able to knock off the runs, the 87 that they needed. They got them with well, some good hitting of the last over. It went right the way down to the wire. Remember that over? Needed to just go back to my notes here. They needed 10 of the last. The first 3 balls were dot balls bowled by Zoe Malik, and then it was 6 and 6 to finish the game. This one will start off with a big wide. So interesting choice of the opening bowler here from the Blasters. They're going for Atinder Singh, and gets the first one a little bit too wide. Well, this one is even wider. So Atinder, this is the sort of thing that I saw him do yesterday. So I'm very surprised with Atinder being asked to open up first. But there's been some. They've still got both the Negis in the side. They have Kohad in there as well. And maybe just want to get this one out of the way early, but just swinging too much. He's just falling away when he's bowling. That's the issue here. As soon as he's releasing the ball, he's falling away. He needs to just have a look here. Once he delivers, he's off the pitch straight away. One step and off he goes. I think he just needs to carry on straighter, get a bit of a follow through in. So this is where you want to be saying to him, right, okay, look, one way to try and do it is when you're bowling, try and just imagine that you're going towards that first slip area in your follow through. Let's see if you can get this one right. Better delivery. This is just worked away by Noel Kosler. So the first runs off the bat after 3 wides. We've got the hard-hitting Numan Mahir now on strike. Makes contact, but no run. Mahir yesterday in the earlier match, well, he was in fine form, wasn't he? When he hit 29 with just 9 deliveries. And he and Fayam Mughal were the main contributors in getting the runs on the board for Malta first time round. No, Khosla, they made I suppose that's steady and healthy 29, though it did take him 27 deliveries to do it on, but I think that's the way that he bats. He's out there to bat through, and hopefully the other batters can get the partnerships going with him. This one is just even wider, so it's another wide. He's got to stop running off the pitch straight away. That's the tip that I would give Atinder. When he gets it in the right place, he does get the ball to move around well, but look, he just falls away. And I would be saying to him, look, try to run, follow through. This one's fuller as well, better delivery, gets a fair bit of swing. You see, when he gets in the right place, certainly causes and can cause trouble to the batters. In the air, chance. Taken and nicely done. And well, Narendra Negi is not going to put those ones down. So it's a good wicket to get, really. The bowler, Atinder Singh, he hasn't got it right all the time. But when he does get it up there, you can see he does cause problems. It's in the slot, but the ball moving away. You can see that the batter, Mahir, has no idea where that one's gone. He's searching around for it. But it's a good job for the Blasters that Negi knew exactly where it was. He takes the catch, and they get the hard-hitting Mahir out for 0. So it's going to be a duck. That's what it is. And Mahir will have to go. So yesterday, was not able to repeat that sort of hitting, the hitting power we demonstrated yesterday. So good work from Atinder. It's been a long over. And thing is, though, it's not been an expensive one, all those wides. But only just 5 runs. Can he finish it well? Hit straight in the air. Can it be 2 in 2? It will be 2 in 2. So Atinder Singh has just taken 2 in 2, and he gets Niraj Khanna, who's probably been one of the informed batters for Malta, out first ball. So he's going to go for a duck. We just saw Numan Mahir go for a 4-ball duck. Now Niraj Khanna, he'll go first ball golden duck. So it's a few more of these. Yeah, another one, really good catch taken by our friend out there, Pavan Kalyan. He does good work out there on the boundary. So 2 catches on the boundary, 2 wickets, and Atinder Singh, well, it's an over which had plenty of wides, but he finishes with 2 wickets. As we have a look at the top batters and bowlers, thanks to Ravi and Shahzad, our stats guns, and well, you can see that Atinder Singh's name doesn't even appear on there. And it will from now on, though, because he's taken 2 more wickets. So he's in the same number of wickets as Kohard. And we know that Singh's been good, and Devinder Negi, after his hat-trick yesterday, the hat-trick hero. It's a good start, right on the money from Kohard. So Pajwal Kohard comes on. And just remember how Devinder Singh took his hat-trick yesterday. That hat-trick was taken over 2 overs. So bearing in mind that Atinder Singh, when he comes to bowl his next over, the first ball will be a hat-trick ball. So just leave that out there. I just wonder if they will go to him straight away, or whether they will just change it up slightly. I know that the captain, Gaurav Matani, does have a habit of just changing the bowlers around. So it's going to hard. This is up in the air. I think he's lucky to get away with this. He's going to stop before it goes to the boundary. In comes the throw. A couple of runs taken there by Khosla. Khosla now really has to buckle down and go play the way he normally plays, and leave maybe some of the big extravagant shots to Fayam Mughal, who is yet to face a ball. quite an amazing start. Malta, what's going on with their batting at the moment? As this one, it's a good one for Fahad. As it goes through. So 2 wickets so far. Just to remind you, it was a good catch taken by Narendra Negi to take the wicket of Numan Meher off the bowling of Atinder Singh. And Atinder Singh then removed the dangerous Niraj Khanna first ball. What a good catch that was from Kalyan. Now it's just joining up the dots here from Kohad. 2 runs, 4 balls bowled. Malta 7 for 2. And Snick goal. Oh no! He's put it down. I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. The wicket keeper, the captain Gaurav Mathani, has dropped an absolute sitter. And how does he drop this? Looks like he snatches at it at the last minute. Doesn't get it in the gloves. He thinks he still has it. He's not there. He's dropped it. It's gone. Oh dear. And this one, look, he's saying, is it still there by any chance? No, it's not. Unfortunately, Mathani, it's gone. That could have been another, and that could have been vital, couldn't it? Just remember that. That's the opportunity to get Fine Mughal first ball. And you don't want to give dangerous batters a chance. Have a look at this table. 4 teams now on 6 points. The Blasters, if they get a victory here, could go on 6 points as well. I don't think I've ever seen a table looking quite like this. That's a Gandhi ball. It's not a good start there from Narendra Negi. They've got to believe here, don't they, Blasters? If they can keep it, nice and tight. They can maybe do what Gozo did to Marsa. Negi. Better delivery right up there in the slot hole to take a single. It's always interesting, isn't it, when you see a team, a big team, I say big team, maybe it applies to any team, but I think more so to a big team. When you've had a bad day like Marsa had yesterday, the last game, I mean, it takes a while to get that out of your head. And they'll be thinking, surely lightning can't strike twice. Somebody's got to stand up and perform. Goslar goes for the shot. Trying to loft this, I think, outside the inner ring of fielders. Doesn't quite get it right, but gets a run to himself. Fine Mughal. Lucky to still be there. It was dropped, and it was a sitter, a straightforward catch to the wicket keeper. Mathani put it down. Hit hard, straight to the fielder, who makes the initial stop, not able to keep the ball under control. That's Sunil Janjid. That was Deepak Singh, apologies. Just my screen playing games on me as this one has been blasted out of here. And this is what they need. They need to get out of these shackles. And the one way to do it is to play some positive shots like this. And it's Khosla who backs himself to play this one. It was there though, wasn't it? It was in the slot. It wasn't the best of deliveries there from Negi. And that one does go all the way. And that's the first boundary. And it comes in the form of a 6. Good hit there from Khosla. Waits. There's Negi. Narendra Negi. Comes to bowl the 5th delivery in the over. And it's going to have to be bowled again. Goes for the slower ball. Gets it wrong. And this is the over that Marsa were looking for, just to get themselves moving again. Look at this field. They've still got... we've got the extra man that's gone across on the leg side now, so it's not 3 and 6. Digs this one out. It's quite happy to do that. Narendra Negi getting a bit of support from some of the fielders around. So 4 men on the leg side, mid wicket and long on the boundary. Short. Oh, it's a chance. And it's been put down once again. It's Deepak Singh who's in the action. This has been hit really well. And Deepak Singh is got the headband on. He looks like one of those, somebody that's working in a cafe or a bar in the 60s. He makes a good stop, but not able to take the catch. It's another opportunity that goes down. This time it's Khosla that ends up dropping it. Of course, that ends up being dropped, I should say, on 11. And it's Deepak Singh that puts the catch down. So both batters have had a life there. That one wasn't easy. It's still a chance. 19 the score. 3 overs gone. New bowler to come on. It's going to be Ajay Kumar. Gets the ball. A lot of talk there in the field about what field needs to be set here. Just having a look here now. So field can be spread. So they've gone for mid-wicket. Very wide square. They've got 4 men on the leg side here to Khosla, which is interesting because Khosla isn't naturally a big hitter on the leg side. I mean, he's just happy just to drop the bat on this with everybody deep on the leg side boundary. Nobody inside there at all. It's a strange field to set so early on, so defensive. I mean, they didn't do this the other day. I mean, he's got 4 men on the leg side boundary. Long off, and then everybody else inside the circle on the offside. And the danger with this field is that every time a shot is played out on the offside, it's going to be an opportunity to boundary. Well, that man is popping up all over the place. I don't know where he is. He was up here in front of us in the commentary box a while ago. And now he's doing a bit of fielding out there on the offside. It's a nice shot. He's got to think about this field. I just think, yeah, he's got to bring... Yeah, he does. So Guru Matani now does leave Deepak Singh on the boundary out on the offside. So square leg or behind square comes in. He's still got square leg wicket and long on back. Here comes Kumar, left armour. This time it's just been dabbed and they take the single. Good running, good batting between these two. I think they've made a decision that it's going to be the case of take the singles, play our shots. If we play one good shot, then be looking to just rotate the strike. First time we've seen Ajay Kumar. It's not bowled too badly. Got quite a wide approach. It's nicely bowled. No real pace on the delivery, but he's just relying on using his left arm over action, getting this ball to go in the right place, just creating a few issues with that angle. Of course, what he can't afford to do is drop the ball in short. Here comes once more. And yeah, nicely bowled. Nice tidy. No run. Fine Mughal saying, no, we won't take it on. Sends Khosla back. And this one is not a good delivery. It's in the slot and it will get put away. And that also demonstrates it doesn't matter if you set a field to that. If it's in that slot, it's going to get punished. And this one ends up almost into the archery field, the other side of this ground. The big hit from Khosla, and you can see Khosla hits this and says, you can't be bowling them there to me. And it's not a good finish from Kumar. Before that delivery, it was going pretty well, just at 6. But a big 6 at the end of the over, signal there by the umpire, Tim Wheeler. It means that the score at the end of 4 overs moves on to 31. 31 for 2 wickets. So these two are getting this little partnership together now. Came together with the score on 5. Just clipped away and chases on for the fielder, and he won't get there. So 4 more. Just not good disciplined bowling from the bowlers so far here. I mean, Natinder Singh, we know he had his problems right at the beginning with all those wides, but he did pick up 2 wickets. And just remember, folks, when he comes back on to bowl, that first delivery will be a hat-trick ball. I'm actually quite surprised they have held him back, But like I say, this seems to be the pattern that Matani seems to follow. But Kohar does come back into bowl. That's a much better delivery. It's on the stumps and just gets the defended away. But like I say, these two batters making a conscious effort of rotating the strike. So one hits the boundary, the next ball tends to be a single. Goslar, after hitting a big 6 in the last over, is looking for anything on the legs to go after it. Fine Mughal, good running from him. Calls clearly. And Goslar reacts to it straight away without trying to find the ball. Good running from the two batters, listening and acknowledging each other's calls. Go hard. Continuing well. Only went for a couple of his first over, and then he let himself down with the first ball in this one. But he's back on the money again. As Atinder Singh does the fielding, a man who's can't wait to bowl his next delivery. It will be the hat-trick ball. 5 for 2 is taken so far in his first over. Go hard. Goslar takes him on. Fortunately for him, he doesn't quite get this right. Doesn't get it clean out the middle. Otherwise, Negi, Nendra Negi was there waiting. Short, and once again punished. And you can't be bowling there. And that's probably, I reckon, if you include the 6, I'm going to say easily 14 to 16 runs that have gone in that area. And they've done this the last 4 overs. Everyone that's been in that slot has been put away. So the score moving on nicely here now. That one takes it into the 40s, 43. And the recovery is in place. So remember, at one point, as we welcome back Elisando into the commentary position here, at one point they were in real trouble again for Malta. They had lost 2 wickets for just 7.
Yeah, well, the thing that concerns me is how long do you need to think about your hat-trick ball? I mean, I'd be thinking about that right now. And here we saw a kind of sneaky hat-trick, didn't we, from Devendra Negi yesterday, which we didn't actually realise at the time. He took a wicket off the last ball of his first over and then came back and took consecutive wickets off the first 2 balls of his second over. But yeah, Malta, a bit of a shaky start, but they've kind of navigated the way out of there. I mean, it would be remarkable. I think we saw the table before that if the Blasters won this, all 5 teams would be tied on 6 points. And I suppose what that spells trouble for is AUM, because they are the team that cannot get any more than 6 points now. We know that they finished their group matches. As for Pajiba Blasters and Malta, I mean, they still have the match this afternoon in match 16 as well to score some points, but it's going to go down to the wire. And Gozo, I mean, they're watching, I'm sure, and hello to all the Gozertons if you're watching.
They're still hungover, I reckon.
Well,
you reckon they're still hungover?
I don't know. I think they celebrate responsibly over there on the island. But I mean, they've got a couple of big games against the Blasters tomorrow. So, yeah, plenty to watch for. I mean, yeah, Maitani dropping that one earlier. You just felt that would have just kept the Blasters rolling. So 43 for 2, around the 80s seems to be par here, although that last game kind of blew that theory out of the water with AUM chasing 118 to sweep aside the Warriors, splitting the morning series. Now, speak of the devil, here's Devendra Negi, who took that sneaky hat-trick yesterday. He will be coming on to bowl over number 6.
Yeah, going for Negi. I mean, I think they missed the trick here. I think this is the one that Atinder Singh should be bowling. They've just had drinks. You know, you can get hat-trick straight after hat-tricks. Well, wickets. It could be a hat-trick if it was Atinder. But they're deciding to hold him back. I don't know if that's a good move. I reckon it was a bit of a gamble bowling Atinder, and it sort of paid off because he bowled. I think he must have bowled at least 4 wides in that one, and he only went for 5. So I think there was only 1 run off the bat. Picked up those 2 wickets as well. I suppose in his case, bowling those wides allowed him to pick up those 2 wickets. Not often it works that way. Often it's the other way. The extra balls you end up bowling end up costing you runs.
It's an interesting one. I mean, for me, no balls are a bit more criminal because no balls you can kind of score off already, plus you get an extra ball. Wides by definition you can't hit, right? So you still have to bowl another legal ball. But yeah, you're right. I mean, anytime you're bowling against deliveries, it's not a good situation.
In the air, chance, big moment. It's not easy. Well, Atani, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Pata nahi ki kha ke aaya, putar gaya. Definitely putar gaya. I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't back his fielder at all here. And maybe that Captain Guravatani is saying, well, I dropped one earlier, I'm going to take this one. It's not his catch. This is going straight to a fielder.
This is the thing, and I was always taught growing up that the keeper should take anything he can reach. But since I've gotten a bit wiser, I would add a word to that, and I would add the word comfortably. The keeper should catch anything he can reach comfortably. Maitani, potentially he may have reached that, but it was nothing comfortable about it. And there was a fielder there, I think it was Ajay Kumar, who was just sitting, and it would have landed right on the top of his head. So, yeah, just decision-making a little bit off. It's a tough one as a keeper. You see that ball go up, you know you want to take responsibility. That's not a bad thing from Maitani. But, yeah, he was obviously just a little bit short of where he needed to be. Yeah. A couple of chances going awry.
Maybe you know something we don't know about Kumar. Didn't back his fielder at all to take the catch, did Maitani. And didn't get there himself either. So that is also the end of the over. So the score, I mean, it's a pretty decent over from Devendra Negi. Just 5 runs come of it, but of course he's going to be bitterly disappointed that he hasn't picked up a wicket there. So just look at this partnership. It's continuing to grow, approaching the sort of 50 mark here now. But bear in mind that Khosla, with that chance Maitani not taken, he's been dropped on 11. He was dropped earlier by Deepak Singh, which was a spicy chance, but it still was one that goes down, and Maitani puts in that. And final guy was dropped on 0. He was dropped on 0 by Maitani. And that was a straightforward catch. So that's something that is hurting the Blasters here at the moment. And, still more waiting. Looks like we're going to go with Shiv Singh now.
Yeah, Shiv Singh again. Just been a solid attack from the Blasters. They don't really have too many weak links, I think, in it. Again, showing how much the competition is tightening up here in Malta.
Shot, hits this well, tries to get it in the gap. They're not able to do it, and there he is. He's still waiting, Atinder Singh. Saying, hey, Skip, remember me? Remember me? I bowled the first over.
Well, maybe he's doing a favour. So come back and bowl the 10th. It's easy to queue up and get wickets in the 10th. Pretty much every ball's a chance. So if you really want this hat trick, maybe he's saying, hey, hold on. I want a hat trick. Not often you're on a hat trick. This is just a one. Bring me back at the very, very end when they've got to go for absolutely everything. Probably statistically, it's a smart thing to do. This one hits the line, I think, as it passes the crease.
Yeah, left arm round. And this one, the pads asking the question. I think this has probably been going down the leg side. The wicketkeeper, I don't think there was any interest in it really from Maitani, but I suppose he was too busy chasing the ball. But I think, yeah, this is going on to miss leg stick.
It's a funny one because you can actually see a little bit of the leg stump behind his pad. Actually, that's quite close.
Yeah, I think the umpire's probably gone with the angle.
He's got doubt.
The ball's coming. He's got doubt.
I've got doubt that it was missing as well. And when I looked at that replay, because whenever you can see a little bit of the leg stump, it means it would have to do a lot to miss. But yeah, it's a fair enough decision, I think, in the end.
Yeah, a good decision there from Fahim Mughal to say no to Khosla. Khosla wanted a second look. He starts going. Then he's disappointed that Fahim Mughal sent it back. Look at that throw. And there is no way there was 2 there. And the Khosla, he certainly would have ran Fahim Mughal out there if they'd gone for this. And if Khosla had committed a bit more, he would have been the one out. Shiv Singh, good from him so far. This one's been launched, and I think it's going to go all the way. It does. He gets plenty of power in this. Balle, Kinna Sona. Boom! Shaka. Lag gaya. Eso es una cita. 6 carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. It's just kind of swing into the wheelhouse. I know he likes to go this angle, but I feel like I'd like to see him going across, pushing across. Someone like Mughal, who just loves to go leg side, doesn't he? At the moment, you feel like Shiv Singh's just playing into his hands. So a couple to come.
Drags this one down. It will just be a single. There he is again. He's been doing all of the fielding at the moment.
So, I mean, what can they get to here? They're on the kind of 80s pace. We had some really good cricket matches here, haven't we? Had games that have been in the balance. Anything's possible in Malta. I see Andy Nardi out there. big hello to his son JJ as well. I know that he'll be watching.
Well hit. Take some stopping. Well, that's not one. That's not the way to do it. Well, maybe he's not going to get a chance to bowl. He's had to bowl if he's going to feel like that for his captain. What is he doing here, Tindasee? Got to use your hands.
There's no chance of a broken finger before his next over with fielding like this.
Oh.
And even if he kicks that, I don't know where it's going to go next. I mean, even if he kicks that, it's probably going to be booted miles away. Oh, it was a disaster. 63 for 7. Sorry, 63 for 2 after 7. And believe it or not, 7 teams in ECL 23 will make it through to Championship Week. It is bigger, it is better, it is going to be really intense, to be honest, because we'll have different 5-team group every 3 days through the first 3 weeks. And the 6 group winners will make it through to week 4, which is Championship Week. They'll join Packard Badalona, the champions of ECL 22. I mean, that is just going to be an amazing, amazing time in European cricket. I mean, the ECL's grown from 8 teams when we first started it in 2019 to be 31 now.
Lofted and gone. Good shot. And that's going to be 6 more. It's right in the slot. Afine Mughal is just waiting for that ball to be in the slot. Just look the way he plays this. Waits for it and just gets right underneath. Gets right down on one knee underneath it and gets the carry through to take it over the boundary. 6 more runs. And that's a shot I think he's looking to play time and time again. This partnership just continues to grow.
I just think that someone like Fanya Mughal, he'll take this angle all day. Just coming into him. So straight off the bat, I think.
Yep.
So can't see that being out. But, I mean, you got to be smarter to someone like Mughal. You've got to hunt that tram line or just inside, make him go fetch it. I think if you're getting greedy and trying to hit the stumps, I think you're going to have a bad time, and that's what they're finding out so far.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of the runs that have been scored, I mean, how many runs have been genuinely played out on the offside? How many cut shots have we seen? How many shots through the covers? How many shots down to long off? Not too many. And the reason is because, look, this is where they're targeting. There's another one that's out of here. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya. Once more, it's the wrong length. The wrong length is the wrong line. The batters are now looking to really capitalise on this bowling. The bowler's got to be fuller and they've got to be outside the off. And you can see the captain just doing the double teapot as this one goes through. It's another one really, in all fairness, you have to say it's another one that perhaps was there for the hitting, but no, Kosler going for more power than anything else, loses his shape on it, and he'll be disappointed that he's missed out on this because it was there for the hitting.
Yeah, it was, again, quite leg side conscious, just looking at this innings. And it seems that, around about 80% of the runs on the leg side. It tells you a couple of things. The bowling might have been a bit straight, but also the batters are looking for it, aren't they? So, master. It's been a good recovery, though. No doubt about it. They needed a partnership after they lost a couple of top-order bats for Ducks. And as Kostler goes for 35, he can be pretty happy with his work. Devendra Negi does hit the target. And the score is 76 for 3. Yeah,
Devendra Negi, well done to him. Gets another one. And looking forward to seeing this guy now, Mohammed Suleiman. He's not there to hang around. First ball, he'll be swinging. He'll be swinging to hit it big. There he goes. Well, that's big. Is it? No, it's caught. And nicely done there by Kalyan. Doesn't sound right, this at all. That bat is busted, I'm telling you. That bat is busted. This sounded horrible. And he's given it a fair thump. It goes nowhere. And Kalyan takes the catch. So 2 and 2 here for Devendra Negi.
So we've got something pretty rare. We've got 2 players on hat tricks at the same time.
Yeah.
And Devendra Negi, don't forget, he took one yesterday. So, I mean, this would be something pretty remarkable if Negi could get another one. And, well, we saw something pretty rare as well. I don't think anyone could remember seeing it. You saw at the top of that page, we saw when Germany took 2 hat tricks with different bowlers in the one innings. And, it was Walter Bear and Asad Mahmood who took hat tricks in the same innings in Monday Night Cricket during the ECC. So, right now it's Harun Mughal. He's going to come out.
I think Harun Mughal has only batted once and faced 1 ball. That was yesterday. He was out. Golden Duck caught brilliantly behind by the keeper. So, he's not got too much confidence. Here we go. Hat-trick is on. Devendra Negi. And this is played out towards Deepak Singh. He gets down, makes a stop. They want to go for 2, and they will get there as the throw comes in. I don't think Matani gets this. Doesn't Devinder Singh look like he's part of the part of the dance group for the YMCA or something? He's certainly from that era with the headbang in. Yeah, this doesn't have the ball at all. Matani there.
Yeah, you're right.
Part of the M people, maybe. One of the M people, I reckon.
Maybe. That'll be the end of the over, I think. And so, what's that? 78 for 4. Magal. Haroon Magal, that is, gets off the mark. So, yeah, I mean, it's been pretty unselfish here, Haroon Magal, I think, this week. He hasn't batted the bowl too much himself. Maybe he's just giving opportunities to a few other guys to know what they've got up the tank as we head into the quarterfinals. In Marsa, 3 wins out of 4. So they've been sitting pretty, but they need to make the most out of this double header today, because we know that we'll see Marsa again as we get in the quarterfinals. Also tomorrow against the Warriors. He edges this, I think.
Yeah, there's no appeal from Shiv Singh. He knows just as well that Fayam Mughal gets something on this one. This is good. Also, we like to always say that we're part of one big family. Well, two family members out there in the middle having a bat. Fayam Mughal and Haroon Mughal, the 2 brothers. It is Haroon. Goes on to strike. And, well, how does this miss the stumps? I don't know. Well, the one to Fayam Mughal ended up just catching a bit of the bat. It saves him. This one goes all the way through. I can't believe that's not taking the timber.
Or if there's a 4th stump, that's knocking it out of the ground. And it loses its shape. Again, going that leg side. This time he can do it, and he can do it pretty well. But fielder's got to use his hands. He does.
Yeah. Well done. Well, this is a different fielder from before. That is Suresh Doval, who does well, because the man we thought it was has been removed from that area. Don't know where he is. Where is Atinder gone to? Oh, there he is. I see him now.
Yeah, look, he might actually come back and bowl the 10th. Imagine if he doesn't get to come back, though.
We're going to put up a sign. You've got to have him to bowl. He's on a hat-trick. Well, this is no, it's not going his way. It's going to go back to Doval again, who does really well. Good ground fielding from him. Keeps it to 1.
I think Doval's been a pretty good fielder.
They've just stayed in this, haven't they, the Blasters? I know there was a good comeback from Marsa when they were 7 for 2, but they've just stayed in it. They've just managed to, at one point I thought they were going to get, Marsa were going to get away, but they managed to come back into it again. Lofted. And here he is, Atinder Singh. Yeah, this time he uses his hands and no mistake, gets the throw in straight away. Well done. That's more like it. That's what we like to see. And
just have a look at the options they've got. I mean, they've still got... So Atinder Singh 2 for 5 of his over. Surely he comes back. The other options are Narendra Negi took none for 12 of his over. Jay Kumar took none for 12 of his over.
Gundy ball down the leg side, but doesn't really capitalise on it.
What do you think of the appeal there for the LBW, Rico, off the middle of the bat? Pretty close to the middle of the bat.
The appealing has been quite sensational. They're appealing for everything. End of the over. Right, here we go. End of the over. Who's coming on the ball? Surely it's got to be Atinder. Atinder. Come on, listen to me. He's on a hat-trick. He's got to bowl it. He's on a hat-trick. Nobody's listening. I bet they're going to go with Negi.
I can't believe...
He's on a hat-trick. Atinder Singh is on a hat-trick. Anybody listening?
Hold on. Yeah.
Maybe you're standing
at
more. He
doesn't get another ball. What is going on?
He's on a hat-trick, guys. Oh, my word.
Atinder Singh, I don't know what he's done to the captain, Maithani, but he's going to remain on a hat-trick forever.
I don't believe it.
Unless there's like an injury here, then they can bring it. That's unbelievable. Don't think I've ever seen that.
Okay, so it is going to be Narendra Negi.
Nothing against Narendra Negi, who's a very good bowler, but yeah, a bit stiff.
Well, he totally outfoxes. That's Fayam Mughal with the slower delivery here. Watch this. Talk about being done, hook, line and sinker.
I suppose if they think that he's more of a 10th over bowler, Negi, then they're going to go with him. Well, we know that some of the control issues that Atinder did have early on in this game.
Well, talk about control issues. That's a Gundy ball. And I tell you what, well, Atinder did have control issues. He did bowl. I reckon he bowled 4 wides. But only 1 run came off the bat from him. He only went for 5 runs. That's Gundy. And really, I'm pretty sure Atinder Singh can say, I can bowl better than that.
I mean, he knows he's on a hat-trick, right? Because, I heard the shout go up as I was walking around the ground. Everyone was really excited. And then well, not quite a one-hit wonder, maybe a two-hit wonder. Just kind of disappears off the scene. Maybe he's paying the penalty for that foot fielding attempt.
Hit down the ground, and it's going to be 6. Shaka time here in the final over of the innings. And Malta, they're looking to get close to that 100 or even past the 100 here. Well, they're in the 90s now, 93. And Fire Mughal, this is right in the slot. That's his shot, isn't it? You put it there to him, it's gone, and nobody's stopping it.
When you've been cost a hat-trick opportunity, then you see the guy that replaced you get smashed all around the ground. You're not feeling great about life.
This is swept away. There's going to be 4 more, and they get close to that 100 now. And yeah, I mean, when we try, listen, we can say we tried our bit. Well, I can say I did my bit. I'm jumping up and down, chanting his name, getting him to bowl. The captain didn't listen. Certainly going to have a word with
I think you go one more
Matani.
ball, and then if you're a Tinder, you're trying to throw the ball back hard enough just to injure the bowler so that you can come on and bowl the last ball of the innings.
Yeah, take him off. This is gone the distance as well. Balle, Ginna Zona, Shaka Lagia. This over surely has gone magical. Atinder Singh shouldn't be bowling it. You've hurt your shoulder now, Negi. Say you've done your shoulder, come off. Atinder, you got 1 ball to bowl. How does that work with the scorers? Because it has to go down as an over bowled by
yeah, well, first it's going to go for 26, maximum time.
No.
So this last over is pretty much a worst-case scenario. It goes dot 4, 6, 4, 6, 6, and Master finish with, well, what's bigger than a bang? It's a big bang, really. 109 off their 10 overs. The Blasters need 110. Look, that's very achievable. We saw a chase of even more than that, chased down by AUM. But, yeah, I mean, from a romantic point of view, you'd love to see the guy get a chance to get his hat-trick. And failing that, you think you're doing the unselfish thing and give someone else the 10th over that might be more suited. Well, not really. Narendra gets banged for 26 in the last.
Yeah, that's karma for you, isn't it? That is karma. And listen, while all of that was going on, that last over, Fire Mughal also brought up his 50. He gets 62 not out of 25, so well batted to Fire Mughal. As you saw early on here, it was, well, Numan had no idea where this one went. Numan here, and it's a good catch taken. And that brought a new batter in. And look, this is what we all talked about. This was the first over. Atinder Singh then comes in, 2 in 2. He says, am I going to get him? Yes, you are. There's the catch taken.
I don't know whether they said, well, enjoy that wicket. It'll be your last.
Watch him. Watch him. The celebration. All that celebration. I'm on a hat-trick. The captain is happy there. And he never comes back. The captain's not happy there. He drops that one. It's a dolly. That was Kozler. Kozler went on and he scored 35. And there was another catch that was dropped early.
There's another one coming from Maitani where he goes full cricket zombie. But wait for that. I mean, that was a half chance, I suppose, that had him going to the left. But, yeah, look, through it all, I mean, Fire Mughal, it does show he's got an offside repertoire there. And, well, there was just too many of these balls. I think they're in the wheelhouse for a lot of these Master guys that like to go leg side. Fed into it, and you can see, especially with a bit of length on it, I think that Fire Mughal is pretty comfortable. This is the one. He was searching, he never got there. And it was just an error of judgment because he couldn't get that to that one easily enough. Gloves or not, doesn't matter if you can't touch the ball.
I like the way he went to throw it to the keepers and they thought, oh, I am the keeper. There's nobody there.
But look, yeah, I mean, slight few lapses. I mean, that one in the field, but yeah, the captaincy for me. I think you've got a guy who had the openers on the ropes. You never ring him back, and meanwhile, some of the other bowlers go for plenty. But when it's all said and done, the Blasters, they'll have to bat well, but certainly this 110 target is achievable if they do bat to their potential. Yeah, it is achievable. And but the thing is, I mean, talking about bat to their potential, basically what you're saying is that one man, and that's the captain, Guru Matani, who didn't have the best of shows out there in the middle while he's behind the stumps, drops an easy catch, and also some errors in the selection of his bowlers at times. But he's the one who's been winning matches for him. Every time he scores a 50, well, he brings the 50 up with a winning shot and gets his 50 at the same time. He's done that on 2 occasions. Can he do it again? Well, we know he's a talented player, but surely with this score, when it's right up there, sort of just below the 110 mark, he's going to need some help from somebody else who is going to be able to give that support to him. I'm liking that. It's Fire Mughal that scores the 60, 62 he gets, yet it's his brother, Haroon Mughal,
that is coming back, holding the bat up like he's the one doing all the damage. He only scored 4 deliveries, as you see there on the scorecard. But look, take nothing away from Fire Mangala. He came out there when the team were in all sorts of trouble. They were, once again, 2 wickets down, just 7 runs on the board, and having known what happened to them yesterday when Gozo bowled them out for 30, he was probably thinking, oh no, here we go again. But look, he and Kozler, they weathered the storm. They did have some luck. Look, yesterday, you got to say, in that match against Gozo, they didn't have any luck at all. They had some luck. Kozler was put down twice on 11 and 21. Mughal was dropped on 0, a straightforward one behind the stumps. Catches can win or lose you matches, and that catch, I think, with the Fire Mughal being dropped early on, and also those chances for Kozler could have been the ones that ended up allowing Mars to get into this potentially match-winning score. Well, you can see the mid-match summary there, but of course the huge talking point has to be how a bowler, Tinder Singh, bowls the first over, picks up 2 wickets off his last 2 balls. He's on a hat-trick and he never comes back. As we had a look at that bowling figure, well, Negi, he went for 26 of the last over, one that Atinder should have really been bowling, so he didn't do too well. Pick of the bowlers once more, Devendra Negi picked up 2 for 20. We're leaving you with the mid-match summary, and it is Marsa who come back to form. 109 they posted, so 110 required for victory here for the Bujiba Blasters, and I think a lot of that depends on the form of their captain Gaurav Mantani. Can he go out there and blast another 50 runs and get some support from somebody else from his side? Only one way to find out is to join us back in about 10 minutes time. Rico Full here alongside me is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Malta. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here, and we're coming to you live from the Malta International Cricket Ground. And speaking of Malta, well, Malta were a team that needed to come back with a bang yesterday, having beaten Gozo in match number 1. They lost to Gozo the second time round, and they didn't just lose to them, they were absolutely clubbed by Gozo. Well, Gozo, they were clubbing last night, and they had the day off today. No reason for them to be around, but they're watching what's happening and what's unfolding here with interest, because they're looking to make it into the finals day for the first time in their short club history. But the team that they blasted away yesterday, Marsa, looked to be coming back strong in this one. They were 30 all out in the second match against Gozo. Gozo won that by 9 wickets. But this time round, even though they had a shaky start, a good partnership between Khosla and Fahim Mughal have got them to a score. And maybe some, well, strange decisions with the bowling lineup from the captain, Gaurav Matani, has let them get to 109. So 110 required, and the only way they're going to do that is that man, the captain, Matani, is to get runs on the ball for his team once more. As the openers come out, this is a little bit short and wide from a man that we're looking forward to see. It's somebody that we've seen plenty of times out there, Farhan Masi. He's a good, talented player, and he always finds a way to be in the match, and he starts there. It's slightly wide, that one, but a good bit of pace from him. And he comes once more. He's played away using the pace, but the field has been set perfectly for this one. The man comes around, keeps it just to the 1. So first one's off the bat, and it's Ajay Kumar. We saw him having a bit of a bowl, didn't bowl too badly, and now he's opening the batting. And you got Pavan Kalyan now goes in the strike. The thing about Pavan Kalyan, they're using him as the opener all the time, but I think it's probably because they don't know where else you could bat him. He's just too slow. Not being unkind, but for this format, he's too slow. Hasn't managed to adjust so far. Well, maybe in this match, he's going to prove me wrong. He's had a few innings now. Maybe he can get going. Well, he's happy to just watch this one go by. Gets a fair bit of bounce, doesn't he? That's Masi, so he's certainly extracting some good bounce from this pitch. Look at that. And when that goes past to Niraj Khanna, who takes it neatly and nicely. Oh, that's one beats Kalyan. That's where he's had his issues. Outside the off. And Kalyan just can't get anything on it. Rob Old once more. So behind Masi. Short. Down the leg side once more, and this time the wicketkeeper Raj Kanya wants to give him a bit of a lecture. Probably saying, "Yaar, ki kari janda? Short na kar, main tenne kehna short da maar ball idhar leg te jai jandi hai. Pitch it up, get it outside the off." Very careful here on the European Cricket Network. Got a beautiful sunny afternoon here in Malta, and alongside me, as always, and will be for the remainder of this tour, is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah,
Sandhu.
thanks. It's good to be back, Rico. And yeah, they better bat well. If not, could be a bit ugly here. But we know that this has been a pretty unpredictable day so far, hasn't it? So let's see what the Blasters can come up with. He's done a couple of key players, doesn't it? Kalyan does look a good player, but yeah, he has to get moving. 11 and over, the required rate from the get-go.
Gets a good bit of bat on this. And Fahim Mughal has to get down, stop it. Does. No errors from him. What an important innings he played. And once again, I mean, things happened so quickly towards the end of that last over. He almost missed his half century, so well batted to him. Scored a very fine 62 not out of 25. Very important innings. So this one goes down the leg side. And Vinny, as we suspected, I think yesterday and maybe a couple of matches the day before was a bit of a blip. We are expecting more runs, high runs.
Yeah.
On the day, and we've seen that here today. So the hundreds have been brought up in all the matches. The teams batting first have got to the 100, so it's going to be, I think you were saying you expected it to be around about 8.4.
I think I'm a bit light on at the moment.
I reckon it's, yeah, I think we're looking at about a 9 point something in the day so far. I mean, of course, it all depends how this innings goes, but that's more realistic. And I'm thinking, I really do believe if this is the sort of weather that we're going to have for the remainder of this series, I think we're going to be up to about the 9.9 and maybe even get to the 10.1 mark. That's what I'm thinking.
I can even give you, if you like, give you a live daily run rate here, just to help our viewers maybe. But yeah, it's been a much higher scoring day. I think no doubt about that. Yeah, I think my feeling is we're around in the 9s maybe. Yeah, I don't know if we're quite at 10, but maybe.
Yeah, about on the 9s because we've had 100 every first innings. I mean, that last match, of course, this one's in the air, just out of reach of Kozler. Last match, 117 to 118. This is going to be 4 runs. That's valuable. So once this gets past the inner fielder, Kozler, it's always going to go there. You see Noldus there. He's got his tush to us, and then he disappears, and he can't get anywhere near this. And, well, the misfield, you've got to say, the error is more from the man who's on the boundary, Arslan Arshad. The number of matches without a golden ball, 110. And 110, maybe that's a sign, because 110 is what's required for victory here. And if they don't get to 110, 109 will do it. We could have a golden ball. It could happen, you know, that sort of score. Certainly will be some golden balls before our season comes to an end. I just know it. I just know it and I feel it. And I think when they come, they're going to come quickly. I still also think we've got a century to come from a couple of players, some individual centuries. I know we saw some in the T10 weekend edition, the FanCode T10. This one is
Squeezed,
I think it played into the ground, but well taken nonetheless by. And yeah, just have a look at this. He bangs this into the ground, into the deck, as it's taken one-handedly there by Niraj Kanya.
Yeah, well, before this over, we're at 11.1 for the day. So what I forgot is that chase, that AUM, they actually got in pretty quick time in the end, didn't they? They got in 8.5 overs. So yeah, bit of compensation from yesterday, and this is going to be gone. So Kumar is going to have to go, and that's Mohammed Suleiman, who was a tall man and didn't quite have to jump, but he had to reach, didn't he? So the Blasters lose their first wicket, and the score is 12 for 1.
Yeah, there's the wicket straight away, and it is Sharoon Bashir who bowls his first delivery. It's right on the money, and you can see that's Kumar just feeling that he needs to get after this. And though they should be pretty happy with the way the first over went, 12 from it. I don't think there was a need, because of all the extras, I don't think there was a need to go for this first up from Ajay Kumar, but he fancied it, he went for it, doesn't get it right, he felt that if he gets enough off this, he's going to get it over the infield. You can see he's a fair distance in from the 30-yard circle as well, but he's a tall man, he's got big reach. Suleiman takes the catch, and a nice start there from Bashir, who picks up his first wicket here today. Bashir, we saw him open the bowling yesterday ahead of Fayam Mughal, and he bowled really well. And I just think, again, Marsa just showing their depth here with the ball. I mean, Fayam Mughal, who normally would be opening, is going to be coming on as a first change. Too much swing here from Bashir, though. And Bashir just trying to show his qualities of getting this ball to move both ways. But this one just moves too much. Shout out once more to our match officials, who have all been brilliant here today. And out there at the moment, see that we have got Tim Wheeler standing at the bowler's end.
Yeah, big thank you to the umpires.
And Andy Nowdy is that square.
Yeah, Andy's there.
Swing and a miss, and it's Guru Matani. We know how he bats. Matani is one guy that when he hits straight, I don't think I've seen him hit a ball straight. Anything straight, he's always latched onto it. The issues that he has is a delivery when he's trying to hit over the covers. He slices it up in the air. And we saw him, remember, he was the match winner for Blasters yesterday in that. Quite an incredible last over. As Bashir comes in again. This time, I think he gets one to go the other one. What a good delivery this is. For a moment, this has moved so much after he's gone past the bat. I think he's got an edge on this, because I've seen the movement. Look at the movement here, the late movement. Watch this ball move from there.
Yeah, it's well bowled, for sure. Getting good shape. That's the one we've seen batters have success when they can go over cover to this kind of ball. It was kind of tentative half drive, wasn't it, from Maitani?
Maitani. Wow, this is the wide again. Now, this has been the issue here for
Have
Marsa.
a look at this one go, though. I mean, this really gets halfway down the pitch and just starts to curve out dramatically.
Yeah. 7 wides, though, so we see this again. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both the openers have been swinging it big. Watch this go. I mean, that's a proper boomerang.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 wides
on
off that
target.
score. So 50% of the score is in extras at the moment. Full toss, and he's not going to get any reward from it. He just tries to place this away. He's going to be a little bit disappointed here, Matani. He tries to play this correctly, but hits it straight to the man at point.
This one looked like slipped out. Yeah, I reckon that's waist high. My feeling is it wasn't really dipping.
It was a quick delivery. I think you've got to call those.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion. I think it's a quick
out of the
delivery
hand,
like that.
it looked very high.
It's not dipping, and you can see that the bowler knows it was wrong because he's now drying the palm of his hands.
So lucky to get away from that. Nothing going the Blasters' way so far.
This time, again, no run. So you've got to give credit to Haroon Mughal. He's got the field set perfectly right. And what a good over that is. Just 2 runs from it. Picks up the 1 wicket. The wicket came off the very first ball that he bowled. So it was 12 of the first, and they were right on target. But now, after 2, it's 14 for 1.
Have a look at that. Well, the Blasters, they've fallen off the pace in this chase. But yeah, that could spell trouble for them because if they don't win this one, they will still be behind, and at best they could tie the field if they win the last game of the day. So yeah, they want something to happen and happen pretty quick. The danger man Maitani's at the crease. Just got someone like Negi who can come in and whack them around a bit. But yeah, Master, they'll fancy their chances of defending this now. The thing with all the teams being close in talent and standard this time around is every game's potentially a cliffhanger, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the Blasters need to do something, and quickly. Here we go with over number 3.
Short, and missed out on. And that was one you'd have to say it's a bit of a free hit. But Kalyan, unfortunately, doing what we've seen him do too often than not, is missing out on them. And a delivery like that, you've got to latch away. The fielder making some movements. The bowler, I should say, makes some movements to the field on the leg side. I don't think he needs to. If he's bowling that line, the leg side, as you see here, doesn't come into play. It's all the offside. We've got this 6 and 3 field, just 3 men on the leg side, 1 of them back on the, well, 2 of them back on the boundary, I suppose. Long on and mid wicket are back, so everybody else at the moment inside the ring. And this the last of the power play, and it's Mulrose who's doing the bowling. Slower delivery, nicely bowled.
Yeah, see, that's one that you're pretty much immune from LBW with the length that was. I just thought maybe he can go across and hit that sideways, but yeah, Maitani's just picking his moment, isn't he? But he can't wait too long. He's done a 5 now. The skipper break out.
Once again, it's to the fielder, but this time they do take the run. Both batters had the communication to go straight away. Problem with this is, okay, Maitani, he's played and missed at 1. He's taken the single here, but now he needs Kalyan to do the same. But Kalyan, well, his ratio of runs to balls is not good. So he really works hard to make sure he gets something on this. It's just a single. So basically, what he's saying every time to the captain is, well, either I'm gonna miss it, which puts pressure on him, or I'm gonna get a single, which puts pressure on him. So all the way along, all the pressure here is on Maitani. He's the one who's got to get going here.
Clever bowling though. A lot of slower balls here. There's more regulation. They'll get 1. It'll be the end of the power play. Not the power play the Blasters wanted. Not too much blasting. It's 18 for 1 after 3. I just want to say a quick hello to Peter Handley, who's in the chat. Nice to see you, Peter. Just casting my eye in there. And also, you can see that James Stewart has joined us from Estonia. I hope you are well. And I hope everyone is having a great time out there in TV land. Of course, all of our viewers on FanCode as well in the Indian subcontinent. Right now, have a look at that last over. What a difference that made. I mean, if you, let's say you go for more or less a normal over of 11 in the last, well, then you save yourself 15 runs and you're chasing 95. It feels a lot different, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you have to say, and I'm going to leave this out there, like for like, Marsa, 19 for 3. Blasters, 18 for 1. So,
yeah.
And the split last time went 43 to 66. So 43 came on the first 5 overs, 66 runs in the second. That's when Marsa were out there. So they still win it. As long as the captain Maitani is there, they still win it. And that's probably what he's thinking. They still win it. The rate required, though, I mean, look, that's the problem is they haven't been getting anywhere near that rate required. 13. There's over 13 here now. So they need a good over. Mughal normally is not the one who's going to give you that. He's in the air, but he's got enough of this. I think it goes all the way. Balle. in the zona. Shaka, look out, just using the pace of Fine Mughal and just getting it. I told you, when he hits straight, there's nobody better, and he always finds the boundary rope.
Enjoys a bit more pace, I think, on the ball. There's not a lot of slower balls from our rows that the batters were struggling to get enough on. That's a really good start to the over.
On the legs, to be disappointed he wasn't able to whip this way. Look, gets a bit more whip on this, and he's going to go finer. He goes finer, he's going to get the boundary because you've got the man on the 45, and then from him all the way to mid-wicket, there's nobody. So you'll feel that he's lost out on this. And now Fine Mughal, I think he's got the opportunity if he can get the ball just short of length outside the off, going across. Kalyan here, he should join up a few dots. Well, Kalyan, a bit more positive. You can see that he's just deciding, or maybe the two have decided his role is whatever comes his way, bat on it and run.
Yeah, I know what you're saying with the comparative score, but I always think that's kind of, it's ancient history. It's not that relevant when the first team got their runs. The fact is they got them. To me, leaving it late when you're chasing 100 plus on this ground, it's a bit like trying to run the second half of a marathon after walking the first, but you have to carry somebody on your back. It just seems a lot of pressure. We haven't seen it very often. I want to say a quick hello as well as we see another drop ball. Sindhu Jen is in the chat from American University of Malta.
Sindhu.
Hello, Sindhu. Hope you're well. And how are you enjoying the action? And I know that you'll be watching pretty closely. You guys have certainly helped yourselves out with that successful chase of 118 in the previous game to get a third win, maybe a crucial third win.
In the air, chance, big moment, and taken, and that is the wicket that they needed. So Matani does go. Fine Mughal, after he was hit for a big six of his first delivery, gets his man. And this is all about the missed opportunity. The ball before, it's on the legs, and Matani doesn't get anything on it. And it ends up being a dot. And then the next one, he puts pressure on himself. Slower delivery, though. Clever. Take nothing away from Fine Mughal. Takes the pace right off this. And gets the miscue from the captain. And Matani, he goes. And, you know, for me, I mean, I know that maybe something like Neddy, and that's Narendra Neddy is going to come in next. But for me, I can't see them getting in this match from here. When the captain goes, he's been the only one. Every time, look it up, folks. Every time the Blasters have won a match, is the captain that stayed out there. Not only does he hit the winning runs, but he also makes the winning runs are also his 50. He scored 2 50s on both occasions. Is when he's got the winning runs for his team off the same ball that gets his 50. He's not going to do it here this time, and I just can't see how the Blasters are going to stay up with the pace here now with him gone.
Yeah, well, they need something substantial to happen and quickly. And well, maybe Narendra Negi is the man that can do it. Can he do it over an extended period? That's the question. And once again, Malik's pretty clever bowling. Mughal, I don't know if there was a slightly slower one.
Yeah,
perhaps.
it was slower.
Yeah.
It was very clever.
Just pace off working here.
Into the pads. They're the ones that miss out. That's the similar delivery I was talking about that Matiani missed out on the legs. Anything on the legs in this format, you've got to be good enough to put it away, because you're not going to get too many bad deliveries. And the ones that you do get, especially when you're chasing big scores and you're needing, as it's coming to just under 14 and over, you've got to capitalise on it. End of a good one, though. And the score, as you see there, is 26 for 2. And that rate really is climbing up here now. And looks like they're going to stay with Faisal Morose to bowl this one. As we take a quick look at that scorecard, but you can see at the moment nothing happening. And can Kalyan prove me wrong and start to go at a better rate than run a ball at the moment? He has to. Just knocking singles around doesn't help his team. You see, that's he'll carve this away, he'll get a single. But basically what he's saying to any batter that goes out there with him to say, well, I'm not going to get these runs. I'm not going to help us stay with the rate. All I'm going to do is say to you, you get on with it. Sometimes you need a batter that also can give you something. It just puts too much pressure on the other batter, and I think the captain must feel that. And Narendra Negi is going to be feeling that as well. He plays a nice-looking shot here. Will they try and go for the 2? They do. In comes the throw. There's hesitation. And this one, oh, well, this one is worn by the wicket-keeper. And, well, Niraj takes this one. Niraj Khanna on the side of the shoulder, I think. Here comes the throw. So. There's hesitation first in the batters. In comes the throw. And just have a look. And, oh, wow.
Yeah, he's lucky not to get it further up, isn't he? Just turns his body. It's just going to be driven down the ground, and I think the bowler gets a touch on that. Natty does pretty well to get out the way quickly. Speaking of quickly, that's what they need to score at to get out of this mess. They've just got 1-4 and 1-6 in this entire innings so far. We're almost halfway through. And you're not going to score at that rate required unless you can hit boundaries, and plenty of them in the rest of this match.
Short and slices it. So Kalyan, he'll keep going at a run of ball pace as he gets to the other end. I mean, what's your thinking? I mean, Kalyan, we've seen enough of him now. Is this missed opportunities from the captain to give somebody else a chance? I mean, and just looking down the team sheet, I mean, one person that's not in this side in this match is a man that was sensational yesterday, especially in the field. There's no Ravi Pal. Can't be out. There's no Ravi Pal, who batted well yesterday and scored valuable runs in that first match. So they need somebody else. And I just think the captain's got to say, okay, Kalyan, you're just not the man to do it.
The LB appeal, the 7th appeal distracted Nagy enough so he went out of his crease and he would have been run out. It was a terrible appeal, pitched a mile outside the leg stump. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is you can make that argument with Kalyan, but he hasn't...
It's a little noise here, you know.
Well, he likes it, but I'm not as convinced as everybody else out there.
The batter saying, what are they appealing for? There's a noise. Is he hitting the ground here?
Yeah, he hits the ground.
Yeah.
I don't think that's anywhere near the bat. But Murrose, he liked it.
Yeah, look at that. That's the bottom quarter of the bat hitting the ground. It makes a noise. They
I
all go
like
up.
that they asked the square leg umpire first, as if, say, that was like a backdoor way to get the dismissal. Anyway, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm here with Rico Full. Yeah, look, with the Kalyan situation, I don't really think it's affected it so much here because other batters have had opportunities around him. I wouldn't say he's chewed up a lot of the strike. Yeah, he's not going at a huge rate, not scoring a lot of boundaries, but I think the other batters, look at Maitani, he used up a few balls as well, and he wasn't able to cash in. So I think, the Blasters are really relying on too few to get too many here. That seems to be the situation. Again, I hate to go back to that 10th over, really hurts. 26 off the last, takes the score from 83 to 109. Yeah. And if you're chasing that 90 or so, then you're in the game. Even in this situation, you're in the game.
Mindset is different if it's 90 opposed to the score that they're chasing it. Look, just want to say to Atinder Singh, we were calling for you. We wanted you out of the bowl. We wanted you to bowl that last over. Yeah, but
hashtag always on a hat trick.
The captain didn't see differently. I don't think I ever remember that. I remember matches where it doesn't happen because the team get bowled out before the bowler who's on a hat trick doesn't get a chance to bowl it.
That can happen.
But not.
But what about, imagine you've gone from 69 to 99, you've hit 5 sixes, and then you get retired out to give someone else a go before the last ball of the innings. It reminds me of something like that. I don't know.
It was crazy. It really was.
And look, how he would have bowled, I wasn't sure. I mean, I understand, okay, maybe you don't bring him back straight away. They seem to get away with it. But you've always got him up your sleeve. And, okay, Narendra Nagy is not a bad bowler at all, ordinarily. No one foresaw him going for 26, but he had gone none for 12 in his previous over in that game. So when you've got a guy that's taken 2 for 5 versus a guy that's taken none for 12, I think you normally go with it.
Yep.
Anyway, here's Ahsan Ashad, who will bowl over number 6 at the moment. The Blasters, well, you might have to put some inverted commas around their name at the moment because it's just not happening for them as we head into the second half of this innings in match 15.
Ashad. I'm wondering why they always appeal to the square leg here. I mean, Niraj Khanna has been probably playing cricket for a long time, and you see this, he takes it. It's never, look who he's appealing to. Why are you being the square leg for a caught behind?
This takes me all the way back to ECS 2020, and it was a different time back then. And I actually saw 2 or 3 given from square leg for caught behind. I did.
Well, this is out.
Yeah, it's gone. Kalyan finally is going to have to go. Ashad gets it on target. And you don't have to ask too hard when the stumps fall over. And, well, I think that Aslan likes it. And the Blasters don't. They lose another wicket. The score now is 31 for 3.
Yeah, this one, there's no doubt. Good bit of movement here. Good shape. It's a good delivery. Kalyan, look, take nothing away from him. He's trying his best. He knows that he hasn't been able to get hold of too many. They're looking to hit this one over the top. Doesn't. Straight through. And well done to Ahsan Ashad. Doesn't get the opportunity. But wasn't required with the bat today. Amazingly, after yesterday where Marsa needed anybody and anyone. In fact, if they were allowed to, they would have had a few spectators to go out there to have a bat because there was plenty of time. when they'll be bowled out for 30. But today he doesn't get a chance with the bat. But look, I think he's a good cricketer, and he's shown that here. I mean, he always bowls a good line. That's a good ball. Darts back, cuts back in. And Kalyan, well, he's tried his best. And,
loses
nice
his shape there,
moment
doesn't he? And that's the thing. I mean, plays a shot that's not a very technically correct shot, and he's a better than that. But that's just the pressure of the rate rising.
Shiv Singh gets an opportunity, and he goes. First ball, it's an absolute beauty. Arsan Ashad, he goes, well, this is a boogie, oogie, oogie, Kookaburra 5 ball. Is Jakade Patte time. Dande Chakadite, beautifully bowled. And, well, it's in, out, shake it all about for Singh. He comes, he goes, he has to depart. It's an absolute beauty, though.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Absolute beauty.
Comes back off the pitch, and that's basically what does the batter, who's originally kind of looking to cut, and he knows he's in trouble. It comes back at him, deviates off the pitch, so Shiv is going to have to go for a golden duck. And now we have another player on a hat-trick. We're searching for hat-trick taker number 37. Remember Vienna CC, they were able to take hat-tricks in consecutive days. Look at the top, Asad Mohammed and Walter Bear from Germany against Norway in the same match, the same innings. And that was quite remarkable. That was a good week for hat-tricks in Group D. So it was Group A, actually, in the ECC. Alistair Evans took one.
Okay, I'm going to call it.
Championship week as well.
I'm going to call it. Straight ball, hat-trick. There
All
you
right.
go. Straight ball, hat-trick. Bowl the same ball again, hat-trick ball. Here we go.
Two slips in.
hard. Here's the new batter. The slips are in. Well, we see Malta have this field before. Everybody tight around the back. So here we go. Ashad is on a hat-trick. It's right up there. Oh, it's the right ball to bowl, but the batter, he gets something on this, and they don't run at all either. He's saying, no, stay there.
He's absolutely smashed that. Prajwal Kohard. It was on middle stump, so egg on your face. Because
But it's the ball. It was the right ball, and he smashed it.
Oh, yeah. And it was just hit so hard that Nagy at the other end said, well, I don't fancy running on this, but if not now, then when? Because they need over 3 a ball now.
So here we go. This time he hits it the other side. He said, we're running this time. I want a run on my name. I don't want any duck sounds coming from Rico. Okay, no duck sounds for either of these two batters. Both are off the mark. Kohard survives the hat-trick ball. And then the Nagy, who didn't want to go on this end, has to go there. And he swings and misses. Going for the big shot down the ground.
I'm throwing a hypothetical for you.
Yeah.
At the end of this over, which is now, as the score is 31 for 4 after 6. Yeah, so 32 for 4, I should say. So the Blasters, let's say they don't win either of these games this afternoon. This one looks gone. The next one, who knows? But then they will play Gozo tomorrow, and Gozo will be up by 2 points against them. So Gozo would just have to win one of those games if they were to go through, essentially. If they split the points tomorrow, then Gozo will go through. The Blasters, they'll have to win twice to go through against Gozo. So that means if they don't win either of these games this afternoon, everything becomes a must-win for the Blasters tomorrow against Gozo, who are pretty spirited.
They're on fire at the moment.
Especially with the ball. Still have never made 100 or close, actually. I think they might.
I just hope they go back to winning the toss if they get the chance of batting first. I mean, they are the great defenders, aren't they? And they're gonna. I think they're writing a song about them actually. And
is that right?
Yeah, maybe Johnny G, who's in Rome at the moment, is probably going to be doing a bit of composing. I think there's got to be a song about Gozo, the great defenders. Short in the air, and this is going to be a wicket. Surely Harun Mughal is not going to drop this, and he takes it sort of crocodile style. Maybe he turns it into a bit of an ice cream cone. He's smiling because the catch has been taken. So, well, that's a nice moment for Uttam Manik. He goes over to the captain and says, thanks, Skip. I needed that one. Loses his shape, doesn't he? His head is nowhere, and it should be a straightforward catch. And that's how it is definitely crocodile style, and a bit of an ice cream cone as well from Harun.
He's saying that the ball was going a little bit sideways on him. Well, his fingers were pointing sideways as that was coming in, but Harun, he clasps it at the right moment. So very, very good defensive performance from Marsa here. Blasters not even close to run a ball pace.
Yeah. Well, we saw, I mean, apart from their batting woes yesterday against Gozo, they did show, Marsa, that they are a team that even if they do post a low score, sort of 55 to 70, they're a team that can defend it. I mean, look at the bowling that they've got. This is a nice looking shot. The fielders do combine well. Harun Mughal makes the stop. I don't think you want to be taking the second there. The batters,
Yeah, I mean,
they decide not to.
even made 30 look a bit bigger than it was against Gozo. That game hung in the balance for way too long. But I want to say quick hello to Wazza, who's joined us from Australia. Hope you're well, Wazza. And to everyone else who's taking part in the chat at the moment. Hope you're enjoying a wonderful evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you're watching from.
Yeah, a lot of our moderators are involved in the chat at the moment. It's another short delivery, but this one will escape.
Oh, what a
put
stop.
the brakes on, Kozler. Put the brakes on. And he does. Well, he doesn't need an MOT. Well, he says my brakes are fine, thank you very much. He's got a smile on his face.
He can't believe this is stuck to his hand either. he just stuck his hand out there more out of hope. He wasn't even looking, and it lodged in his left hand. That was remarkable. I like the bowling here of Utambani.
There's a snick here, you know. This is a drop catch. Yeah, this is a drop catch. Let's see this again. There's definitely a snick. Yeah. Yeah, there's a touch on that.
Yeah, you're right. Still inside edge. Not an easy one at all for the keeper. He's up to the stumps. Yeah, but I think Bunnick could be real handy. Seems to know where it's going. Left arm spin.
Yeah, I was just about to say to you, how have we seen, I mean, one of the stories of this season has been the left arm spinners, especially the left arm round.
Yeah, it's the cheat code. Left arm spin. Just fill your team with him. You can't lose. Anyway, so we're 7 overs in now, and the Blasters going down in flames this time, 35 for 5. Needing 75 off last 3 overs, but they'll get to reset the scores in match 16, and they're batting first. I don't think that's a bad thing at all to try and get some runs on the board. Well, the Tinder Singh, he's still on a wraparound hat trick if he can pull out a wicket first ball in the last match of the day. But yeah, Master, they'll have to do it chasing. Let's see how they go. Now that match is coming up. It starts at 3:45 local time, which is 7:15 p.m. in India, 7:45 in Bangladesh, and on the west coast of Australia, it's 9:45 p.m. And depending on where you are on the east coast, it's either quarter to midnight or quarter to 1 in the morning. Let's get back to the action here. Ashad, it's a slow ball, very wrong. Ends up coming down, but will still be called wide. Yeah, so Blaster, I think you picked it. They were relying on a couple of players that didn't fire in this innings, Rico, and yeah, nothing's gone right for them ever since the start of the 10th over the first half of this game.
Hit well, and the catch hasn't been taken. I think it's just a little bit slow getting into position there, Numan Mahir. I think at one moment he didn't fancy it, then he decided, actually, I should be trying to take this catch, and by the time he does commit to it, the ball stuck on him too much, but he does stop the boundary. Oh, he's going to be in action again, is he? No, it's Harun Mughal, gets a throw in, and well, if this hits, he would have had it. Harun goes down like he's been sniped by somebody, but it's all out of disappointment because this would have been a mega highlight for the man who's already taken one catch. Here comes the throw. This is well out.
The funny thing is here, Deepak Singh keeps running wider, hoping not to get hit by the ball, and he still gets hit by the ball. Anyway, this is going to miss the stumps, and it'll just be a single. So Master, they can relax a little bit now. I mean, Master are in the best position of anyone, I think, to top the table.
Yeah.
Despite that one blip, and it was a significant blip against Gozo. But, I mean, they've been pretty clinical apart from that in this series. They've had a lot of contributors as well.
Slow ball, and it's just dipped on Fahim Mughal, who makes a good attempt, but what he does well is, though he commits to the catch, he makes sure whatever happens, the ball is not going to get past him.
There's also the difference of not getting off your feet. You see this becomes a really difficult catch when you're trying to stay on your feet because you're leaning forward. You see at a higher level, probably in the easy seat, players are planning their dive 3 or 4 steps out and getting there and kind of rolling with the ball.
He gets another chance, and this time he takes it easily. This time it's straight to him. He doesn't have to move, and he just decides which way he wants to take it. So catch is taken. He just wipes his brow there, says, whew, that's a good one. And full toss. He's not able to get enough power in it. Needs to be trying to hit straight down the line, but because he goes across, doesn't get the power in it, and smiles for Harun. He'll be saying, that's my wicket, you know, because I'm the one responsible getting him on strike.
Well, I think that maybe Fahim Mughal's smarter than all of us because he didn't bother trying to put a dive in the ball before. He said, well, I've got a feeling the next one is just going to come to me a bit more comfortably, and it does. So it is the 5th wicket of the innings, 6th now, I should say. It's 40 for 6 after 8 overs.
Yeah, listen, I'm saying to the new batter, Tell him to take his helmet off, give him the ball, let him have a ball. Just let him bowl one ball, because it is the man who should have been on a hat-trick who comes in to bat. He's a non-striker.
Well, if he gets out first ball, does he still claim the hat-trick?
It's hit out on the leg side, and he will go on strike here now. And that was we saw the end of the last over. The score was on 40 for 6. So here he is, the man who never got a chance to get his hat-trick. He survives the first ball.
That's a thumb job from kind of behind the stumps. Watch this.
There is such a job.
Yeah, look at this. Ouch. Maybe not thumb, end of the finger for sure. Just know that face. I know that feeling, actually. Some of my fingers have never straightened out.
He's saying ouch afterwards, yeah. Takes a while for the pain to make its way up.
You just got to get on with it, but yeah, in the morning that'll be sore.
Hey, you know, I've liked the bowling of Bannock here.
Yeah, I think he's a weapon.
He's somebody who can cause a lot of trouble.
100%. Oh, pretty close, you know. Hit him on the back pad, and I guess the calculation is that it's going past to miss the leg stump, but I'm not so sure, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to see again. I mean, the ball, it's straight, it's pitching on. It is starting. I think maybe it starts upward and maybe just going to miss. I think it's a good call.
Wow, look how deep it is. Oh, yeah, maybe high.
Maybe just. This one is
good
played
shout,
away.
though.
So, Tinder Singh gets off the mark.
Back pad's always closer because it's got less distance to travel between the impact and the stumps.
I really do like his bowling. The action as well. Look at the action.
He's
It's
consistent.
just lovely
He's
and
hardly
smooth.
bowled any bad balls.
Watch this. Comes in.
Cue a bad ball coming up here, though.
No. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Where's this guy been?
Liking
Get
the
him in there.
variation.
Provides a lot of variation to their attack. You're right.
Yeah.
A lot of variety.
And, just wonder if he's got one that he can just float up there. This is a little bit flatter. I wonder if he's got the old floater as well, as I like to call him. There he goes, again, a little bit shorter. So it just allows the bat. See, good batters won't mind that. They're able to rock back and cut or pull. So it's just the one that if you can just get one up there, which draws the batter out the crease. But a very good, in fact, very good spell of bowling. He only goes just for 6 of his 2 overs.
Yeah, what a very good spell of left arm spin from Bannock. And so 44 for 6 after 9. And not even 5 and over. So yeah, we were talking about the run rate. Remember, it started 11.1 at the start of this innings. Do you want a live? I think it's taken a dive this innings.
Yeah, was I saying
now we're down.
Spinner?
It's
Yeah,
dropped a whole point now. It's down to 10.1 for the day. I said 8.4, but I can't see it dropping that far by the end of the day. We'll have to find out.
Gone into the deck, and yeah, big shout out to everybody. I mean, the chat is absolutely buzzing at the moment. Sujif Yadav is on there as well, Waza, James, and Peter Hanley as well. You guys have been absolutely brilliant, and thanks to everybody that's contributed and participated in the conversation there. You've been absolutely brilliant, and I hope you've enjoyed the cricket today. Remember, still got one more match to come between these two sides once more. As Satinder is playing shots, but not really moving his feet at all.
Yeah, just maybe even a struggle to get to the 50 now. But you got to say, Malta, they haven't bowled too many hit-me balls, have they, in this innings?
Into the ground, doesn't, well, should have taken a single, doesn't want it. When you've got 003 at the non-strikers end, but I think they're going to pull something out of this. They need 007.
Yeah, 003, one of the less known characters from that franchise. Got killed off pretty early, I think. Not known for his speed.
Has he injured himself in that attempted half run?
Sore neck from turning his neck around so many times.
In the air and just out of reach. And a Tinder, will he get a boundary? No, he won't. It gets swept up nicely there.
Well, Tinder, regardless on a hat-trick, his day's turned around. He tried to kick a ball instead of fielding it. Never got a second over. And then before that, he was 1 off 7. And anyway, a bit more respectable now, 3 off 8.
Can you imagine if the captain says to him in the next match, bowl the first over? I'd just refuse.
I'd probably get straight in my car. I'd get straight in my car and go home. This actually reminds me, I think it was here in Malta. I'm pretty sure that there was in the last over, can't remember which team this was, the keeper got a bit of lip for missing one, threw all this stuff and walked off and he was gone.
It was the Royal Strikers,
Royal Strikers, I think you're right, yeah.
Oh, well, Attila ends up. Well, he does finally get bit of bat on these ones that have been bowled by Faham Masi, but all he does is put it back onto his stump. So he'll go off the very last ball of the innings, and they don't get to the 50. It will be 46 for 7. Well bowled there, and a good return into the side for Faham Masi. Does pick up a wicket right there at the end. He probably thought he wasn't going to get one. His luck was out, but it wasn't. Gets one. He bowled well. I think I like what he did in the second over as well. I think the first over, when we saw him opening, he was really getting the ball to zip through, but he was having a few problems with his line, spraying it around a little. This second over, just concentrated line and then getting it up there. He knew he didn't have to do too much, and he's rewarded by a wicket there at the end. So Malta, the home side, they're happy. They go back to winning ways. And, yesterday, all their troubles were to do with the bat, and it looked like it was going to continue when they were struggling, when they were batting. 7 for 2 they were, but then a good partnership between the likes of Fayan Mughal and also Noel Kozler got them to a score, and then one magnificent last over where it was, and then the Nagy went for 26, helped them to finish well. And then with the ball, I think they did what we know them to do, very professional, very polished, and just restricting to the Blasters to 46 for 7.
Yeah, and this innings just never got out of first gear. The guys they were hoping could make a difference just did not make the impact they wanted. Maitani, well, this was the only real sign of life, wasn't it? In fact, it was the only Maximo of the innings. We only had 1-4, 1-6 in the innings. So that would actually be the last time they found the boundary. And there was still, at that stage, 7 overs to go, essentially, in the innings. So it was just a case that the Blasters were not able to do what their name suggests. And you've got to give some credit, though, to Masa as well. I think that they bowled a variety of options. I think a lot of them bowled well. You just have a look at this ball from Ashar, just zeroing in on the stumps. Also loved the introduction of left arm spin with Uttam Banik.
Yeah.
I think he was brilliant as well. That was the end of Kalyan. You saw there a moment ago, who was sent up to open. It was 2 in a row as well, wasn't it? That one really came back off the deck. So had another hat-trick opportunity. So we've seen hat-tricks threatened but not taken here on day 4. In the end, the Blasters, well, that's going to hurt their net run rate as well. Remembering that tomorrow, that's potentially that could come into the equation. Becomes a very important game, because if they can beat Masa in this last game of the day, they go into that Gozo game on an even footing. So even if they were to split the series, they could go through a net run rate. As it is, if they don't get any wins here, amazing no-look fielding there, by the way, by Kosler. But if they don't get the win here in the last game of the day, Masa is sitting pretty at the top, and the Blasters, well, they're comfortably at the bottom, needing to win both games tomorrow if they are to progress. But when it came down to it, it was Fanya Magal who had to move for one, and he didn't catch. The other one, he barely had to move. He did catch it. And, well, finally, we see some more of a Tinder. We've been waiting for him. And after sticking around for a little while, he gets the last ball back onto the stumps. I see, picked up the wicket, and the Blasters finished 46 for 7. So the daily run rate, which was our Crickathon question, taking a bit of a dive. I think it finishes below 10, actually, after that innings for the day. And only 4.6 and over. Not a lot happening on the scoreboard for the Blasters, but they do get another chance, and this time they can actually bat first, so I don't mind that. They don't have the power or the kind of pressure of a target to chase. And Maitani's listed at the top of the order there. Let's see if they go with that. I'd be curious to see maybe they go all guns blazing and hope for a big partnership, perhaps with Narendra Negi, who's also had some good contributions during this tournament. And Masa, well, they'll just hope to make it another win. They'll be 5-1, looking pretty good. They'll be the first team to 10 points. And look, plenty to look forward to this afternoon. We will be returning in around about 25 minutes to take you into the final match of the day. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It's not a pretty one for Blasters fans. Kalyan reaches double figures, but takes 12 balls to do so. Apart from that, nobody is able to get out of the single figures. And extras 9 help the score along to 46 for 7. But pretty clinical stuff from Masa in the end. Lots of useful options with the ball. In fact, none of them went double digits or more. Got to say, Banik for me was a bit of a standout. 1 for 6 with his left arm spin. Arshad was right on target, 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. But everyone bowled well, didn't they? Bashir, 1 for 2, didn't get a second over. Wickets also for Fanya Magal. And Farhan Masi also picked one up. So we are going to take that break that we talked about. We'll be back in 25 minutes. And when we do, Blasters with a right of reply here. Last game of the day, match 16. And it will be the Blasters batting first. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu. He Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Keep that chat going as we get to the last game of the day. Maybe some random questions and some food chat, as I'm getting a little bit hungry at this time of the day. If you're hungry for more cricket, come back when we return, because there's plenty more on the way here on day 4 in Malta. And we'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Malta Cricket Ground, and once again it's a beautiful Thursday afternoon and we are going to head into the last game of the day now. So it's the fourth of 4 matches today. It's match 16 and Group A continuing. It's hard to believe that tomorrow night in just over 24 hours we'll have to say goodbye to one of these teams in this European Cricket Series. But now it's time for match 16 and we'll get to see Malta, again the hosts, taking on the Bujiba Blasters. Let's see what happens at the toss. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with the two captains.
Heads the call. Tails.
Go with that.
You want a bat? Have a good one.
So it is the Blasters that win the toss and they've elected to bat this time around. So they've won both tosses this time. They want to set the target, and we certainly saw the Blasters have a bit of up and down in that last game, but we know with the group where it is that every match is crucial. We still have no idea who is going to go home. Malta, well, they will certainly want to finish the day with a win, but the Blasters, they've got a point to prove, I think, as well against the hosts. Let's go over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. And Rico, the news from the toss. The Blasters, they won this toss in match 16, but this time they want to have a hit. It's over to you. Let's get match 16 started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu as we get ready for this final contest between the two teams that provided us with some entertainment, some action, and maybe a little bit of drama as well. And maybe we're going to see a bit more of that in this match. We know from the coin toss that it is the Blasters that have decided they're going to have a bat first. I'm liking that move. I tell you why I like it. I think they've got a little bit more additional strength in their batting. Gautam Singh comes into the side. I like the look of him when we saw him for the first time when he got to the teens, didn't he? And didn't use up too many deliveries. He was a bit unlucky when he got out. I reckon he could be the batter that gives them a good start and also gives them good depth and a partnership maybe with Gaurav Matani, who himself wasn't really at his best in that first match, but he always performs in one of them. Maybe this is the one that's going to be Malta. They're looking strong. I think they're going to be looking to use one or two new players as well themselves, because I think they know that they're going to finish, will probably finish at the top here. 97 to 83 in favour of Malta here from the bat versus ball computer. Let's see if it does pan out that way. Gautam Singh is going to be opening, and he's going to be opening up there with Suresh Dobal. So a bit of a change up the top. And let's see if this works well for the Bujiba Blasters. Bujiba, of course, they come from a town in Malta that is called Bujiba. So good luck to them. And well, isn't it fantastic to see those promotional videos of Malta? And I can tell you, folks, it is as good as that. It's a lovely place to visit. So if you never come and you're looking for somewhere to spend some time, and bear in mind that the weather here is always good, well, check it out. And why don't you come to Malta and see for yourself? It's a beautiful island. It really is a lovely place to come to. And so much going on around. And lovely people as well. Very friendly, very kind. So, yeah, come on down. And it's not surprising that it is a hot spot for a lot of film shows as well. Series like the Game of Thrones, for example. And a lot of movies as well. Pirates of the Caribbean, Troy, all of those sort of movies have been shot here. And it's all to do with the beautiful landscape. As we get ready to go, the umpire, Shabazz, says, right, let's go. And Define Mughal, he opens up this time and he starts with a wide. So Fayan, given the option to have the new ball this time round. So once again, Haroon Mughal, the captain, just using his troops differently. And he's picked up some good players. And I was talking to Haroon during that break. So you see, this one's going to be another wide. He's gone one way and then the other way. Yeah, he was talking to me a little about some of the players. I mean, Uttam Banik, he's come across from the UK specifically just to play for Malta. He is a registered player for the club. He wanted to come down and play in the European Cricket Series, so he's here from that. And he certainly looks the business, doesn't he? Looking forward to him. Traumatised a lot of batters. Really did like his bowling. And they think about the single, bit of hesitation, and, well, I reckon, oh, well, it nearly does. Well, this is a bit of wrestling when I used to watch it when I was a young man, and this is almost Big Daddy totally flattening the other wrestler. This could have been nasty. First of all, I think it would have been out. Look, the hesitation is there. And then they go, and then, yeah, it would have been out. And then watch here, bat plug, he goes flying, and oh dear. That could have been a bit of action that we don't show on this sort of broadcast. but they're okay. The two of them. He says, Haja. That was craziness. That could have been nasty, could have been dangerous. Would have been a bit of a sandwich there. But they survive. All smiles afterwards. It does end up being a run to Gautam Singh. First runs off the bat as well. This one is coming into the batter. They decide not to take on the arm of Mohammed Sulaiman. Yeah, so they've got Manique, who's come across from the UK. And then other players, such as, well, I think Ashad and one or two others on the lineup have been picked up through players just playing at the university, tape ball players, which have been found by the captain, and they've been registered as master players and now playing the game here. So I think that's a lovely story. So it's always great when we hear these stories. I mean, Sharon Bashir is one of those men, and Arshad, as I mentioned, so haven't played hardball cricket before, and now here they are, not just playing but playing really well. Bit of width this time, better delivery. That's where Haroon needs to be all the time. Just feel sometimes Haroon just arches over, just lose his shape. You see here, not staying very upright when he's coming in. I just think when he is holding his shape, he does tend to get a much better delivery, and when he's arched over, that's when he ends up firing the ball down the leg side. Oh, beautiful shape on this one, absolute beauty. Look at the movement on this ball. So it looks like it's something that's going to be into the pads of the batter. Then watch it shape. Watch this go. Oh, yeah, that's a beaut. Absolute beaut. And you can see that Niraj Khanna is feeling the force of that one as it smacks into his gloves. Gandhi. And it's a wide. Fortunately, the batter, the ball, gets nothing on this. Otherwise, it would have been guilty of turning what would have been an extra ball and an extra run into nothing. But if you're going to play at these, you make sure you get bat on them. There's a big gap there. The man is just behind square, so nobody on the 45 really. So any touch on anything there is going to go. You don't want to be bowling there with the field you've got. Only a 3 and 6 field. Gets a bit of bat on it. Haroon gets there, and this, I think, is going to be pretty close. I get the feeling he could be in a bit of trouble here, the batter. Let's have a look, see if it's taken cleanly. And oh yeah, he's gone. And that is real disappointment. I mean, Gautam Singh, he's waited a long time to come back into the frame to play. And then he gets himself run out here. That's not what you need. He's a good batter. You've got to play smart cricket. Don't the stumps get broken here or not. Just, well, oh, it's difficult to see here. Difficult to see whether it is in contact with the ball, with the gloves here. Is the pad knocking them over? And the ball does escape there. I get the feeling he's basically got the ball in his hands and he just pushes it onto the stump. That's my feeling just there. I think it's probably enough there to say it's clean enough, but the umpires, yeah, it looks like the decision is being given. Well, hang on, he's still told to wait, so maybe it's not clear enough. See what the decision is here. There's still conversation. Keep all eyes on the umpire. And there you go. The finger goes up. It should probably be the square leg umpire that gives the decision there as the action all happened at the other end. But it is Aftab Khan that takes the responsibility. So the first wicket, and that's really disappointing for me. It really is, because Gautam Singh is somebody that can give the team some additional value and support with the bat, and for him to be run out in that fashion, oh, that's poor cricket. I'm not quite sure who's calling it, whether it was Gautam himself that wanted to get there, but no mistake from Fayam Mughal, and he gets there quickly, gets the throw in, and Niraj Khanna, adjudged to have done that cleanly. I think he does. I mean, he doesn't keep the ball into his hands, but I think his ball is in contact with the gloves at the time those stumps are broken. So the disappointment as the wicket went at the end of the over as well. So 4 for 1. And this one's going to be more extras. Yeah, the other thing there is, I mean, if you're someone like Gautam Singh, you're probably thinking, yeah, I've waited a long time to play again. I don't want to take this single. I want to be on strike for the next ball. If he's running that, even if he's in, he's at the non-strikers end. So it will be Narendra Negi that comes in now. So not Matani, who's elected to hold himself back. Normally the captain would be coming in at the number 3 position. Nagy, can he get going? Can he produce the sort of form that we've seen from him? This one is well bowled again, and Marrose just looking to get this one, sneak it inside that wide line. The batter, look at the batter standing here. I often say this, that when you've got a left armer coming into you or a right armer that's going to be bowling this angle, you've got to change your guard, and he doesn't change it, and it's more of the same. You see where he ends up every time he's playing the shot afterwards. I think you've got to take almost a middle or stand sort of on off stump and then play this shot. He's, by the time he moves into position, the ball's already gone past him, so just joining up the dots here. And very much the same. This one's a slower delivery. Again, just takes all the pace off it. But look where the batter is. Look where he's standing. There's no way he's going to get bat on ball. If he does, it's just going up in the air for a catch. And now he's gone. He's been outdone. Well, that is the pain over for Dobal. He will go for a 9-ball duck. So, Suraj Dobal, who was well, promoted up the order to see if he could do anything. Well, he couldn't. He couldn't get bat onto ball. And finally, sooner or later, he was going to miss the straight one, and he does. And it is Faisal Marrose that gets the wicket. And this ball to come in the over. And so far, just the 1 run from it and 1 wicket. And now, well, Matani does come. He does have a bat. He's just hiding it under his arm. There it is. And let's see what he can do here. And these two, I suppose, with Gautam Singh gone already, these two have got to be the two that, if they are going to get any major runs on the board, they've got to do it. And the captain, though he does come in a little bit lower, he comes in with only 11 balls bowled as he starts to take his guard. Every day, Matani's been able to do something in one match. Is he going to do the same here? First he has to see off this ball from Marrose. It's wide, hit well, but not for the first time. The fielders out on the offside are able to stop this one going through. So he finishes with a very good over, just the 1 run from it. So the score moves on to 5. It's 2 wickets down. And just like that, you can see that if the Blasters are to get points on the board, they're going to have to do it the hard way. Marsa sitting pretty there at the top, 8 points to them. They know a victory here, and especially the way their net run rate is looking as well, that they should, well, they're definitely going to go through to finals day, and their opponents, if you like, if there is such a thing, should be the easier match. This is in the air. It will drop safe. Harun Mughal. Harun Mughal now, I mean, I've talked about the players that he's getting into his side. I mean, there's good players coming in. Ashad, we mentioned, and Banik now, the spinner. He just becomes a fielder. He's just a fielder in the side. I mean, every so often he'll give himself a chance to have a bat. But he's doing himself out of a job, if you like, really. He's not batting, he's not bowling. But I suppose if his team keeps winning, he's saying he's doing the captaincy well. You're going to miss. And Matani looking to go big. And you can see why he's playing this shot. I think this is quite clever. Harun Mughal, though he's at long off, he's left the leg side open. He's basically tempting Matani to go for the shot. Matani, this time that ball's not there for it. Well bowled from Numan Mahir. This is another guy, when I was talking to the captain, he told me about Numan Mahir. Another guy hasn't played until recently hard ball cricket, has only played tape ball. And what a find he is. And once he gets a bit more coaching under him, he's going to be a real asset. As this one is just a little bit too wide. So Matani, he gets his first runs. As he late cuts this away to the boundary. There's no third man back there. So runs, I'm not quite sure this is exactly where he was aiming for it to go, but he gets 4, and that's the first boundary of the innings. First of many, he'll be hoping. The score goes into double figures, but we are into the third over as well. So are we going to see again something special from the captain of the Blasters, Gaurav Mahtani? Better delivery, straighter, it's Fuller. And he gets bat on and will take a single, end of the over. So power play complete, 11 for 2. And surely they've got to be thinking here with the scores that Malta have been scoring. Remember, they chased to 105 against AUM. And, they were also able to score big runs against some of the other opponents as well. They're a team that have got a wealth of batting behind them. They have just had that one blip, haven't they, against Goza when they're batting first. But in terms of chasing, they've been on the ball. So again, you've got to be looking for a 90-plus score, I think. That's a good time to welcome back into our commentary position here for this final match. And it's Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, Vinny.
Thanks. It's nice to be back. And Malta certainly looking like a team that's ready to top the table. As we see the start of a new over. And we'll start with a bit of a dicey 2. Well, they're not going to get a 2, and there's going to be a run out. So things going from bad to worse. And I think this is Mahtani that's run out. He wanted the 2. Nagy turned him down, and, well, he is fuming. The captain, you see, goes to the left-hand side, which is the preferred side, and no doubt he's gone by a step and a half. So just a moment to regret, and you can see that Malta, they're enjoying things out there. Mahtani, not as much. He gets run out, and the Blasters are in a lot of trouble now as the captain departs at 12 for 3.
Terrible, poor cricket. What can you say? I mean, we saw Gautam Singh, who I was looking forward to, out there in the middle. He was run out, and I thought, well, what a waste of a talented player who's waiting to show what he can do in this series. And then, well, one man, we know what he can do. For him to get out like that, that's just shocking. And when you look at where Nagy was, Nagy just stood. He's probably standing 2 meters outside of his crease, just standing there watching it. You don't watch, you run. Where these runs are going to come from, I don't know, as this one's been blasted away, and he will get a boundary, so that's a nice hit. And, well, Nagy now realises and has to understand that if they are to get to any score, he's going to have to pull off an amazing knock. And he wants to stay out there as long as possible because he's captain. Well, he's steaming at the moment inside the tent, and you don't want to be facing him just yet.
Do not get out now. This is too soon. Yeah, it's a funny one. I mean, I did like that Mahtani was pushing for 2, but they just kind of miscommunicated. I don't think they were looking at each other. And Mahtani certainly got the message very late that Nagy wasn't coming, but Nagy then responds with a boundary. Kohad's out there now. He's about to face for the first time. I've asked for random questions, last game of the day. So throw in your random questions. James Hardy already has said, is there a cure for the summertime blues? Well, I think ECN's normally a cure. 45 weeks of the year, you can get some cricket here. As Marose goes across Kohad, beats him with the angle. It's basically a fake left armour, the way he bowls Marose. Gets that angle.
But he does it regularly, doesn't he, Tom? And that's the thing. Not a lot of right armers can do this, and he can.
Yes, it's going to be hard to get in the WW. I think he hits this anyway. There's a few things wrong with it. So, yeah, I want your random questions. Throw them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We've been quite busy with a lot of things we're doing. Also, it's time for food chat, and I think I did tell you I had a bit of a confession to make.
Oh God, I know what. No, dear.
Yeah, here's the last ball the over first from Marose. Another outswinger, loses his shape trying to go leg side. End of the over. Marose takes 1 for 7. End of the 4th over now. It's 17 for 3. So, okay, we all know, and we talked about it, that when I was in Italy, I had a carbonara habit. I was at 4 a day at one point because it was very good. All right. So we discovered the Italian restaurant that's part of the hotel that we're staying at, and it is brilliant. And I'm having at least one a night at the moment. And I've got to be honest, I said tonight I might give it a miss. I'm already thinking about going back there tonight. And I also had this fantastic pasta that was stuffed with, I think it was shrimp and scallops. And that was very good as well. So I did have 2.
So you didn't just have a carbonara, you had more?
I did. Carbonara was actually my dessert. Yeah, so it's happening again. And yeah, I'm a little bit worried because I'm going back to Australia to visit some family and friends in the Christmas. And Christmas there, you got to go swimming. So you got to, you know, you got to bear the bod a little bit. And I'm a bit worried about what kind of shape I'll be in if I finish the year the way that
it's very easy. You know the solution to this, as this one, it's a wild swing and a miss. And of course, from here, after next week, we will go to Barcelona. I'm going to take you for those long walks up that hill to the Mount
I think that's a must.
Yeah, I mean, that'll do you.
Yeah.
That'll do you.
Because you know I'm going to destroy a few paellas when I get back to Spain as well. Edged gone. So things not going great at all for the Blasters. Kohardner edges behind. There's no one. Mihart takes the wicket. Well held by Kana. And the Blasters are not blasting. In fact, they're getting blasted out. In fact, that makes it 18 on the board. And now just the wickets tumbling time after time after time. After that one, it's 18 for 4.
Yep. It's another one of those, unfortunately. It's another duck. And Pajwal Kohard, he faces 5 deliveries, not able to get any runs. So it's he's going to face Suresh. He's going to be with, I should say, Suresh Dubal and himself in that duck pawn at the moment. But the way this innings is going, it looks like 1 or 2 others maybe getting in there and having a little bit of a splatter. And a good moment there for Mihart. And liking this once again, somebody who started playing the cricket, playing tape ball. And there he is, playing hardball cricket now and enjoying every moment of it. Picks up a wicket. Kalyan comes in. And he gets off the mark straight away. So Kalyan is probably saying to 1 or 2 of the other batters, you see, you think it's easy, it ain't that easy. And he now gets out there, probably with a bit of a smile on his face, as he's seen 4 wickets go down, as he comes in at number 5. Number 6, actually.
Yeah, number 6 already. This is just going to sneak in, I think. I haven't done this in a while, so I thought it was a nice chance because it's random question time, and I did get the question from James. And where are you watching from, James? James Hardy in the chat. Could have been a wide, maybe. But he gets the call. So really nothing going the Blasters' way. As we get to the last ball of the over, it's pushed away. It'll just be a single, so Nagy becomes a key, doesn't he? He wasn't already.
Where's his going?
Is there overthrows coming?
Oh, yeah. Take him. Good running.
Well, just get 1. They could have easily gotten 4 overthrows there. I think that looked like a bit of a dodgy stomp. I think it's Bashir who came around and kicked it. That's one way of doing it. It takes us to the end of the over. So after 5 overs, the score is 21 for 4. So yeah, James, let us know where you're watching from. I've just started an Instagram Live. I haven't done that since I've gotten back from my vacation. So any questions you'd like to throw in there, please do. And you can log on right now at Mr. Maximo. I'm Instagram living. And I want to say hello. Magic Spray Mary is in there already. I just love the kind of people that we get to see in here. And because it's the end of the day, so we don't normally do them this late, so it gives people in different time zones a bit of an opportunity. So hello to you guys, hello to you all the way out there, whether you watch on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Welcome. Last game of the day in Malta. We want your random questions. We love them. We've already talked about food chat and the fact that I have at least 1 a day carbonara habit.
A fetish for carbonara.
Yeah.
You got to be
fetish
trying
makes it sound
the local food here. You got. I mean, you like rice. The Maltese rice dishes are great.
That. Yeah.
The rabbit.
The rabbit
to animal
pasta.
lovers,
I haven't had that
rabbit,
for a while. I'm not normally a big rabbit person, but yeah, it is very, very good here. And I know I'm keen to get into it. A lot of good seafood here as well. Don't forget.
You say you're not a big rabbit person. You go rabbit a fair bit actually. And listen, it's my turn to wear the colours of the winning team. So I thought Marsa needed a bit of help and support, so I pour a bit of the Marsa green, and here they are performing.
It seems to be working, man. They got rock and rolled for 30 yesterday. So any questions you've got, please send them to us, and we'll try and get to them as much as we can. You can also go to our website, europeancricket.com, and down the bottom you can see at European Cricket is a great place to go to get some highlights. There's been a few of them, and yet the more random questions, the better. So it doesn't have to be about cricket. It can be about whatever you like. We're finally back together. It's just our second day back together.
Listen, how come you're not? I've got a question. How come you're not on the scooter this time?
I thought about it, but because...
It's the mongoose, wasn't it?
The mongoose. I am thinking about getting the scooter.
Oh, are you?
But at the moment, see, where we're staying is right where all my favourite restaurants are, so I feel like I'm already there. The only thing is getting to and from here, and the traffic is a bit crazy. They have like one of the highest proportions of car ownership per capita.
They do. Look, 450,000 is the population. 300,000 is the number of cars on the island. It's quite crazy. And yeah,
And how many people? Like 500?
450,000.
Yeah, yeah.
So the actual ratio, and so they're basically, I don't know what half a car is, so don't ask me that question, but the ratio out, gone, adios. He's going to make his way. And well, what are they doing here? They're just running kamikaze stuff. This is just crazy, and well done to the man whose bowling we love. It's Uttam Banik who gets the throw in. It's another one that bites the dust. Well, they're running into trouble. Well, they call the Bujiba Blasters. Well, at the moment, as you said, Vinny, the only blasting they're doing is they're blasting themselves out of this match.
Yeah, he says, I'll go get it. And, well, had to hit. That's just a sign things aren't going well. It's probably worth taking on. The odds of hitting the stumps, one stump from side on like that, low. But I suppose with the Blasters batting, it's high because nothing's working for them at all.
But you see, the thing is, that's all three main batters have been run out. Yeah. All three main batters.
That one... yeah, I mean, the other thing is you're basically running out now to get away from the strike. So it's just a really good throw. No one had time to get to the bowler's end stumps. So, yeah, not great. 22 for 5. So keep the random questions coming. I want to say hello to Johnny G, who's popped in. And I'm sure he's enjoying what he's seeing at the moment.
Yeah, Johnny, hope you like the fact I'm wearing the Master green. I'm just supporting the Master team. And of course, Johnny G, the Master wicketkeeper. Hey, listen, Niraj hasn't done a bad job behind the stumps, has he? Apart from trying to stop the ball a couple of times with his feet, I think he's okay. So, Johnny, you've coached him well. Johnny, how's it going? Have you played any matches there in Rome yet? If you have, let us know.
Yeah, I think you should. You should ask a few questions to the audience as well. James Hardy saying, watching from Hangzhou. And hello to Chris Smith as well, saying, I can seek help for my carbonara habit. Well, the only help I need at the moment is more carbonaras, to be honest. Anyway, this is in the air, and it'll just be one. So, yeah, please give us all your questions as well in my Instagram. I'm just saying hello to Ganesh, who said he's a big fan. To Akash Rayansh as well. Hello to you. Wants a shout out? Well, there it's done. And hello to Jade. Hello to Andrew Batchelder as well. Always great to see you. Ooh. This one sneaks through. Bannock's been a bit of a game changer, hasn't he? Hello to Vasim Boom as well. As
I like that. Vasim's
as Kian
name.
Robertson from Ireland. Hello to you. He played in the Ireland 11 recently in the ECC. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, Ireland having some success in the T20 World Cup, mate. Bannock.
Nicely stopped. Hey, listen.
Blocks it well.
Going back to the food thought for a moment, as that's the end of the over, so the score will be 24 for 5. I mean, what about the pies? The pies in Malta. I mean, I know a lot of people say, oh, we got the best pie. We got the pies here are sensational. I mean, they come in all various different forms. So you've got the vegetarian ones as well, the cheesy ones, but with a bit of the old mozzarella cheese. But the chicken ones and the spicy lamb ones are they're absolutely beautiful. So I still reckon the best pies in the world you get in Malta. I don't know if they have a specific name, the Maltese, but I mean,
some
Johnny
pretty
G
good ones. I remember that last time. But remember, I've come from empanada territory as well.
Yeah, I know.
In
this
Spain.
is what I was thinking. I mean, I know you love the empanadas. You eating about 20 a night. I don't know how you did it, but then you eat 4 carbonaras a night, so I can understand it. Have you had the pies here?
I have last time. Yeah, they were brilliant. They were brilliant.
So how come you're not hooked on them yet?
Well, because I typically am going for the first thing I see, and the first thing I see when I'm leaving the hotel is this Italian restaurant.
David, well,
I might try. I'll do something different tonight. All right, and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Question from RK saying, "What about Group B? What do you think about that?" Well, we know that there's some very good sides in Group B. So we've got overseas who our previous finalists. They didn't really play the best last time we were here about a year ago, but the time before that they lost the final to the Super Kings. This is Athwal.
I'm looking forward to seeing the overseas. One thing I would say about it is we not all. Have a look at this. This could have been another run out, but it hits the side of the pitch and goes backwards. Oh, well, I was just thinking this is going to be another one that's close. Watch this.
This might be the first bit of luck that the Blasters have gotten.
He's in trouble, and
I think he probably would have been okay, but I get what you're saying.
Can you imagine if he hits that and goes to the other side and hits the stumps and runs out the bat of the other side? That would be something. And he backs away, gets bad on this. Now, I'm going to go back to saying I saw the overseas here last night. They were doing a little bit of training. I saw that Marks, he was here, putting them through the drill, and they're looking good. And
will we see the mongoose bat? Remember, it was David Marks, I think, was using the mongoose bat last time. But yeah, all the key players to watch. Just going back to that question quickly, about some of the key players to watch. always like to watch Athwell bowling, but this one's unhittable. It's too wide. Yeah, so for overseas, we know that we've got... Well, last year we had Charles Kleinpunt. I'm not sure he's in the squad this time, but I know Heinrich Gericke's had a bit of an injury, but he'll be a key player if he does hit the park.
Nice shot. And is he going to get the boundary? No, he isn't. Well, he's diving all over the place to stop it. And he does stop it. It's a nice work there.
And then we've got the Atlas UTC Knights, but they're now known as the Edex Knights. But they've got some very good players to watch out for as well, including Nitin Babu, for example.
This is a nice shot. Well, nobody's stopping this one. Well, I know that Morozi's throwing himself around on that boundary, but that's well hit. Liking this. So all of a sudden, Kalyan was probably, now maybe the captain's thinking, there, now I shouldn't be opening with you because you're hitting the ball much better.
He makes him reach for it, but he was up to it. It was a good shot selection, well placed, so handy runs. Yeah, so just going back to the Knights quickly, and we won't see them just yet because tomorrow, I'll look at those fixtures first. This is the last day of Group A matches, so Bajiba Blasters taking on Gozo. That could decide who stays and who goes when you look at where those teams are placed. AUM will have a bit of a nervous wait as well, I think, at those fixtures. And then you've got Marsa versus the Mzeta Warriors coming up in the afternoon. Again, the Warriors could still pinch top spot off Marsa if they were to win twice and win twice well. So join us tomorrow, same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe, and it's 1 p.m. in India. So looking forward to that as we get back to Bannock, who's going to bowl the next over.
Yeah, bowls well. Just for me, just a little bit short. And as I say that, this has been smashed out of the park, and the reason is too short. It's in the zone, and I don't know what Kalyan has had. Maybe he's had some of the pies that we're talking about, because now every time he gets a pie, he's munching on it. He smashes this out of it. Big hit. Boom. Shaka. Was somebody who struggled to hit the ball off the square. Now all of a sudden he's hitting it big, and he has to because there's no other batter left.
And that was asking for it as well. I'll quickly get to as many questions as I can. We'll get into the last quarter of this innings shortly. It says better bowling. It's just pushed a little bit fuller, a little bit quicker from Bannock.
Johnny G is just saying to us he's playing tomorrow. He's going to pass on our regards to everybody at Wombasisi. And look, please do, especially to Prasath and to Lorena, and tell them that Pravartha as well, and tell them that that Sir Rob Cummins is very, very apologetic for the furniture that he broke the last time he was there.
That is right. That was actually a highlight of that. Pastitsi I can have here as well. Johnny's just reminded me of more food chat. Who else was going to say? Oh, Samuel Stanislaus and Basil George for the Knights. Watch out for them. We saw them for Malta recently in the ECC. There's a few key players. This is edged onto the body of Kalyan. So, what other questions we got? Question from Akash. Will Corey come to Barcelona? Yes, he'll be there for the first half of the 5 weeks. It'll be Group A action. There's 16 teams in Barcelona. There'll be 8 in Group A, 8 in Group B. Last ball, the over coming up now. It's full, that's 2 full. It's going, and it's going, and it's gone. Maximo! 6 runs. And Kalyan, he's finding a bit of a home here as he lifts the Blasters to 49. End of the 8th over now. It's 49 for 5.
Kalyan, good hit from him again. He gets into the 20s. I'm liking this from Kalyan. Well, whatever it is that's been said to him, whatever it is that he had to eat, it's working, because he's finding his hitting power, and he's finding his range as well. There's the score. Well, they've still got a lot to get here. I mean, if they can get a magical over, takes that magical over and a good average over, takes them to a score, maybe into the 80s. That's where I think they need to be, and then they've got to be at their best and hope that this time round, as well as just picking up those early wickets, they can continue and pick up 2 or 3 more in the first 5 overs, keep the score down and get a likely victory, because otherwise they're going to have it all to do tomorrow. And let's see how it goes. Singh will be on strike here.
Yeah, 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, as you like to say. Keep the questions coming in. I'm enjoying them. And even the food suggestions, I'm enjoying them as well. All right, here we go with Asan Ashad. He's normally right on target. This is no exception. Swings and misses outside the off stump. So at the moment on 60, well now exactly 60 pace.
Yeah, no balance
49
here.
balls.
See the shot being played, and once he plays it, he's falling over himself, so you can see no balance. Feet too close together. Swinging wildly, and down he goes. Look.
It's a good shot.
got to go. They
Yeah,
do.
They will. It was well knocked down though. Made sure it didn't get past him. And I'll just keep this going from maybe to the end of the over. So last chance to get your questions on the Instagram Live as well. And also in the YouTube Live chat. Well, it's miles in the air. This is catchable, I think. Haroon's got to run half a marathon, and he almost gets there. And he almost touches it, but he doesn't. And well, he's going to be huffing and puffing. I don't know if he'll have enough air left in the lungs to blow the house down, but this was miles in the air. I thought someone's got to get there. In the end, it's so high, they run two.
Yeah, when I see Haroon coming for this, Haroon does take some good catches, but there's these sort of ones, Haroon, he don't fancy them. I just knew that's not going to happen. And, well, after that, it's followed up with a dot.
I like this. Well, it's not really a question. It's more a demand in
What's
my
that?
Instagram from Nitin Crick Expert. Confirmed batting order in all match. Oh, that get him?
That's right. That's clocked him right on the side of the lid here. Watch this.
I didn't think it.
He said, right, you're going to hit me like that? Well,
Yeah,
smell
you're
this.
right.
Boom. Well,
He
getting
almost
feisty out there.
Comes back onto his own stumps. Check that out again. Yeah, how's this from Nitin saying confirmed batting order in all matches? And I thought, if his name's Nitin Crick Expert, shouldn't he be telling me the batting
I
order
like
in all
that.
matches?
Yeah, actually, yeah, give us the info. He's the
I
expert.
said, I
Give us
just
all
wrote
the
back. I
info.
said, I'm a commentator, not a coach.
Maybe we should be asking the question, who win next match?
These guys, their batting orders are so fluid, they don't even know themselves until they get pushed out in the middle who's coming in. That's the beauty of East End cricket. It's
And
so
the other thing is,
unpredictable.
they never tell us, do they? They always
Sometimes
give
they're a
us
bit
false
cagey.
information.
They're a bit cagey sometimes, yeah. Anyway, 9 overs down. It's 53 for 5. Can they lift themselves up to that 60? And, yeah, once again, I say a big thank you for everyone that's been interacting.
Yeah, Chris Smith is asking, he wants a pie, but don't know which one to have. You've got to have a chicken one. You've got to have the chicken pie. Of course, you've got to have
Have one
the
of
chicken pie and
each.
the
If you
Malta.
can't decide, then I think you have both.
Yeah.
I think that's normally the way I've been living lately. Anyway, let's go back to Sharon Bashir.
I'm just already interested to see what you're going to tell us you have for dinner tomorrow.
I actually
tonight.
still don't know.
You're going to end up in the Italian. I just know it.
I
You're
think
not
I'm
going
going to
to
have a
too far.
carbonara while I decide where I want to have dinner. It's an easy option. Anyway, here we go. 10th overtime. Strap yourselves in. Any fireworks from the blasters? Well, look at a wide. That's handy. So creeping up towards 60. You feel like it's probably not enough against Master, but who knows? I mean, Master have been prone to collapses, haven't they? I know that they got rolled for 30, so anything's possible, but you feel like that's a blip, not a trend, based on what we're seeing today from the men in green.
Get another 10 on the board if you can. Get to about a 65 score. This one is going to be another wide. So Bashir is just helping the cause of the Bujuba Blasters at the moment. Yeah, get to that sort of high-end 60 score, and anything can happen. Once again, they need a perfect start. And, they need to pick up those wickets.
I'll say hello to finisher Ashish. Says nice combination with Rico. I think that's very nice of you to say. We appreciate that. Now we'll see just a single. Field is well placed out there. So Bunnick.
They've got to. I mean, you say just a single. It's
Yeah.
in the last over. You've got to run that.
And
And you
that's
would have got your two.
You would have got Kalyan back on strike, so you at least need a force to throw, I think.
Yeah,
I think Kalyan's looking for it, but where's he running firstly? He's run miles off the pitch.
I
Probably
don't
was
think
one
he gets
short.
his bat.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Get-
Classic how not to do it. This one hits the batter rather than the batter hitting it. So I think this will be a leg bite because it's off the arm. And that will be a stinger.
High again, isn't it? Just see, yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch. They're being bruised. Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe we haven't seen too much blasting from the bat. Maybe the blasters, because they are the ones that end up getting blasted. Because we've seen a bit of that. The lid's been hit. The shoulder's been hit. In comes Bashir once more. Oh, this is nicely played, and this should be 4 runs. That is. You know what? That's a really good shot from Kalyan. He moves into the 30s. A lot of batters have got this delivery today and haven't got bat on the ball. He does. This is so well played. I know I've given him some stick when he's been opening up and he's been batting too slow. But, well, you know what? I'll take my attitude this time because Pavan Kalyan, he hasn't opened this time. Or maybe that's what it is. Just takes the pressure off him when he's not opening. And he's gone out there and he's batted differently. And I've liked what I've seen.
Yeah, you're right. So we get past the 60. And how much further? We will find out. This will be caught. So Kalyan, well, he finally gets this one. Well, Bunnick's happy with his work. Seemed like a slight ice cream cone for me. But he does hold on to the catch. So Where would they be without the innings from Kalyan? He ends up getting 31 of 19. And with 2 balls remaining, he has to depart. It's 61 for 6.
Yeah, look, well batted, I'm going to say there, because you're absolutely right. With all of the top 3, and all of the top 3 literally, I mean, they gave their wickets away. It was poor cricket from the likes of, it started off with, I think it was Gautam Singh. He got out. We saw it also was a run out from Guvram Matani. And Narendra Negi didn't help. All 3 of the top batters run out. So at that point, you thought, who's going to save him? Who's going to help him get any runs on the board? And it was Kalyan. So well done to him. At least he was able to turn up and fight. A nice moment there once again from Banik. He's made a good introduction, and he's wanted everyone to know that
2
he's
balls
taken
to
that
go.
catch.
Look who I've got up. I've got Junaid Khan from Portugal. I've just split the screen with. I'm working out how to use this thing.
Good
Well,
hit, straight
how
down the
about this?
ground. Oh, yeah,
This will be
Shaba,
4.
I love it. 4 more runs.
I need some of this. Where's
They've
this
got
been
to
the
the
whole
65
time?
I'm talking about, so they've given themselves something to defend.
We already saw 65 defended in this series, didn't we? So
The 003 says, hold on to 007. I can finish the job here. Don't worry, you're not called for. Down the ground. Nice shot.
anyway, last ball in the air. Should be caught. Is caught. 4 and out. I'll take that. I think if I'm Deepak Singh coming out there, certainly made a statement of intent. 65 they get. So last inning today, Marsa will need 66 to send us home and to go 2 games clear at the top of the ladder. So yeah, plenty to watch out for on a sunny early evening, I suppose, now in Malta. The Blasters do get a little bit of a kick at the end of the innings, but it was a bit of a struggle, wasn't it, when you think about it? The first half of the innings, they only got 21. They end up getting 44. I think there's 44 in the second half. So still, I'm looking forward to seeing the second half and see if the bat holds up. If they do, they'll be in a really good position to top the group.
Now, do you think that they're going to make a change? Because remember, they made that slight change. The gamble would go. So they thought, yeah, we'll change things up a little bit. You know, we've won 3 matches in the spin. It didn't work for them. I wonder if they'll do the same here, or whether the captain will say, I'm not doing that again. Well, this one could have been turned nasty. It could have been a sandwich, and would have been plenty of toppings on the sandwich. It would have been as well. But luckily enough, they managed to avoid each other. This was out. They had to look at it a few times, and I think in the end, from what I saw, the right decision was made. But just running themselves into trouble. And when we look at that scorecard, you're going to see that the top guys, I mean, when you know you haven't got too much depth in your batting, the top batters have to bat with responsibility. You don't want to put your team in the sort of position that they did. But thankfully, the one man that was able to turn up and perform was Pavan Kalyan. He did amazingly well, 31 for 19. I'm going to hold my hand up. I've given him some stick about some of his batting. He's been a little bit too slow, hasn't been able to get after the bowling. But when his team needed it, when nobody else was able to stand up and fight, he did. That's another crazy one. That was Samatani. He was fuming, and it's a good job we didn't have a camera on him when he goes back to the dugout, because he was not a happy chappy. This is another one nicely taken by Niraj Khanna, and that was the dismissal of Kohad as he swings wildly. And another catch taken. So Marsa, they're doing all the things right, really. I think everything that went their way was taken. And I think also Harun Magal also allowing some of the other bowlers to have a bowl. And I've certainly liked the work of that man there. We liked his introduction to this team. He's come all the way from England to play. Here's Uttam Banik, and certainly enjoying himself. He's bowled really well. Maybe he's just a little bit short in his line here today, but he got away with it most of the time. But that great run out from him, that would have been an interesting one. David Atwal also got his opportunity. But look, this was some of the hitting we saw from Kalyan. So this one was big. This was actually a bit, not much of him really. He's a little bit of a skinny chap, but he sent that one into the tennis courts, didn't he? And this was another one that he managed to get away. And 6 more. There's Harun Magal thinking, hang on, what's going on here? This was a bit of a skyer. It goes a long way up in the air. Harun Magal is not going to catch that.
Yeah, he didn't really. I mean, too well to get that close to it. A bit like the other Magal in that section. Didn't want to get off his feet, did he? And it's a nice soft landing here at Marsa. Regardless, anyway, that was well taken out there by Banik, who I think was quite in the middle of the hands, but it was good enough. And that was Kalyan who had to go. But yeah, Kalyan, mate, maybe just needs to bat a bit lower. I think there was no doubt that he was kind of possessing the intent that was required. It was 4 and out to finish the innings as well. Deepak Singh did hit a nice shot down the ground, and they lifted them to 65. Well, this is exactly the score that was defended the other day. And don't forget, 3 of the top 10 defences we've ever seen, so the lowest scores defended we've ever seen, have actually occurred right here at the Master Cricket Ground in Malta. So perhaps this is another occasion for the Blasters to join those ranks and join the Hall of Fame. Kalyan with 31. Without him, they would have been in a lot of trouble because he contributes over half the runs off the bat. No one else reaches double figures. Extras 8 were a little bit of a help as well. And yeah, the runouts just hurting a lot. As far as the wickets with the ball, Bashir got 2 of them, and there were singles to Marose and Mihar. I think that Marose was very good. He only conceded 7 off his 2 overs. Vanya Magal, that is, bowled a very good first over, wasn't required again. And Aslan Arshad, as usual, on target with just 4 off his over as well. Banik didn't do too much wrong either. None for 18 off his 2. We'll take a quick break. When we return in just a few minutes, it will be the chase to finish day 4. It'll be 66 required by Marcel, the hosts, to go clear at the top of the table. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you shortly for more action on ECN and for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Massa Cricket Ground here on the beautiful island nation of Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we head into the last innings of day 4. We have a 2-week series here in Malta at the moment. We are just over 24 hours away from saying goodbye to one of these 5 teams in Group A. We still have no idea who that will be. It'll be a very exciting day of cricket tomorrow that will determine that. Before that, we'll see fairly modest chase required for Massa. They need 66 to win match 16. And if they do that, they'll go to 5-1 at the top of the table. Looking pretty good. Remember that whoever finishes top of the table will get to play the 4th ranked team in Group B. Here's the thing for Massa, though. If that is the case, they'll still better have their wits about them, because I remember that in the series in the middle of last year, they did finish top and they got knocked out by Sweet United, who finished 4th in the other group. So you have to be smart and you have to play your best cricket when it counts, but haven't done too much wrong so far, except for that one innings where it all went wrong. Here it is. It's a kind of a hat-trick ball for a Tinder, and it won't be cashed in because this is Niraj Khanna that will get off the mark. And the reason I said kind of a hat-trick ball for a Tinder is that he took 2 wickets off the last 2 balls his over last time, the first over, and he never saw him bowl again in the innings, even in the 10th over, where he was sure he was going to come back and have a go at his hat-trick. Haroon Magal is opening the batting. Nice to see him giving himself an opportunity. Takes the first one on the bounce to cover. And here's a man that is always on the bounce here on the European Cricket Network. Rico Full is coming to the end of a pretty marathon stint. I think would it be 8 weeks in a row you'll be working? This is kind of the middle of week 7.
8 on the spin.
You've been good. Anyway, welcome back to the commentary box. Here's a Tinder.
Great to be back. And great to see Haroon Magal out there. And like I said, I did have a bit of a chat with him in between this match and the last. We had about a half an hour break. And one of the other things we were talking about, I was saying, hey, what about you? Are you gonna get a chance to have a bat, a bowl, what? And he said, yeah, I'll probably. He said, I can, but there's so many other players I have to see out. Well, I'm glad to see that he's out there having a bat, because, well, I think it's important that he tries to keep all his players in good form. The one man who started in very good form was Niraj Khanna. He was unbeaten on day 1 with the bat, but he's got a little bit off the ball lately, being caught on the boundary more times than not. Last few times he's been in, so maybe he's looking to see Massa through here. To Massa, though, remember, they have had a few blips losing early wickets in the last few. Oh, well, what's happened here? This has been totally missed by the fielder coming in, but he does recover. Just have a look at this, I think.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not sure what he's looking at.
The ball had some sort of mystery powers. It seemed to move at the last moment on the fielder. Anyway, no real damage. Magal elevates, gets it away from the fielder. And that is Narendra Negi out there, who will keep it to 1, and it takes us to the end of the over. So at the end of the first, it's 4 without loss. Well, there's the Nelson up 111 matches without a golden ball. And look, the thing for me is it just shows you how many matches we play and how quickly we get through the matches, because it wasn't that long ago that we had that France-Belgium Malta heartbreaker, because it essentially was a match that knocked Malta out of the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, and that was the Thursday night sideways rain golden ball chaos, where France thought they were knocked out. There were tears all over the place, as if the ground wasn't wet enough. And that's 111 matches ago, and that's only, what's that, 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago now?
Quite crazy, isn't it? It's quite crazy.
Probably 4 weeks.
3 weeks, right?
Yeah,
Coming into
it'll actually be 4 weeks tonight now, I think of it. Now, wow, this is a bowler killer. I mean, he does well to at least survive this blow. It was almost like a tennis shot from the batter there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is Haroon who smacks it straight back. And Haroon is apologising to Kohad, and Kohad is saying, don't apologise. I should have caught it. And
well, to be honest, he didn't have to get out of the way. He just had to stick the hand out, which he did, but didn't stick. Kohad.
But then he decides, I'm not using my hand anymore. Tosses up with the foot. And, well, a bit of a underarm throw. Back to the wicketkeeper, Gaurav Matani. I mean, one thing that is important, I think, here for the Blasters, I mean, whichever way this match goes, is a good performance. And the positive, something like as this one's played away, and it will be 4 runs. It's just a little bit too short from Kohad. And put away, nice shot there played from the captain, Haroon Magal. But what I'm saying is that, look, one positive is they've got something like Kalan who scored runs. That's important, because you've just added another batter to the likes of maybe Gautam Singh if he plays tomorrow, Matani and Negi that can score runs for you. Because I think tomorrow is the day for them, isn't it? It's D-Day. They've got to try. Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. It's more problems for Vikas Bishit.
Oh, now the batters have to run around each other. And they'll get there. So it's kind of a calamity all round. Just looking at this, it hasn't updated on my screen yet, but could be a bit of an upset in the T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe, I think, have beaten Pakistan.
Yeah, when I last saw that, they were in trouble in Pakistan. I think they just lost 3 wickets for not too many. So, yeah, give us an update.
They beat them by 1 run, 130 to 129. Wow. How about that?
But that's the sport. That's cricket. It's changing massively.
I love to see these nations stepping up. And this will be cut away, and this is going to be 4. So McGall wants to get going, and that's exactly what he does. It's short, it's wide. He doesn't even bother trying to keep it down. This is good power play batting from the captain.
Talk about leaning on your back from Niraj Khanna. I think Haroon's already told him, look, you just stay there. I'm not running, so just, maybe put in an order for a cup of tea if you want. I'm not running, stay leaning on your back. That's what Niraj does, and Haroon McGall, he plays that one away nicely. So the score moves on to 16 without loss. But yeah, I mean, going back to that result, that is the changing sort of world of sport at the moment. I mean, the lower teams, or the underdogs as you like to call them, I don't think there are any underdogs.
I just think we need more teams in that tournament. You know, I don't think there should be a second tier in the tournament at the introduction. I don't like that. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and there's a fair bit of power on this as well. This has gone miles. Maximo O'Connor, strong arm tactics. He just goes on the back foot and he blasts this one over the offside.
Well, this is where Matani is saying, Rico Vinny, this is why I don't give Atinder Singh a second over. His first ball, smash for a big 6. His first over only went for 4. So maybe the captain knows something that we don't know.
Well, maybe you shouldn't give him a second over in the day then by those.
He just wants to prove a point. Atinder come and prove him wrong. Good comeback. Got to
Here's the thing. Look, the Netherlands have done well to qualify, but I feel for teams like UAE, for example, who did everything to qualify, get to Australia, and they don't really get to play. Well, they don't get to play many matches. They play 3, and then half of those teams are knocked out before everything starts. And I say everything, the Super 12 stage, that's where all the attention goes on the tournament. So I just think it would be nice to have more matches. And you see Netherlands playing India today, getting the opportunity. I just think it'd be great if more countries that earned the right to go to the World Cup got to experience more matches against the big nations. Even if it means more matches, I think more countries, it's more inclusive. I just would like to see it. And you see that these upsets are happening. Ireland beating England, Zimbabwe winning, and well, this one is going to upset the bowler because it's picked up off a length. Maximo time. McGall certainly not wasting his opportunity out in the middle. He gets 6 more for Marsa.
Yeah, nice shot there. Nice shot of the grass as well. Looking nice and green. Looking as green as my shirt and as green as the shirts of Marsa. A good hit from Haroon McGall. And he's saying to me, Rico, this is why I don't need to go up there. I'm in good form. I'll back myself. But all right, just for you, I'll go out and I'll hit a few out of the ground. Good shot. It sounded good as well.
This time he leans back, goes on the hit, needs to hustle. I think they go to the wrong end there because there's McGall, who was stuck on the back foot after playing the shot. He was taking a long time to get to the bowler's end. As it was, I think they went to the keeper's end and Khanna was safe.
Body language tells you everything, doesn't it, from Matani. He doesn't seem to be giving 100% in this one. I think he's already resigned to the fact that this is not going to go their way. And this is just drops the bat on it, takes a single. Good running. They're liking that also from Niraj Khanna.
It's hard to believe Malta were bowled out for 30 because they've just passed 30 here in the power play. And it's 31 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, good start. It's nice to see that Khanna and the captain combining well together. But yeah, just going back to that, so it looks like it's not going to be a good day here for the Blasters. Marsa have come back with a bang after losing to Gozo yesterday, when Gozo restricted them just to 30. So they wanted to come back and show what they're really made of. They have done here, but I think this means that tomorrow is going to be a massive day for the Blasters. It's going to be like they're playing their semi-final and their final tomorrow. It really is. And let's see if they can get themselves prepared for it.
And who's in the way? Gozo.
Gozo. Deepak Singh going to have a bowl. Starts off well, right on the money.
Yeah, so Gozo, they're fighting to be in the finals for the first time. And just looking at the Blasters when we saw them play before. How they went. This is just lifted over the top. It'll slow down with this outfield, but it'll still trickle across the line. Yet another boundary.
I think with the Blasters, if memory serves me right, didn't they fall foul to the weather when we had the
that's
issues
what I
in
remember.
quarterfinals?
But I just wanted to check it.
It's just hit away and the ball just creeping over the boundary. So 4 more. So looking to do it quickly. Harun Magal liking this. Short, and this one has been absolutely whacked. That is big. Balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya. This is a blast. This is a Bizaway supersonic hit.
Looks better when he was fuller, didn't he? So going back to the Blasters, yeah, I remember it was the weather affected. They finished 4th in the group. They knocked out overseas. This is close, you know, and I think he's gone. He is gone. So well done to Deepak Singh, who does pitch it up. I thought that was always the key. And you can see, keen to finish things in a hurry. Just try to hack across the line here. And I think the umpire had a fairly simple decision. Yeah, I don't think that's missing. I know you can see a fair bit of middle stump, but it just seemed to me, back pad, that was going to hit. And Harun, unfortunately, has got to go, but not before. Pretty useful contribution of 30 from him. Reminds him that he's a key member of this batting lineup as well, even though he's quite unselfish as a captain. But he departs at 42 for 1. And so this looks like Mihar is coming to the crease. Yeah,
when you look at that knock, I mean, it surprises me why in this format of the game, why Harun Magal and somebody like I think Numan Mahir aren't opening the batting, as this one has been clipped away. Well, what a hit that is. And just the man I'm talking about. I mean, look at the hitting there from Harun Magal. He goes for 30 or 13 deliveries. And then you get this guy coming, Numan Mahir, who is a raw talent. And he's played tape ball cricket most of his early or young life, and now he comes to the playing hardball and he smashes his first ball away from a massive 6. That's got to be your 2 openers, and then you get the Coslers, and then you get the likes of Kana coming in.
And maybe they're saving it up. Only 18 required now. Last ball of the over coming up. They've had to go for a new ball as well after that one was hit into the jungle. So it's been a bit of an expensive over now. This is hit straight, hit pretty hard, but just the one out to Kalyan. So it's the end of the 4th over, and it's 49 for 1. Yeah, so Blasters last year, they were in Group A, and yeah, it was weather affected. They had 2 washouts, as pretty much all the teams did, except the Southern Crusaders. So they were 2 and 4, and so were overseas, but the Blasters knocked them out on net run rate. And then they had to play American University of Malta, and that was a washed out quarterfinal.
Yeah.
And so that meant that the Blasters had to be out of the tournament. So yeah, that was a shame last year. They had to go out that way, but I mean, that's why also it's really important to try and finish top 2 in case that does happen. And yeah, that quarterfinal, yeah, they didn't even get a ball bowled in that quarterfinal. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the way that the Royal Strikers and Blasters went out of the competition with rain-affected quarterfinals. So yeah, they'll be hoping to make the finals for the 2nd time and actually be able to play this time. But yeah, at the moment they are struggling. So yeah, Blasters and Gozo tomorrow. Probably the 2 teams that have struggled the most with the bat. I think that they've both had some good moments with the ball. Too short. And caught. Wow, how about this for a catch? And well, he spikes it. Devendra Negi, he's had a frustrating day. And he's not the only one. This was just a Gundy half-tracker, really. And Mihar has put it within the arm span, only just, of Devendra Negi. What a catch on the 2nd attempt. And then he puts the ball halfway into the centre of the earth. Have a look at this.
But it's been absolutely whacked, hasn't it, by Mihar? And Bishat, he gets a wicket off his first ball. And then everybody's saying, spike it, spike it, spike it. So he says, all right, I will. Ale, spike it. What a good catch that is. But yeah, it's a Gundy delivery, isn't it? It needs to be smacked to the boundary. And a very good catch from Devendra Negi. There we go again. Look, hits it. Look, has to palm it upwards. Gets lucky with the rebound. Takes a gap, then waits for it. Says, spike it. Go on, do it. Do it. And he does. And, nicely done. And
yeah, I mean, I think I like the juggle. I like the catch, but I really like the spike. I actually think we should write it in that you're allowed to throw the ball into the ground as long as it's after taking
Listen,
a
on
wicket.
this ground, what's going to happen to it?
Exactly.
It's so soft. It's like a pudding.
Exactly. Got some more questions coming in. Yuvraj asking, is Corey in the coaching setup of any PSL team? I know he has worked with Islamabad United before, but I know he's quite busy coaching Spain at the moment and patting himself on the back for coaching Spain. I think takes up a lot of his time. Well, that's a Gundy ball, and that is too full. It'll be a no ball, and it will be a wake up call to Kostler, who's out there now, knows he's alive. I always think there's a bit of an injustice in this because Kostler was one that had to face the beam up, but now
I don't know
it'll
why
be
he doesn't-
Kana that gets to face the free hit.
But why doesn't he run two?
Yeah.
There was two there easy because it wasn't fielded cleanly.
50's up now.
This is a worry for me because I think Bichet's already had his highlight that first ball. I think he's going to struggle here now, and he's been given a warning. He's got his first. Let's see if we can get this right. Bichet.
Edged and caught behind, but not caught behind because it will be a free hit and backed up by the umpire. So
This is something.
I love it.
He got a wicket with one Gundy ball. This one,
Well,
Look,
half appeal.
he's celebrating.
And what I love here is that he rolled it back to the bowler and said, I'll take that. Well, this is in the air, and
No
it
way.
should be gone. And it
Oh.
will be out. So the first one, he was caught, and it wasn't out. Next time he's caught, and it is out. And Kana's going to have to go for a dozen. So Blasters, with a couple of late consolation wickets. And, yeah, this is just on a good length. Takes it down straight, but it was not a pace on the ball. Kana knew he was in trouble. Didn't quite get all of it. So as he departs, the score might make it something like 53 for 3, something like that.
Good catch there from Kalyan once more. Hasn't he been good
51
in the
for 3.
catching?
Yeah.
And Kalyan, of course, remember, the only reason that the Blasters are still out there at the moment is because of him, because of his knock, his contribution, which was a good one, 31 he made. Otherwise, this contest would have been over a long time ago. But another highlight from Bishop. And well, I thought his highlight was already done after he took a wicket with one Gundy ball. Well, he took another wicket of another Gundy ball, but it was a free hit. And then a decent ball.
Now I think he's on a fake hat trick because he kind of got a
It's
wicket
true.
that
That's
wasn't.
actually very true.
Yeah.
So here we go.
It's been a day for fake hat tricks and missed opportunities on hat tricks.
Fake hat trick. But I love the fielding there from the umpire, the man in black. Fielded it well. Anyway, here we go.
Watchful. This will just be a dot as we creep towards the halfway point of this chase. But I feel like that there won't be too much of the second half actually taking place. As Marsa cruising at the moment. Another good net run rate boost for them as well. They look very good to top the table now. The
Yep.
Warriors would have to knock them off tomorrow twice and pretty significantly if they would overtake them on the table.
Mughal is the new batter that comes in. He just steers this away. Out onto the offside. And Kostler, I wonder if he'll be tempted to go for a big shot. He does play the ball well on the leg side. But they've got that well patrolled.
Yeah, you can see just leans on there. So Bish ends up pretty good over, considering he did bowl a no ball in there. Now we'll get another overthrow. It's, don't know exactly how they got away with that, but it will be the end of the 5th, and the score is 54 for 3. It's the classic nobody watching, nobody backing up overthrow. See, that Maitani can't deal with it, so unfortunately, I'll scramble an extra as this game creeps to its conclusion. We want to say a big thank you to you for joining us. It's been great to have your company once again. I know there's a lot of cricket happening in the world right now. We're keeping our eye on it as well. But right here in Malta, you couldn't have better weather. I know they've struggled a little bit in the T20 World Cup for weather at times. They should just move it here. It is absolutely beautiful, considering we're into October. And if you're enjoying this, well, you'll be enjoying tomorrow because Group A will come to its conclusion with matches 17 through 20. The Blasters and Gozo, that seems now like a battle for survival. AUM will be watching that pretty closely as well. And then you've got Marsa and them Cedar Warriors. And so, yeah, for the Blasters, if they win one of their 2 games, then it'll be down to net run rate between them and AUM. So I'll have to keep an eye on that.
If you want to see a golden ball, tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow,
You feeling it?
17 or 18. Yeah, that's golden ball.
All right.
That's those 2 teams so evenly sort of balanced, I think. Plenty to play for. Going to be plenty of tension there. Yeah, I'm feeling the golden ball already. I'm calling it early. There's going to be a golden ball. 17 or 18 is going to provide us with something.
7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. 4 more T10 matches coming your way right here on the European Cricket Network. So, yeah, we'll have to check the net run rates there, because AUM, you'd imagine that their net run rate is probably better than the Blasters. So, I just think, yeah, the Blasters will need to win twice, I think, like we suggested. But AUM with a crucial third win today. It was an epic chase, wasn't it, actually? 118 they chased down. I don't know what the delay is here. Still, there's 12 runs to get. And I think we just had a drinks break.
Yeah, Pavan Kalyan is waiting to bowl, and look, I mean, I hope he does well here. I mean, maybe gets a good performance in with the ball, maybe get a wicket or two, and I'd like to see him get a highlight the end of this this day, because he's been amazing. He's happy with the bat. He's been good. He's been good in the field. Takes good catches, and maybe he can have a little highlight himself. Fine Mughal, though, the type of batter that he is, he's going to try and finish this with 2 shots.
Yeah,
I feeling.
I think there was just some confusion. That high no ball last over there, perhaps it wasn't registered. Now that's been fixed up, and we're good to go. This is another highish one, you know.
Ball, I think. And I haven't seen this called. This surely's got to be a no ball. I don't see that Tafan has attacked this. He stays in the crease. Let's have a look at this again.
Let's have a look.
It's got to be a no ball, this. Yeah, that's got to be a no ball.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's still waist high. He's playing that waist high at the crease. I'd like to see that called. Yeah. In fact, there you go.
Has it been called?
Better late than never. And
Yeah.
we do see the call made. And so we've got a free hit coming up. Again, you've got to pull them down a bit. No doubt about that. So, free hit. Can they cash it in?
Kosler, he was the one who got a full toss when he came in, his first ball.
What goes around comes around.
Yeah, couldn't face the free hit. Now he gets a free hit.
He's had two at him, though.
Oh dear, that's
he's been
a free hit right in his middle dunder.
Yeah.
That is going to hurt. That's broken some eggs. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, who said that you can't get into some mischief on a free hit?
Oh dear. Cross your legs, everybody. That's the furniture. You've got to check all the furniture still there. He's checking. WD-40, or do you want Danny Heller to come out there with the freeze spray? Take your pick.
Bodyline Kostler style, really, isn't it? Because
Rusty nuts, WD-40 always works.
he's had two high full tosses, and then the free hit. Yeah, he becomes the target of it.
Well, he's running pretty well. That's not ideal, is it?
I think
he's not going for 2. He's not going for 2. He's saying, you made me run for 1 after I've been hit there. Are you mad? In fact, he wants it himself. But he's all right. He's running well. Kalyan just straying it around a little bit.
Yeah, Julian Dawson saying, why not hold the T20 World Cup in Malaga and Malta? I agree. Bring it on. We're already here. Yeah, we'll just get a dot. So is this going to be one of those 9 to win that just kind of draws to its conclusion in a painful way? Now, look, just checking the net run rates then.
For Kosler, yes.
Yeah, you've got... I still think that... Yeah, look, anything can happen. It's wide open, really, because of how open this whole group's been. But, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. This is short. It's pulled away.
It's got to get to the boundary. There's nobody out there. Can't believe it. There's no square leg out there at all. That's quite crazy. There's 4 runs. And, well, fine Mughal, he's not going to try and stretch this out. If he gets it, he's going to put it away. And I'm pretty sure, well, I said he's going to try and finish it with 2 shots. Well, it's gone a bit longer than that. And now we're trying to finish it with 1 for sure. 5 required. And he's on strike, and he's going to be looking to go big here.
Start the car. 5 to win. 4 to win. And now any boundary will do it. But, yeah, imagine that. I still think, imagine a T10 World Cup. Imagine if the ECC went global and you had the best amateur teams, let's say, from all the full nations. Yeah, India, Pakistan, etc. This one is going to test the fielder. Needs to keep it in the field to play to keep the game alive. He does. Mughal moves to 7. Yeah, that'll be something pretty special. I mean, already it's pretty special, the ECC. What do we have? 21 countries this year. We'll have to see if perhaps we even get more next year. I mean, it's not easy logistically to keep this growing, but it's exciting. This should be another single. It's blocked, so it will just be Another one takes us to the end of the 6th over. 64 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, nicely done there this time, though. No issues. The fielder, Bishop stopping that again.
Might see Noel.
Lovely shot. Sorry, lovely
go on.
shot at the ground here. Looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? What a look! Big shout out to everybody here at Malta for all the work that's been done to the ground. I mean, it looks absolutely magnificent. The new pitch is superb, and the outfield as well. And I think a lot of people have commented. Really, you know, when you look at the outfield that we had in Carlton, this is just as good, and it looks just as good, and it has played just as good.
I was just going to say, I hope Kostler gets to hit the winning run so he's got some highlight from this innings, which so far involved him being under attack and getting hit in the Jats crackers. So maybe he can take something home with him, not just the swelling.
Bruise.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here's Shiv Singh, 2 to win. Oh, well, we'll just tie the game. So any score will win it now.
This is almost like the two batters. You know when you're being too nice to each other, you know when you say...
After you.
Yeah, after you. No, after you. No, you go for it. No, you go. And they're saying, hey, would you just get on with it? Look, they're getting anxious.
Saying we're thirsty here. We started a little bit late due to some technical issues this morning, so it looks like we'll finish right on time. After all, any score wins it now. And he's bowled. So Shiv Singh... Well, it's a nice little moment for him. I think there's probably 21 other players on the field that are pretty keen to get out of here, but Shiv, he's pretty happy that he gets a big scalp of Fanya McGull. Hey, isn't it nice to see a smile on his face as well? I know it's not been the afternoon that the Blasters were hoping for, but again, he's just happy that he can get the key wicket. He can take that to bed with him, and McGull has to go with the scores tied.
Yeah, Vinny, look, it's all about highlights. Of course, you know, you're not going to win every match you play, but it always can be highlights, even if you're on the losing side. And that's a highlight there for Shiv Singh. And for me, that's what this European Cricket Network does. That's what these European Cricket Series are all about. All these players, they're not professionals. You know, they've all got other lives. They've all got other stories. And they're all making different kinds of sacrifices to be playing out there. And when they play, when they're giving up their time, highlights that's all what it means to them. And this one has been blocked out. A big hey from the Master boys.
So Suleiman, is he just trying to soak up some camera time here, or is he going to try and finish this off?
Well, I told you it's about highlights. Shiv, he's got his highlight. He's picked up a wicket. He'll be showing his family saying, you see that? Deki many wicket, Deki. And now you've got Suleiman. His highlight wants to be a big 6. He's waiting for the right one to launch into. Will this be the one? Well, it'll be the winning runs. It's not the big 6, but 4 will do it. As T would always say, the Iceman, you don't always have to hit 6s. You can do it in 4s as well. And Suleiman, after blocking his first ball, when he winds up with this one, hits it pretty well. He'll get a boundary. He'll be 4-0 out, and that's victory for Amasa. They will finish on 69, and they do this with plenty of balls to go in the match as the Master boys, they celebrate, they hug each other. And the Blasters, well, they just came up second best here. They weren't really doing too much of the blasting, unfortunately. Though I have to say that in the field, they tried hard, they battled hard, they took some good catches as well. And the other thing I like about it, you know what, here, smiles on their faces. They've lost both their matches, smiles on their faces. They know they were up against the tough Master side, and they knew that they were up against it today. But where their big day is tomorrow, that's where I think they come down to playing a team that is more at their level, and that is Gozo. No disrespect to Gozo, but they also know that Gozo are flying high at the moment, so they're going to have to be at their best if they want to progress into and come back here again next week in the quarterfinals day and mate finals day and not be eliminated. They're going to have to play out of their skins tomorrow as we have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, and so it was never really going to be a testing target for Marcy, you'd imagine, unless there was some early drama. But I think that we saw some pretty emphatic batting from Kana, put any hopes of an upset to bed. We saw 65 defended earlier in the week, but couldn't see it happening again. Gozo, the team that defended that, we'll see them tomorrow against the Blasters. Just has the feeling that it could be Gozo and the Blasters competing for one spot. You've also got the Warriors, who could easily end up on 6 points as well, but they're going to play Master a couple of times. Their net run rate's pretty good at the moment. And that was one which I think was a good decision by Afi Khan. It was fairly straight, and Harun Magal had gotten a long way across, but not before a pretty spirited 30. It's nice to see Harun giving himself an opportunity, and he wasn't going to miss out. This was a pretty good catch by Devendra, who then thinks about it, counts to 5, and then he still decides he wants to fire the ball into the turf. And yeah, well, Kana just couldn't quite get enough potatoes on this one to get it out of the ground, but the catch was taken. That was A nice one by Kalyan, who had a much better game, I think. I could see him finding a bit of direction in his batting, but in the end, it just wasn't a target that was big enough. Speaking of big targets, well, Kostler cops one there, and it gives a little rub to make sure it's okay. Lucky that was away from the camera. Magal, he made sure this game would finish early, though he would be a late casualty, wouldn't he? As he chopped on with the scores tied. But Mohammed Silliman, well, he came out and finished things off pretty quickly.
I know why you're laughing, because when that one hits him in the parts where it hurts, we then see the bullseye in the artery in the highlights. Yeah, I'll put 2 and 2 together, but look, everybody was okay. But look, once again, I think this was, as you know, very much a master team, a very talented team and strong team, up against a team only formed last year, the Blasters. And the Blasters, credit to them, they fought hard. They weren't able to overcome Master, but they did have plenty of highlights of their own as well. So they shouldn't be too dejected. What they need to do, though, is come back stronger tomorrow. Come back with a plan, and maybe the captain, Matani, has seen a few shining stars out there. Maybe be able to deploy them a bit better. Maybe he used to change his bowling setup slightly, the batting order slightly, and if they can get 2 victories over Goza, well, they put themselves, I think, in a good position to make it through into finals. But I will say, the likes of the AUM, they're going to be watching tomorrow with a few nerves, aren't they?
I feel like one won't be enough. It'll tie them with AUM and potentially the Warriors, depending on how the Warriors go tomorrow afternoon. I mean, to be honest, the Warriors have been playing some good cricket.
They have.
And so I think that'll be a really good challenge. Master and Cedar Warriors, for me, they're probably the 2 teams which are likely to finish top 2. We'll have to see, though. Make sure you join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. And, well, Gozo, they'll be back. Can they reach the finals for the first time? We will find out on day 5. And, of course, from Saturday, we head into Group B action. Let's have a look at the chase as we look at some wonderful pictures of Malta in the background. And you can see that there were 66 to get. In the end, they get 69 of 6.4. Silman finished it off. Nice to see Haru Magal up there making some runs, 30 off 13 for him. And that was a pretty good innings to get them rolling. Kana, 12, and not a bad one from him in the end either. But yeah, I'd like to see Haru Magal as their opener. I just think when it comes to the crunch games, that'll be a good matchup. And I think I'd like to see it tomorrow and then potentially in the quarterfinals if it's working well in a week's time. 2 for 5, Bisht gets the figures. And we're also wickets to Shiv Singh late on. And earlier on there was 1 to Deepak, although his over was a little bit expensive. It's when it came down to it, Blasters just not quite strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Marsa, who are table toppers here after day 4. Well, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone out there, including you, Rico. Thank you very much for another great day. We've got a little bit Christmassy today,
Always
haven't
a pleasure,
we?
Yeah.
I think that's more to do with coincidence, but it does remind us we're under 2 months to Christmas. Today, we're exactly 4 months until the ECL, so we're still not quite sure who will represent Malta at the ECL, but maybe we can find out some more information about that during the week. But we want to thank everyone for joining us today, and don't forget you can join us on social media. Make sure you follow us. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube. Tell your family and your friends. Tell at least one person about ECN.
Absolutely.
And keep spreading the word, because it's been great to see that subscribership growing day after day after day.
Yeah, it really has been. It's great. And remember, great cricket here today, but tomorrow, looking forward to tomorrow. I mean, we know about Goza and the Blasters, but that match later on, Marsa. I mean, Marsa, we know, good performance from them. Vahan Magal is there. Haroon is scoring runs here. Niraj Khanna. But I think that tomorrow, if somebody like Rocky Dinesh or Okuma can get going tomorrow, it's gonna be such an exciting match.
Yeah, and the Warriors, if they play well against Masters tomorrow, they could even knock them off the top of the table. Look, there's a lot to play for. If you can push them in that top 2 as well, it protects you against the rain. Hopefully we're not going to have any issues with that kind of thing in the conclusion of this tournament. But for now, we are going to leave you with some highlights today. Big thanks to Anderson, Karina and Karils for their work from Spring Productions. We could not do it without them. They are absolutely wonderful. They're the best of the best at what they do. And hopefully we join you tomorrow, because we've got plenty more cricket around the corner. Still over a week here in Malta and still 5 weeks in Barcelona.
Remember, tomorrow is Friday, so peacock shirts, everybody. Peacock shirts. Peacock Friday, don't forget.
Peacocking pretty hard. Don't worry about that. So, look, a reminder, our website, you can go there, check out the fixtures. You can even see the first bit of the Barcelona fixtures are up, I noticed, as well. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Thanks so much for your company on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family. And, of course, my partner in crime, Origo Full. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia.
Watched by millions of European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie, and to the golden ball we go. Cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.